The protagonist is in the right position to get along with the villain. Chapter 49 to Chapter 90. Only a cold heart will be cold. If you are tempted, you will be tempted. Yicheng looked down and stared at Li Jingji's crotch. He said faintly, "You don't have any reaction, right?" Li Jingji's expression froze. If he had any reaction, he would admit that he was tempted. If he didn't, he would admit that he was impotent. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided not to lie to him. "Yes, I really don't have any reaction." "That's it." Yicheng nodded calmly and said seriously, "If you are not tempted, then no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will not arouse your desire. If you are tempted, then no matter how ugly a woman is, or even a man, you will fall into a sea of desire." "A man? A sea of desire?" Li Jingji narrowed his eyes. "I don't want to find a Dao companion in this world." Yicheng was stunned. A trace of relief flashed across his eyes. He was slightly relieved. Why? In this way, Li Jingji would not be alienated from him because of others. But why did he feel a little disappointed? Li Jingji thought that there was no need to hide it. In order to remind Yicheng, he analyzed, "Let me ask you, how are the resources in the mortal world and the situation of ascension?" "Oh." Yicheng shook his head. "The spiritual energy is getting scarce, and the resources are almost exhausted. In the secret realm in the mountains, there are fewer and fewer elixirs that can help improve cultivation. No cultivator has ascended for thousands of years." "That's it. If the two of us ascend, we will be extremely lucky. If we find a Dao companion, even if we ascend, we will have worries. Separated by two worlds, we may not be able to see each other for the rest of our lives." Yicheng sighed. "In this case, it is better not to be tempted. If you are not tempted, you will not be hurt and will not miss." Yicheng's 5 fingers hidden under his sleeves clenched slightly. If Li Jingji ascended, it would be fine if he could keep up with him. But if he was left to wander alone in this world until he grew old, he did not want to think about it. "You are not tempted. Either you or I cannot ascend?" Yicheng's nerves were tense. He suppressed his emotions and said, "Perhaps we will be separated forever." "Separated by 2 realms, unable to see each other for the rest of your life, would you be hurt and miss each other?" Li Jingji was stunned by the question. He subconsciously wanted to say that it was impossible, but on second thought, he could not help but be stunned. If Yicheng could not ascend, what should he do? Because of their experiences, Li Jingji never thought that Yicheng would not be able to ascend. Firstly, it was because Yicheng's willpower was not weak. The second reason was that Yicheng was a villain in the original novel who was no weaker than the protagonist in terms of ability and opportunity. Thirdly, Yicheng's cultivation had always been about the same as his. What if one of them ascended in advance? The immortal cultivation world was lonely and lonely. No one could trust or talk to anyone. Although he had been aware of this for a long time, Yicheng had always been by his side, which greatly diluted this sense of loneliness. If there was really only one person, he might want to return to the modern era. "So you have to hurry up and cultivate. Don't be too far behind me." Li Jingji pursed his lips and said, "If I have the signs of ascension before you, I'm willing to suppress my cultivation and wait for you for a while." Yicheng heard this and relaxed his hand slightly. "If I have the signs of ascension before you, I'll do the same." Hearing this, Li Jingji's heart was even more firm. Then it's settled. Where could he find a good friend who would not have conflicts because of interests, disagreements because of opportunities, and even more so, would not leave each other in the face of danger? Yicheng's lips curled slightly and he stood up in satisfaction. "Then let's go. These 2 people probably won't continue to go down." With that, the master and disciple, who were neatly dressed and had composed themselves, walked towards the passage. The man was still comforting the woman, as if he was making some kind of promise. Li Jingji watched as the harem member in the original novel gradually disappeared into the distance. He turned around and followed Yicheng. Although they would not have any interactions, he still wished her happiness. After walking for dozens of meters in the void, the 2 of them broke through the void and walked out. As soon as Yicheng stepped out, he stopped Li Jingji who was following behind him. "I'll use myself as bait to lure the enemy out. I'll trap the enemy, and you kill him in the void." Li Jingji hesitated for a moment, but still refused. It's too dangerous. If the poisonous insects attack suddenly, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist them alone. Don't worry. Yiqing raised his arm. At this moment, a layer of fine scales covered his fair fingers. My original form is that of a dragon, and I have the dragon scales to protect my body. Zerg here can't do anything to me. Li Jingji did not hesitate after hearing what he said. It might be more convenient for him to stay in the void and encircle the enemy. Moreover, he could also comprehend the power of space on a deeper level. That's good. Li Jingji nodded in agreement. You have to be careful too. After saying that, he took a step back and merged into the void. The crack in the void quickly closed until it disappeared. Yiqing looked at the void that had closed up and reached out to touch it. However, he only grasped a ball of void. At this moment, Li Jingji's voice sounded in his mind. I'm right beside you. Be careful. Li Jingji, who was hidden in the void, stood beside Yiqing. Although the other party and everything around him seemed to be covered in a layer of white fog, it did not affect his divine sense. He followed Yiqing and walked forward. Suddenly, the passage in front of them split into 4 paths. One path led forward, 2 paths led upward, and 1 path led downward. Yiqing stood at the fork and hesitated for a while. Then, he chose the path that led downward. He transmitted his voice to Li Jingji through the void. The target of our mission this time, the green tongue beetle, lives in the lower area. Li Jingji followed closely behind him. A light blue ball floated beside him. His eyes were full of vigilance. The green tongue beetle's carapace is as hard as armor. The death gate is its eye. It has tyrannical strength and is good at hiding. It lives alone. Yu carefully memorized the other party's hints. After walking for about 10 meters, there was another fork in the road. After recalling the map, Yu turned left. After turning left and right a few more times, Li Jingji, who was following in the void, was completely confused. Just as he was wondering if he could return safely, Yu suddenly made his move. His hands were as fast as lightning, and a long whip was quickly flung out. The tip of the whip drew an arc in the air before it was flung towards the corner of the passageway. Before it landed, the whip quickly exploded, turning into countless fine flames, and pounced towards the corner of the passageway from another angle. Li Jingji knew that the other party had discovered something. He immediately made a gesture. The water ball floating in front of him suddenly solidified and changed shape. It stretched and condensed into 3 slender and sharp icicles suspended in the void, ready to attack the prey at any time. The flames pounced to the corner of the passage ahead. In just a few breaths, they wrapped around a pitch-black object. Although they did not force the object out, they trapped it. The object wanted to escape far away, but the flames on its body seemed to be firmly stuck in the ground, making it unable to move. The pitch-black mass seemed to be struggling madly. The sparks wrapped around it changed into various shapes in the pitch-black passage. Finally, the mass seemed to be extremely angry. It slowly revealed itself, and a small green beetle appeared. Now is the time, Li Jingji made a gesture and waved his finger forward. The icicles that were hibernating in the void whizzed out. In just a flash, they escaped from the void and went straight to the beetle's pupil. The beetle was not stupid. It seemed to be observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around it at all times. As soon as the icicle appeared, it rolled to the left and dodged the icicle. Li Jingji's pupils shrank. The other 2 icicles followed and shot straight to the sides of the beetle. It was difficult for the beetle not to notice them. Sure enough, when the green beetle saw 2 more icicles coming, it repeated the same trick and rolled to the left. It even stretched out a piece of its carapace, as if it wanted to block the other icicle that it could not avoid. Puff, there was a slight sound of something entering its body. The flames wrapped around the green beetle scattered like little fireflies. It was beautiful in the darkness. There was a slender icicle in the green beetle's pupil, and the other icicle was bounced away by its green carapace. It could not penetrate even an inch. Li Jingji raised his eyebrows. This green tree beetle was quite smart and had a quick reaction. However, his last 2 attacks were aimed at its side. It was fine if it did not dodge, but the beetle was too smart and insisted on dodging. Yiqing manipulated his spiritual energy to cut out the green tree beetle's monster core and carapace and put them in his storage bag. The two of them were required to obtain the monster core and the green tree beetle respectively. Once the mission was completed, the original plan was to go out and submit the mission. After leaving the cave, they would enter this place for a long time of actual combat training. After Li Jingji left the void, he walked out with Yiqing. The other party was calm and composed in the winding passageway. When he stood at the entrance, Li Jingji did not doubt the other party's sense of direction for the first time. He felt that the other party could completely lead them into an era where they would not get lost without navigation. However, later on, Yiqing used his actions to tell Li Jingji that people could make mistakes, just as horses could stumble. The true meaning of these words. The two of them flew out of the netherworld cave. Li Jingji, who had planned to go directly to submit the mission, suddenly stopped and walked toward the pile of stalls by the cave. Yiqing followed closely. Although he was puzzled, he did not ask. Li Jingji picked in front of a grocery store and found that there were indeed many things suitable for use in the netherworld cave, such as insect-attracting stone, chi-obstructing pill, spirit retention pen, and so on. Although these things could not be used directly in battle, they were very useful in the netherworld cave. When he passed by the first level, most of the chi refinement cultivators were equipped with these things. Only then did he think of this place to take a look. Hey, senior, these are all practical things. Do you want some? The shop owner was a little old man. He waved a cattail leaf fan happily and said, I see that the pupils of the fellow Taoist beside you are red. I'm afraid that his night vision is not very good. Why don't you get the night vision glasses made by the assistant master? Li Jingji's hand paused and he looked up blankly. A pair of night vision glasses? The old man waved his fan. That's right. The people here have been staying underground for a long time. Due to various reasons, many people have varying degrees of night blindness. The redder the eyes, the more likely it is night blindness. There's no cure for it. Then, he took out a pair of dark sunglasses from the ground and handed them over respectfully. Here, this is Master Gao's night vision goggles. It can improve night blindness. Li Jingji took the glasses and looked at the smooth frame of the glasses that resembled a pair of toed glasses. He couldn't help but be silent. Who is this Master Gao? Oh, this Master Gao is so far away, but right in front of me. It's me. The old man seemed to be very proud. Hey, I'm not good at cultivation, but I'm good at refining weapons. I have a gas mask here that can prevent poisonous insect gas from entering the body, and these gas gloves. Li Jingji looked at the leather gloves and gas mask in front of him and couldn't help but wonder if this old man also wore a book. However, this thought only turned in his mind for a while before he suppressed it. In the end, he only picked the pair of sunglasses and handed them to Yiqing. Yiqing didn't take it. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Li Jingji. I don't have night blindness symptoms. You look handsome wearing them. Li Jingji tilted his head and put on the sunglasses. What do you think? Li Jingji was fair to begin with. His long hair was tied behind his head, and the black sunglasses were placed on the bridge of his nose. For some reason, he gave people the illusion that he was cold and cruel. You look good. Yiqing answered blankly. Yes, you look handsome. Li Jingji took off the sunglasses and handed them to Yiqing. For you. Then, he turned around to pick out something. In the end, he took a piece of bog-luring stone, left a spirit pen, paid for it, and left. Yiqing put the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and pursed his lips. Are we going to submit the mission? Let's go back to the cave abode first. Li Jingji turned around. You have to memorize Zerg's characteristics, the gate of death, and other key points. If you are separated by accident, you won't be restrained. Yiqing had been to the netherworld cave before, so he naturally had no objections to this matter. After nodding in agreement, the two of them turned into streaks of light and quickly left. After entering the cave mansion, they went into seclusion for 2 or 3 days. After coming out, they went straight to the Immortal Cave Pavilion. After returning the cave mansion, they received a refund of the rent. After that, the two of them went to the Allafairs Pavilion again. After handing in the mission, they went straight back to the entrance of the netherworld cave. Li Jingji stopped in front of the grocery store at the entrance again. This time, he was there to buy a storage bag. Yiqing looked at the storage bag in the other party's hand and asked with a voice transmission in confusion, "The two of us already have storage rings. Why do you still want to buy this?" Li Jingji shook his head and sighed. Although storage rings are convenient, most of the storage Dharma artifacts here are mainly storage bags. If we frequently take things out of storage rings, it won't be good if someone gets greedy and kills us to steal our treasures. So you want to buy a storage bag and pretend to take things out of the storage bag to confuse the existence of the storage ring? Yiqing understood. Yes. Li Jingji nodded. Just now, when the two of us took out the green tongue spider's demon core and shell from the storage ring, there was a Hiroyuki behind us that kept staring at the ring on my finger. Yiqing frowned, his red eyes showing dissatisfaction. If this kind of person really dares to covet anything, just come up and kill him. Even so, it's still troublesome. It's better to be careful. Li Jingji put the storage bag in his lapel and pulled Yiqing into the pitch-black entrance of the netherworld cave together. They arrived at the 4th floor with ease. The two of them walked along the pitch-black passage all the way. Perhaps it was because they didn't go too deep, but they didn't encounter any poisonous insects blocking their way. After walking for dozens of meters, they still didn't encounter any. Li Jingji stopped and frowned slightly. They had only walked a short distance on the path they chose before, but they encountered the albatross. Why was it so abnormal this time? Strange. Yiqing frowned and looked around. We're approaching the area where the poisonous insects are the most concentrated on the 4th floor, but the two of us haven't even seen a single poisonous insect. Li Jingji took out the illumination pearl and observed it carefully against the wall of the passage. He didn't answer Yiqing's question. Yiqing also leaned closer to take a look, only to find that there were 4 to 5 scratches of different depths on the soil of the passage. The color of the soil in the scratches was lighter, so it was obviously freshly scratched. Li Jingji shone the illumination pearl on the ground. Sure enough, a wave of cultivators should have just passed by in front of us. Look at this liquid. It hasn't dried up yet. Yiqing squatted down and took a closer look. It's obvious that it wasn't left here long ago. Li Jingji frowned and looked at the path ahead. He was hesitating whether to go back and change to another path when the surrounding spiritual aura began to tremble violently. Yiqing stood up and turned his head to look ahead. Just as he was about to say something, a flash of light came from the end of the passage. It seemed that a spell had been cast quickly. Then, 2 figures quickly retreated and appeared at the corner of the passage. After the two of them looked at each other, they silently restrained their auras to the lowest level. Li Jingji subconsciously stretched out his hand and wanted to tear open the void, but he was pulled back by Yu. He turned around and looked at the other in confusion. Yu shook his head and sent a sound transmission in a low voice. No, these two people are already nearby, and they might have already discovered the two of us. It's not safe to hide in the void now, and if this secret is exposed, then there will be endless trouble. Li Jingji was stunned. He also felt that these words were quite reasonable. He put down his hands and pulled Yiqing back half a step, hiding in the depression of the stone crack in the passage. Because it was too crowded, the two of them were tightly pressed together. Li Jingji moved his body, making a slight sound of cloth rubbing against each other. Although he felt that their posture was strange, he didn't think much about it. He released his divine sense and focused on observing the situation outside. Yiqing clung tightly to Li Jingji's back, feeling the restrained cold aura on Jingji's body. He pursed his lips, raised his arm slightly, and then wrapped it around Jingji's waist. He rested his chin on Jingji's shoulder and exhaled contentedly. He had been by Jingji's side for a long time. He always felt that something was not enough and that something was not satisfying. Now that he held Jingji in his arms, he realized that this was the right posture to get along with him. Although Li Jingji released his divine sense, he didn't lose his 5 senses. When his waist was hugged, he suddenly withdrew his divine sense and looked back in confusion. He whispered, "What are you doing?" Yiqing blinked and looked back at him innocently and aggrievedly. "It's too crowded. There's nowhere to put my hands. This saves space." Li Jingji looked at the large space he occupied and then looked at the space he left for Yiqing. He suddenly lost the right to question him and moved forward. Just as he was about to say something, the sound of fighting at the end of the passage stopped for a moment and someone spoke. Li Jingji didn't have time to care about their posture. He released his divine sense and carefully observed. Quick, fellow Daoist Chen, release your spirit beast to attract the attention of the demonic insect. A woman's voice came from the front. Okay. The other woman replied without hesitation. Then, a huge spider was released. As soon as the spider came out, it pounced forward and spat out a huge thing from its mouth. Roar. There was a loud roar. Because they were at the end of the passage, Li Jingji and Yiqing couldn't see the specific situation of the battle and the type of poisonous insect. However, the two women's voices revealed joy. The woman from before quickly said, "It's trapped." She turned to look at the woman behind her, who was the owner of the spirit beast. The heaven-destroying spider's spider silk is indeed worthy of its reputation. It can actually trap a poisonous insect like the tide dewworm in place. When little sister captured this heaven-destroying spider, it also took a lot of effort. The heaven-destroying spider's owner's tone had a hint of self-satisfaction. Big sister, there's no time to lose. Quickly send out your natal magic weapon to kill it. Okay. After the woman responded, she opened her mouth and spat out a yellow ball of light. The yellow ball expanded and turned into a copper ring. The copper ring paused in midair and smashed straight ahead. Bang! There was a loud sound. The copper ring seemed to have collided with an extremely hard object. It was accompanied by the heaven-destroying spider's hiss. One could imagine the intensity of the battle. The heaven-destroying spider's owner also threw out a red umbrella. Once the red umbrella was released, it shone brightly. After it opened up on its own, it spun and flew forward. Zerg's roar was even more intense. It seemed to be extremely angry. Li Jingji took the opportunity to transmit his voice to Yiqing. Isn't the tide dewworm a mutated demonic insect that only appears in the center of the fourth floor? Why would it appear here? Yiqing shook his head and transmitted his voice. Maybe it came out to hunt for prey. The tide dewworm likes to eat its own kind. Why would it come out to hunt? Li Jingji was still confused. Then, he lowered his head and frowned. Why are you still hugging me? Yiqing turned his head away. He didn't answer, but he didn't let go either. He looked like a scoundrel. You. Just as Li Jingji was about to break free, he heard an extremely clear tearing sound coming from the other side. Rip. It sounded like something was being torn apart. Then, there was the sound of something being eaten, accompanied by the shrill cries of insects. The two women seemed to have seen an extremely inconceivable scene. They shouted at the same time, "Not good. Retreat." The two of them flew backward at the same time. Their movements were extremely hurried. The owner of the spirit beast behind them had a pained expression and kept looking back. Fellow Daoist Chen, don't feel sorry for that heaven-destroying spider. Escape is more important. It's our bad luck that we encountered this rare demonic insect before we even entered the densely populated area of demonic insects. While the woman in front was flying quickly, she shouted behind her, "Where there's life, there's still life. You can have as many heaven-destroying spiders as you want." Li Jingji and Yu were hiding in a depression in the passageway. They watched this person quickly pass by and did not discover the existence of the two people. The woman who was following closely behind this person kept turning her head back and naturally discovered the two people hiding in the corner. She was shocked at first, but then she was overjoyed. She rushed forward and said, "Fellow Taoists, can you help us kill this demonic insect?" "What?" The woman in front stopped and said in surprise, "What? There are other cultivators here?" When the woman in front saw that there were indeed two people, she was immediately overjoyed. "If we have the assistance of two fellow Taoists, then the two of us will have a much greater chance of killing this rare demonic beast." Yiqing coldly snorted, his scarlet eyes filled with coldness. "How do you know that the two of us will help you?" Li Jingji was also quite depressed by the other party's matter-of-fact tone. "What makes you think that the two of us have no choice but to help you? Sister Chen is being presumptuous." The master of the heaven-destroying spider pressed down on the woman surnamed Chen and explained with a gentle smile, "That tide dewworm has been temporarily trapped by the two of us and will be able to escape in less than half an hour." Originally, this period of time was enough for the two of us to escape, but now that there are four of us, wouldn't it be easy to kill this demonic beast in one fell swoop? Li Jingji raised his eyebrows. The two of us don't want to cooperate with you. Your previous performance is enough to show that you are not a match for that Tide-Dew worm. After Yiqing heard Li Jingji's refusal, his expression became much better. That demonic beast is about to escape. Do you still intend to waste your breath here with us? As if in response to the situation, the demonic beast's angry roar came from the corner of the corridor, and the sound of tearing and crashing could be heard incessantly, as if the magic tools left behind by the two people were really about to be destroyed. The two people were originally ashamed and angry when they heard Li Jingji's words, but when they heard the tearing sound from the other side, they turned pale with fright and immediately turned into streaks of light and flew forward. After a few breaths of time, the demonic beast broke free and frantically crawled forward, accompanied by a violent aura. Yiqing and Li Jingji glanced at each other, and with great tacit understanding, they threw out two spells. The spell that Li Jingji threw out expanded into the wind and turned into an ice-white bird. As soon as the bird transformed, it raised its head and screeched in midair, crashing directly into the demonic beast that was rushing over. The spell Yiqing threw out turned into a crimson light screen, tightly enclosing the two of them. As the light screen expanded and contracted, a small crimson-flecked dragon suddenly pounced out and circled around the light screen, protecting the people inside the light screen. In the blink of an eye, the two people and the insect began to fight. The light ahead paused for a moment, and then the figures of the two women were revealed. The spirit beast's master stood in place and looked at the woman surnamed Chen beside him. Then, he looked at the situation in front of him and said hesitantly, "Fellow Taoist Chen, should we go and help? As you know, these demonic insects are quite powerful. These two are only at the early yuanying stage. I'm worried that they won't be able to handle it." The woman surnamed Chen looked at the battle in front of her with a gloomy expression. "No need. Let them fight. If both sides end up injured, wouldn't the two of us just benefit from it?" "But..." The woman was still hesitating. "Sister Pingting, there's no but." The woman surnamed Chen interrupted impatiently. "I invited these two just now because I was unwilling to destroy the treasure and not kill the demonic insects. Since these two are courting death, don't blame us for watching from the sidelines." The woman whose name was called bit her red lips and looked at the woman surnamed Chen with a strange expression. However, she didn't say anything in the end. After all, these two were the ones who refused to let them participate in the battle. Cultivators all had their own pride. Very few of them would stick to someone after being rejected. On this side, Yiqing and Li Jingji naturally found that the two women hadn't gone far. They stopped at a place that was neither close nor far. This made their movements quite restricted. At least, they couldn't use the power of space. However, the reason why they chose to watch from the sidelines was obvious. Naturally, they wanted to benefit from it. A trace of killing intent flashed in Yiqing's crimson eyes. "These two deserve to die. Don't be so irritable." Li Jingji controlled the ice bird to fight the demonic insects. He separated some of his attention and patted the other party's shoulder comfortingly. This kind of situation is very common in the cultivation world. Not to mention that we don't know these two people, even fellow Taoists who are close to each other will fight when there's an uneven distribution of benefits or when there's a great crisis. Yiqing was comforted by the other party's pat, but it was impossible for him to swallow the vexation of being schemed against. What's more, these two people interrupted his time alone with Jingji. They deserved to die, of course. This was the main reason why he said damn it. Seeing that Li Jingji was casting spells with ease, as if it was not strenuous at all, he was relieved. The leaf regent snorted coldly and threw out a scarlet long whip behind him, directly sweeping towards the two women. The strong wind was mixed with the aura of heaven devouring. The two women turned pale with fright and immediately flew backwards to avoid the sudden attack. The tip of the scorching whip brushed past their cheeks. As the tongue of flame flickered, it even burned their eyebrows. They were battered and exhausted. The woman surnamed Chen was so angry that she laughed. She stared at the black-haired man in the light curtain and said coldly, "Die in there with your Taoist companion." She raised her hand and released a stream of earthy yellow spiritual energy. As soon as the spiritual energy left her body, it turned into thick earth and stone and quickly fell to the ground of the passage. It condensed and piled up, becoming thicker and thicker. In the end, the nearly 10-meter-long passage was cut into two. Ping-Ting was stunned by everything that happened in the blink of an eye. She looked at the woman surnamed Chen in confusion. Fellow Taoist Chen, why didn't you confront that person directly? Instead, you built an obstacle here? Moreover, this kind of soil layer can be pushed down with a little force. Didn't you notice? Although the woman surnamed Chen had built a soil layer, she still had a dignified expression, which was completely different from her previous arrogance. Although that person threw out a fire whip, look. She reached out and grabbed the woman's lapel, only to see that the eyebrows that had just fallen off had been frozen by white ice crystals. This? Ping-Ting turned pale with fright. Just now, when the fire whip was thrown, it was obviously filled with extreme yang qi. How could it be frozen? Extreme yang I spiritual root. The woman surnamed Chen frowned and said slowly, this kind of cultivator, even if he's only at the early stage of yuanning, is not someone you and I can fight against. Although Ping-Ting didn't understand what the extreme yang I spirit root was, she obviously knew the pros and cons of it, so she pulled the other party's sleeve and retreated. The two of us have already gained a lot here, so why don't we leave quickly and not provoke them anymore? The woman surnamed Chen narrowed her eyes and smiled. There's no need to worry. The two of us will continue to wait here. Although the two of them are somewhat different, that demonic insect is already close to metamorphosis. It's not something the two of them can deal with. The woman calmly continued to thicken the soil layer, and a trace of shrewdness appeared in her eyes. In a moment, when they discover they're no match for us, this earth wall shield will become an obstacle. When Ping-Ting heard this, she didn't tacitly agree with the woman's point of view. Instead, she turned into a streak of light and quickly left. Fellow Taoist Chen, the two of us don't share the same path. Let's meet again another day. The woman surnamed Chen watched Ping-Ting leave and didn't say anything. In any case, there would be one less person to split the spoils with. Although the tide-dew insect was ferocious, its demonic core was an essential ingredient for refining pills that increased the thickness of one's primordial spirit. Its shell was also extremely precious. With this thought, the woman's eyes became even more fervent. Her hands continuously moved faster, and some fire-attribute spiritual qi was slowly mixed into the earth spiritual qi. On the other side of the stone wall, Yiqing was still in a daze. What did he just hear? That woman said he died in there with his Tao companion, right? Although she was cursing him, why did he suddenly feel that this woman didn't deserve to die so much? Yiqing's fingers hidden under his sleeves rubbed together. When he recalled the feeling of hugging her just now, his scarlet eyes were filled with realization. That's right, if he made Li Jingji his Tao companion, he could hug her to his heart's content, entangle her to his heart's content, and do some intimate actions to his heart's content. But she said she didn't want to find a Tao companion in the lower realm. Yiqing's mind wandered for a moment, but he was suddenly kicked. He saw Li Jingji frowning as he transmitted his voice over. Why are you in a daze? I called you twice and you didn't hear me. I'm entangled with this demonic insect's divine ability and can't break away. Quickly attack me from the side. Li Jingji's two hands were tightly forming a hand seal. The ice bird exploded into dozens of smaller ones, circling around in the air incessantly. The icy white fog carried with it a chill that trapped the tide-dew insect in the middle. But Yiqing discovered that the tide-dew insect was also crazily devouring the icy white fog. He was immediately enraged. Although the icy white spiritual qi was spat out from the icebird's mouth, it was indeed Li Jingji's original spiritual qi. This demonic insect was actually so greedy as to devour the spiritual qi. Immediately, he was a little annoyed that he had been distracted. He didn't have time to think about anything else. With a wave of his hand, he threw the small flood dragon away and scattered the crimson whip in the air. The spiritual qi continuously changed as it scattered, finally forming a dense array of beads in the air. The beads paused for a moment, then smashed towards the demonic insect like hailstones. But the demonic insect was not afraid of the beads in the air. It opened its big mouth and wanted to swallow them all. Yiqing didn't stop it and allowed it to swallow the beads. But the moment the beads entered its mouth, his hand seal changed again. The moment the beads disappeared, Li Jingji's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately formed a hand seal and the ice birds in the air turned from dozens to 10, then 10 to 1. The remaining one let out a soft cry in the air and slowly flew back. Stretching out his left arm, he forced the power of thunder and lightning out of his meridians. A lightning arc as thick as a bull's mouth shot out and rushed straight towards the demonic insect. As the lightning arc bounced, the momentum of destroying heaven and earth rushed towards them. Yicheng's hand seal was formed, and the demonic insect's stomach trembled like thunder. The demonic insect seemed to be tortured by the pain. It couldn't even maintain its standing position and rolled on the ground. At this moment, the lightning arc swarmed over. Boom! The demonic insect was turned into charcoal on the spot and could no longer move. At this moment, the soil layer behind the two slowly melted. At the end of the soil layer, the joy on the face of the woman, surnamed Chen, turned into shock and fear. The woman took a step back in fright, the panic in her eyes slowly fading away, replaced by calmness in the blink of an eye. She waved her hands, leaving behind a wall of fire in the air, then turned and ran. Her movements were smooth, all in the blink of an eye. Li Jingji had just taken a step forward when the woman turned a corner and disappeared in a cloud of dust. Li Jingji withdrew his hand in embarrassment, frowned, and said seriously, "She ran away. Looks like my face is still very intimidating." Yicheng replied casually, still staring blankly at the end of the passage, as if thinking about something. Li Jingji didn't pay much attention to him. He bent down and manipulated his spiritual energy to harvest the tide dew worm's yao core and outer shell. When he cut inside, he found that the tide dew worm's insides were in a mess, as if its organs had been twisted into a ball by something. His hand paused slightly, and when he thought of the ice bead Yicheng released, he couldn't help but blush with shame. Although he knew about Yicheng's methods, seeing the truth now was still a bit frightening. Although he thought so, his hand didn't stop moving. After putting the dark green yao core into his storage ring, he threw out a ball of ice flame. The ball of ice flame landed on the remains of the tide dew worm, quickly freezing it and finally turning it into countless ice crystals that scattered on the ground. When he looked up again, he found that Yicheng was still in a daze. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was rare to see him in such a state, but today he was in a daze again, and the tips of his ears were strangely red. "Do you like that girl?" Li Jingji tilted his head and asked, his eyes full of thought. "Ah?" Yicheng seemed to be suddenly awakened and asked in confusion. Li Jingji saw that the other party was trying to hide something, so he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "That fellow Daoist Chen's character isn't good. He's obviously not a good match." "I'm not," Yicheng subconsciously retorted. When he realized what Li Jingji was talking about, he immediately exploded. "I don't like her." Li Jingji was shocked by his attitude and couldn't help but hesitate. "Then why are you looking in the direction that the woman disappeared with red ears?" Yicheng coughed awkwardly. His gaze drifted as he asked, "Jingji, have you ever thought about your future Dao companion?" Li Jingji was stunned by the sudden question. He thought about it carefully and realized that he had never thought about it before. In the past, he still had the habit of looking at beautiful women. However, ever since he set foot in the cultivation world, he was used to looking at beautiful women. Thus, this requirement naturally didn't need to be a requirement. What should a future Dao companion be like? Yicheng stared intently at Li Jingji, who was lost in his own thoughts. He couldn't help but breathe heavily. Just now, he thought that Jingji didn't find a Dao companion in the lower realm because he was worried about the separation between the two realms. If he could ascend at the same time as him, or if he was willing to wait for him, would Jingji agree to his request? Oh. Li Jingji's brows furrowed even tighter. The more he thought about it, the emptier his mind became. He couldn't think of what kind of Dao companion he wanted. All kinds of girls ran through his mind, but no one stayed. In the end, he still couldn't trust anyone. As for what he couldn't trust, it was probably because he had placed all his trust in one person. Yicheng heard the other party say "oh" and waited stiffly. However, after waiting for a while, he still didn't hear anything else. He couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, Li Jingji sighed and said dejectedly, he probably wants to find someone he trusts and can entrust his back to. Then, he smiled and patted Yicheng's shoulder. "If he can't find someone, it's good to have you around." Yicheng's body stiffened from the pat, but his eyes were unusually bright. He stared intently at Li Jingji and asked slowly, "Someone like me?" he asked confusingly. Li Jingji frowned and was about to say that it wasn't someone like him, but on second thought, someone as trustworthy as him wasn't wrong. Yes, someone like you. Yiqing heard this and coughed twice before turning around. He hid his burning ears in the darkness and forced himself to calm down. Then let's continue forward. I don't know why the tide dewworm left its nest and came here. With his back facing Li Jingji, he couldn't help but smile. Li Jingji didn't intend to change the topic, and he frowned as he asked. Why did you suddenly ask about Dao companions? He paused for a moment before suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that you found someone you like? After guessing that his good brother had someone in mind, the first thing that came to his mind was not blessings. After he has a Dao companion, will he still be my Dao companion? Will he still share a storage bag with me? Will he still wander the immortal cultivation world with me? If the person in mind is that woman surnamed Chen, will he be instigated to fight with me? The more he thought about it, the darker Li Jingji's expression became. Based on the above analysis, he felt that regardless of whether Yiqing had a Dao companion or not, it would destroy their relationship. So, things like Dao companions are useless apart from dual cultivation to improve their cultivation techniques. He said with a sullen face. Yiqing was about to reply, you are the one in mind. But when he heard Li Jingji's words, he swallowed the words back down his throat. Why? Can't Dao companions share honor and disgrace, share memories, and accompany each other for eternity? Yiqing said softly, you're still young. Don't be so extreme. Dao companions are still very useful. Li Jingji turned to look at Yiqing and narrowed his eyes. Aren't we sharing honor and disgrace now? Is there anything that I don't know about since you were young? The immortal cultivation world is full of dangers. Eternal life is too elusive. I won't consider it. After a pause, he continued, besides, even if you have eternal life, you can't touch or grasp feelings. Who can guarantee that they won't change? He had to firmly suppress Yiqing's thoughts of finding a Dao companion. Yiqing was silent. He actually couldn't find a way to refute Li Jingji's words. According to Li Jingji's point of view, he seemed to have done all the things that Dao companions could do. Besides, Yiqing didn't seem to trust feelings. Should he still propose to promote their relationship? He weighed the pros and cons. If he said his plan now, he might be rejected and create a gap between them. If he tried to find out Yiqing's plan in the future, it wouldn't be too late to mention it when he was confident. Anyway, Yiqing didn't intend to find someone else. As long as he stayed by her side, everything would be fine, right? Having made up his mind, Yiqing hid the words he had just swallowed back into his heart. I don't have anyone in mind. Yiqing's face was full of agreement. He nodded and said seriously, I'm just curious. I'm not looking for a Dao companion. Only then did Li Jingji feel relieved, and his face was full of admiration. He patted the other party's shoulder and sighed. Cultivators should prioritize cultivation, and it's better to think less about relationships. Even dual cultivation, although the effects are obvious, it can still be cultivated back after a few days. Yiqing nodded. I've already given my primordial yang initial essence to you. If I find a Dao companion for dual cultivation, the effects will probably be greatly reduced. There's really no need to find another. Li Jingji thought of the wisp of primordial yang initial essence that had been wandering around his meridians. He silently turned around. The two of us had better hurry up and move forward. With that, he strode forward. Yiqing quickly followed. The corners of his tightly pursed lips curled up slightly. Since he had decided to take it slow, he had to get information from every angle. He was the most suitable one for Yiqing. Why did the tide dewworm walk out of its nest? Li Jingji dragged Zhao Mingzhu and muttered softly as he walked. He clearly didn't want to pay attention to the previous topic. Yiqing didn't dwell on that question either. He pondered seriously for a moment and connected it to the tide dewworm's living habits. He said softly, maybe it's because its home was stolen? Li Jingji stopped in his tracks and subconsciously denied it. That's impossible. There aren't many insects on the 4th level that can compete with the tide dewworm. If there really were, this demonic insect wouldn't have been able to settle down in the central area for so many years. Hearing this, Yu was also slightly confused. Just now, that tide-dew worm was clearly about to transform. Perhaps you don't know the habits of demonic beasts that have transformed. At this stage, demonic beasts definitely won't take even half a step out of their nest, because during this period, some of the demonic beast's divine abilities will be greatly weakened. So that's why those two women were able to fight it for so long? Li Jingji came to a realization. No wonder the two of us were able to kill the rare demonic insect so easily. Yi Yu sighed and patted the other party's shoulder. No matter what, our goal is only to condense our skill proficiency and cooperate well. So what if there really is an extremely powerful demonic insect? Don't you still have the void? Li Jingji nodded. Indeed. If it's really the worst-case scenario, the two of us can just hide in the void. He tapped the air with his fingertips and felt much more at ease. The two of them didn't stop and continued to move forward. The deeper they went, the more varied the demonic insects were and the more powerful they became. It took quite a bit of effort to kill them. After turning 4 or 5 forks, the road ahead suddenly narrowed. There was only a small path that could only allow one person to pass sideways. Yiqing identified the location of the small path and said, "After passing through this path, we'll enter the central area of the 4th floor. The demonic insects here are completely incomparable to those outside." Li Jingji nodded seriously with a serious expression. Most of the Zerg's nests on the 4th floor are located here. If we're not careful, we might die. We need to be careful. Yiqing suddenly thought of something. Hurry up and enter the void. Although Li Jingji was a little confused, he still did as he was told. He spread out his 5 fingers and tore open a black crack in the air. A black hole formed in the void. Yiqing hurriedly pulled him into it. Before he could ask, he suddenly felt the Chao Palace in his sea of consciousness tremble violently and fly out. Although Li Jingji was being pulled along, his face was full of confusion. This passage was extremely narrow. Why was it that after entering this void, the Chao Palace could not be affected by the scenery outside the void and become so huge? Although he was puzzled, he had already followed Yiqing to the entrance of the Hidden Tools Pavilion. When he stepped into the room, he saw Yiqing walking towards the shelves of body-type magic tools. After picking for a while, he saw Yiqing take out a light pink silk handkerchief. "This is..." Li Jingji glanced at the pink silk handkerchief and asked with a frown, "A woman's item?" Yiqing looked at the color with a face full of disdain, but he did not explain. After shaking one hand and injecting spiritual energy into it, Li Jingji found that there were some subtle changes in Yicheng's palm that was covered by the silk handkerchief. Huh? Li Jingji raised his eyebrows and took 2 steps forward to take a closer look. However, he saw that Yicheng's palm seemed to be soaked in water. It was blurry and could not be seen clearly. "Try releasing your divine sense again?" Yicheng waved the silk handkerchief in his hand and reminded him. Li Jingji did as he was told. His divine sense casually swept out and suddenly paused. When he swept back again, it was still empty, as if Yicheng's hand had been cut off. "This?" Li Jingji looked at the silk handkerchief with a slightly changed expression. "This magic tool can actually block divine sense?" Although it was not an extremely rare magic tool and was even rather useless in bright places, at this moment, this magic tool was like sending charcoal in the snow. The underground world was dark. If there were no illumination pearls and vision was blocked, divine sense would become the main supernatural power to find the way. This was the case for cultivators, and most of the demonic insects that did not have night vision were the same. Yes. Yicheng increased the speed of injecting spiritual energy. He saw that the silk handkerchief was like a living thing, slowly climbing up his arm. Finally, Yicheng's entire body was enveloped by it. Before Li Jingji could exclaim in amazement, the other party grabbed his hand. Then, he felt a hot spiritual energy slowly climbing up his skin and spreading to his entire body, enveloping him completely. Li Jingji's divine sense swept over his feet, and sure enough, the itch disappeared. He nodded. If he ignored the itch on his skin, this magic weapon would be perfect. But he couldn't ignore it. So itchy. He turned to look at Yicheng expressionlessly. Must we use this method to hide the two of them? This kind of itch was not the itch after being bitten by a mosquito. Instead, it was like being slowly licked by something. It was hard to describe the specific feeling, but it was strange to the touch. Yiqing shook his head and sighed. This is the only way. After all, the handkerchief is only so big. We can only share it by holding hands. Give it to me. Li Jingji narrowed his eyes. Yiqing was stunned and asked in confusion, what? The jade slip. Li Jingji narrowed his eyes and leaned closer. Don't think I don't know that you secretly looked at the encyclopedia of magic weapons on the bookshelf. Give it to me. Yiqing silently turned his head and said expressionlessly, it's not like you don't know what's in the storage ring. How can there be an encyclopedia of magic weapons? Li Jingji frowned and then slowly relaxed. The other party had interrupted his cultivation once during his last closed-door cultivation. Because he had reached a critical point in his cultivation, he did not pay attention to the other party. However, when his divine sense swept over, the other party was indeed looking at the jade slip. After that, he checked the jade slip on the bookshelf, but found that the encyclopedia of magic weapons that he had originally intended to look at was missing. However, there was indeed no extra jade slip in the storage ring. Could it be that he had misunderstood the other party? Since it was not Yiqing who took it, then where did the jade slip that recorded the encyclopedia of magic weapons go? Did it turn into a butterfly and fly away? His thoughts drifted further and further away. Li Jingji, who was imagining the supernatural disappearance at the bottom of the sea, did not notice that Yiqing, who was beside him, raised his eyebrows with a hint of smugness. In the bedroom next door, between the ice bed and the bookshelf, a light purple jade slip was carelessly stuffed in the middle, unable to move. Alright, since that's the case, then you've indeed looked at this jade slip, right? Li Jingji asked after coming back to his senses. Do you know how to use all the magic weapons? Here? Yiqing shook his head and said, some of them are not recorded, while some of their functions are recorded. That one seems to have been engraved by the master of the ice palace. After a pause, he added, after I finished looking at that jade slip, it turned into specks of light and dissipated into the world. Li Jingji pondered for a while and nodded seriously. In that case, then keep all these magic weapons, lest we encounter a situation where we regret not having enough magic weapons when we use them. Yiqing had already planned to do this. He immediately raised his finger, and the storage ring glowed with an icy blue light. The entire row of bookshelves in the room disappeared. Li Jingji frowned. Why did you keep the bookshelves as well? Yiqing's expression did not change, and he explained confidently, if the order was disrupted, I would not remember the functions of the magic weapons. Li Jingji was speechless. This was like Yiqing remembering the Chinese and pinyin of a text separately. If the order of pinyin and Chinese was disrupted, then nothing would match. Li Jingji looked at the hand that was tightly held and felt a strong sense of itchiness. He rubbed his temples weakly. Let's go. I still have to find out why the ice palace was placed in the void. With that, he turned around and left. When Yiqing saw that Li Jingji did not shake his hand off, joy flashed across his face, and he quickly followed after him. Standing at the entrance of the ice palace, the two of them were deep in thought. Although the narrow passageway outside was blurry, it still existed. However, this huge ice palace completely ignored the scenery outside. It was like a huge mountain that rolled up and sat there in a daze. Yiqing stood on the ground and placed his hand on the earthen wall outside. He could feel the earth and rocks in his hand clearly. He dug slightly and some dirt even fell off. Li Jingji placed his hand on the other side of the earthen wall, but he only touched a piece of nothingness. Letting go of Yiqing's hand, Li Jingji placed both his hands on the earthen wall, but they both missed. He turned around and saw that Yiqing was also looking at him with a face full of shock. Yiqing stared at Li Jingji's face in a slight daze. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Li Jingji turn around and take a step forward. He actually went straight through the earthen wall. The earthen wall was like an illusory curtain that had no effect on Li Jingji, who was in the void. He watched as Li Jingji walked further and further away. His heart felt a little stuffy. He quickly took 2 steps forward, wanting to catch up, but he suddenly bumped into the earthen wall. Li Jingji heard a dull thud and turned around to look, only to see a stream of blood slowly flowing out from Yu's tall nose. Coupled with the other party's slightly red eyes due to the pain, he looked very pitiful. Jingji. Yiqing stared at him helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned back into a small dragon that was a few feet long with a bang. He curled up on the ground, feeling wronged. His bean-like eyes were full of helplessness. Li Jingji's pupils contracted. He walked over and lifted the other party up. He gently used his thumb to wipe away the blood under the other party's nose. The delicate little dragon wrapped its tail around the other party's arm, looking extremely weak. "Does it hurt a lot?" Li Jingji asked worriedly as he pinched the dragon's body that was softer than before. "Yes," Yiqing said softly. He hooked his little claws twice as if he wanted to hold up his forehead, but he had to give up because his claws were too short. "My head is so dizzy, and I feel like vomiting." Li Jingji's expression was grave. He knew that ordinary people would get a concussion if they hit the wall too hard, but he really didn't know if cultivators who could see their own bodies would get a concussion. "Can you walk on your own?" Li Jingji rubbed the other party's forehead and asked softly. Yiqing rested his head on the other party's arm with a look of enjoyment. His little tail wrapped tightly around the other party's wrist. He said weakly, "I feel dizzy if I move a little. I'm afraid I can't walk." Li Jingji nodded. He glanced at the earthen wall behind him, then turned around and stored the ice palace in his mind. "Jingji, what happened just now?" Yiqing looked up. He raised his eyebrows and squeezed his bean-like eyes into triangular shapes. His eyes were full of confusion. Li Jingji shook his head and sighed. "I don't know either. I seem to have broken through some kind of boundary just now. The earthen wall seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Could it be that a critical point in the void was broken?" Yiqing guessed. "Maybe." Li Jingji nodded thoughtfully. He remembered the title of the original novel, Master of a Realm. If his understanding of the void deepened, perhaps he would not only be unable to touch the barrier in the future. Li Jingji put aside his doubts and was about to tear open the void to leave when he suddenly saw a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. There were two figures in the light. From this angle, it was obvious that someone was walking over while holding a reflection pearl. Li Jingji put down his hand and took half a step back to the earthen wall. He waited quietly. Yiqing rested his head on Li Jingji's body and looked up lazily at the end of the tunnel. When Li Jingji was not paying attention, his flood dragon body quietly tightened around him. The light on the other side grew brighter and brighter. In the end, a man and a woman turned the corner of the tunnel and completely exposed their figures to Li Jingji and Yiqing. When the two of them saw who it was, their expressions were poles apart. Yiqing turned his head away in disgust, but suddenly remembered that the other party had called him and Jingji Dao companions. Li Jingji raised his eyebrows with a complicated expression when he saw who it was. He lowered his head to look at Yiqing, only to see the other party's head resting on his shoulder. Although he could not see the other party's expression, the two small bumps on his head were slightly red. Was he shy? Fellow Daoist Chen, those two shouldn't have walked so far in, right? However, at this moment, the man outside suddenly spoke. "If they go any further, they will reach the central area of the ground floor." The woman surnamed Chen shook her head with certainty. "Those two are extremely powerful. Even if you were to fight against them, it would be difficult to tell who is stronger." She pointed at the path they came from and said solemnly, "The demonic insect's body was still there just now. If it wasn't killed by those two, who else could it be? Fellow Daoist, please don't joke around. I am a cultivator at the peak of the mid-stage Yuanying realm. According to what you said, those two are only at the early stage Yuanying realm. How could they be evenly matched against me?" The man shook his head and said casually, "Fellow Daoist, you promised to give me the Tide Dew Worm's demonic core and outer shell after I killed those two." "Of course. I am already very embarrassed to ask you for help. If I were to snatch your position, wouldn't I be too shameless?" The woman surnamed Chen chuckled. The two of them smiled at each other and walked past Li Jingji in the void. Li Jingji raised his eyebrows as he watched the two of them pass by. He said in a low voice, "I don't care what kind of feelings you have for this woman surnamed Chen. I will not keep her alive." "Ah?" Yiqing's eyes were filled with confusion. "What kind of feelings?" Li Jingji ignored him. He cast a spell with one hand and condensed hundreds of long needles in one breath. In an instant, a cold air rushed toward them. As soon as the ice needle appeared, Li Jingji's hand movement suddenly changed. The sharp ice needle trembled in the void, and mixed with a strong wind, it shot towards the woman surnamed Chen at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the void and directly pounced on the woman's back. The two people who were walking forward felt the fluctuations of spiritual qi as soon as the ice needles appeared. Before they could turn around, they had already put on a thick layer of spiritual qi armor. However, the woman was still a step too late. After all, the ice needles pierced through the air and were very close to where she was. As soon as the layer of light yellow spirit qi armor condensed, several ice needles had already pierced her back. As soon as the ice needle pierced the other party's body, Li Jingji quickly formed another seal. The ice needle that was originally stuck in the other party's flesh suddenly exploded, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The ice shards that exploded quickly turned into ice flames, trapping the woman surnamed Chen within. Icy qi wantonly spread and the woman in the ice flames gradually froze. Her face and body were covered in frost and finally, she turned into specks of ice crystals and dissipated in the air. All of this happened in the span of a few breaths. The woman didn't even have time to scream and the male cultivator beside her didn't even have time to react before she disappeared. Fellow Taoist Chen. The male cultivator quickly reacted and took out a tortoiseshell shield from his storage pouch. As soon as the shield appeared, it grew in size and blocked the woman's body. After doing all this, the male cultivator was still very vigilant. He took out a light pearl from his storage pouch and began to look around. Everything just happened too quickly. He didn't even have time to analyze the position of the person who attacked him before fellow Taoist Chen died. However, those ice needles were clearly aimed at fellow Taoist Chen. Although he wasn't afraid of these strange ice needles, he definitely wouldn't have felt good if he had been hit. The aura that was revealed from the ice needles was a Yuaniying cultivator. At the very least, it was a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of the Yuaniying realm or a demon cultivator who was about to transform. However, the surroundings were empty. He released his spiritual sense and scanned the earth walls inch by inch, probing the surroundings bit by bit, but found nothing. There were no people or demon insects hiding around. At the very least, there was no one here whose cultivation was lower than his. Just as he was vigilant of his surroundings, a fierce red whip lashed out at his head. As the tongue of flame flickered, the air was frozen and distorted. As soon as the flame whip appeared, the male cultivator was stunned and muttered to himself, "So there really is a Xianxia spirit root in this world." Although he was surprised, the movements of his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. A small crimson ruler slowly flew out from his storage bag. He slowly recited a spell, and a silver flame gradually flashed on the surface of the small ruler. The flame quickly spread in all directions. The man held the ferrule with a single hand and swung it towards the crimson-red whip. Crack! With a loud bang, the scarlet whip turned into sparks and dissipated. Li Jingji, who was hiding in the void, was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He frowned and said, "A supreme-grade magic weapon." Magic weapons were also divided into ranks. Low-grade magic weapons were the worst, mid-grade magic weapons were slightly better, and upper-grade magic weapons were second only to supreme-grade magic weapons. Naturally, there were better magic weapons above supreme-grade magic weapons. However, even mid-grade magic weapons were extremely rare in the cultivation world, let alone upper-grade and supreme-grade magic weapons. Every innate skill required a lot of time to study and experiment if one wanted to use it flexibly. One also needed to spend a lot of money to support one's research and trials. However, cultivators had spirit stones but didn't use them on cultivation. If they had time, how could they be willing to waste it? Therefore, except for those cultivators who didn't have the heart to cultivate and didn't have the heart to improve, who would do that? Even if there were some supreme-grade magic weapon refinement masters, they were all monopolized by the big clans and sections. Therefore, supreme-grade magic weapons had become priceless. Therefore, most of the magic weapons that appeared in fights of magical powers between cultivators were mid-grade magic weapons. High-grade cultivators who were shy of money directly used skills and cultivation methods to fight. Of course, there were also rich high-level cultivators who could obtain very good magic weapons to defeat their enemies. The magic weapons that Li Jingji and Yiqing found in the Ice Palace were neither upper-grade nor supreme-grade magic weapons. They were ancient magic weapons. The cultivation world had been evolving since ancient times. After tens of thousands of years, the cultivation methods of these magic weapons had been lost and changed. There were thousands of variations. Ancient magic weapons weren't necessarily much stronger than modern magic weapons, but the cultivation methods had long been lost. Therefore, when Xianxia saw that the small ruler that the other party took out was actually a supreme-grade magic weapon, he naturally became slightly distracted. Yi's attack had failed, and he had also noticed Xianxia's slight stupefaction. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed. He, who had wholeheartedly wanted to show off in front of Xianxia, gritted his teeth, and with a flick of his tail, he sent out a pitch-black spirit chi dragon. As soon as the small dragon appeared, the surrounding air became dark and distorted due to the heat. It swung its tail and was about to fly out, but its tail was pinched by a hand. The black little dragon swung its tail shyly, but it didn't manage to get rid of the troublesome hand. It turned around angrily, only to see Yiqing staring at its tail enviously. Xianxia frowned and pulled the small black dragon back, throwing it onto Yiqing's claws. "You're dizzy, so rest well. If you release your original body, it might attract danger. Don't move, I'll do it." After saying that, he was about to cast a spell, but Yiqing hooked his robe with his claws. "I know a magic weapon that can deal with him." Xianxia paused, and the ice crystals that had just condensed suddenly scattered. "What?" Yiqing rummaged through the ring on his claw for a while, then took out a broken porcelain bowl. "This." Xianxia glanced at the broken bowl and then at the silver-flamed ferrule in the man's hand. His face was full of disbelief as he said, "I haven't seen the magic weapon encyclopedia." "Don't lie to me." Yiqing swung his tail, pointed the broken bowl at the man outside, and slowly chanted a spell. Xianxia noticed that the broken bowl's mouth was slowly condensing a small ball of wind. Although the ball of wind was very powerful, even a person with a cultivation level like Xianxia's could feel his spirit energy rapidly depleting when touched by the ball of wind at the mouth of the bowl. This broken bowl could actually forcibly deprive people of their spirit energy. Yiqing stared intently at the man who was wrapped in protective spirit energy. He chanted the spell even faster, and the ball of wind kept increasing in number. The broken bowl could no longer contain so many balls of wind. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly in the ball of wind. He subconsciously wanted to block it, but the ball of wind instantly left the void and pounced directly on the other party's two magic weapons. The man seemed to be very confident in his magic weapons. He didn't care about the few small balls of wind that came out of nowhere. He stretched out his hand and flicked a dark red spell. After seeing the man's spirit energy envelop the ball of wind, he ignored it. However, his eyes were fixed on the position where the ball of wind appeared. After what happened just now, he could roughly guess that someone had used a secret technique to hide here. The other party had chosen to kill fellow Daoist Chen directly, not because of a personal grudge, but because the other party's ability was weak. It was better to get rid of one than to fight two people at once. A look of contempt flashed across the man's face. He probably knew who the person hiding was. Since he knew that the two people's cultivation was not as good as his, he was relieved. An enemy who he didn't know was always more terrifying than an enemy who he knew. The man, who was still vigilant in the void, didn't realize that the ball of wind he casually dismissed just now had swallowed up his two spells. Now it was attached to the tortoiseshell shield and crazily devouring it. In just the blink of an eye, the light on the shield had weakened significantly. The man had already thrown two spells toward the open space, but obviously he didn't get anything. Those spells seemed to really spread out from the air. Although the man had a top-grade magic weapon in hand, it was useless if he couldn't find the person. After all, the enemy was in the dark, and he was in the light. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. The man held the ferrule with one hand and reached out to touch the tortoiseshell above his head. He was about to escape quickly, but his body suddenly stiffened. The spirit energy on the tortoiseshell was wrong. This was a high-grade magic weapon. Although its power was not as good as that of the top-grade magic weapon, the spirit energy it contained was naturally extremely rich. But at this time, the spirit on this tortoiseshell shield was only at the level of an intermediate-grade magic weapon. The man's face was stunned for a moment. He no longer had the intention to stay after being vigilant. He rolled up the spirit around his body and flew away quickly. Yicheng, who was in the void, dragged the bowl with his claws. He stared at the man who was about to turn with gloomy eyes, and he softly spat out a word. Immediately, Li Jingji saw a scene that he would never forget. He saw that the broken bowl emitted a dark light curtain. The light flickered, and the tortoiseshell shield suspended above the man's head trembled slightly. It flew from the top of his head and fell straight into Li Jingji's hand. Before he had time to ask, he saw that the ferrule that was originally tightly held in the man's hand also emitted a burst of silver flame uncontrollably. The scorching aura spread out. The man was startled by the change that happened in the blink of an eye. The ferrule in his hand moved quickly as if it was about to fly out of his hand. However, the ferrule's temperature was getting higher and higher. The man's hand could not help but loosen. With this, the silver ferrule quickly flew out, broke through the air in front of the man, and disappeared in front of him. Looking at the empty space, the man pulled the corners of his mouth dryly. "Two fellow Taoists, can you come out for a chat?" His attitude was respectful, and he no longer had the attitude of wanting to kill and seize the treasure. However, although his attitude was like this, the protective spirit energy around his body was constantly thickening. Around the palms hidden under the sleeves of his robe, strange spirit energy balls also appeared. "You're not allowed to go out." Yicheng, who was in the void, was the first to protest. Li Jingji weighed the ruler in his hand and said with a smile, "If I go out, it's either peace or a big fight. I might even have to spit out the fat meat in my mouth. Do you think I will go out?" He was not a pig. Yicheng nodded in relief. "Then quickly get rid of this person. We have been here for a long time." Just as he was about to cast the spell, the spiritual aura fluctuations around him intensified, as if the surrounding spiritual aura had turned into boiling water, boiling and rolling. "What's going on?" Li Jingji put away the spell and looked around vigilantly. The only thing he could see were the earth walls and more earth walls. Yicheng shook his head and wrapped his tail tightly around Li Jingji's arm. After releasing his spiritual aura, he surrounded the two of them in a protective manner. Since the boiling spiritual aura could affect them in the void, there was a chance of danger. The most important thing for a cultivator to walk in the cultivation world was to be vigilant. When they met Moksha earlier, he underestimated them because they hid their cultivation. He let down his guard and lost his life. With such a big movement, the man outside naturally noticed that the boiling spiritual aura was unusually violent. As soon as his divine sense touched the spiritual aura, it was swallowed up. The man's face was filled with shock, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. His face was deathly pale, and almost without thinking, he turned around and rushed back the way he had come. In the blink of an eye, he had approached the corner and was about to disappear at the end. At this moment, a large cluster of blue flames flashed out of the earth wall. In the blink of an eye, it was behind the man, and in another flash, it wrapped around the man. The blue flames flashed and disappeared, along with the man at the end of the passage. All of this happened almost in the blink of an eye. Li Jingji and Yicheng, who were hidden in the void, were stunned on the spot. They had never seen such a crushing kill. From the beginning to the end, it really only took a blink of an eye. His eyelids closed and opened, and the man was dead? He didn't even reveal a trace of yuanying. What exactly was that ball of blue flame? The frightened expression on the man's face just now showed that the other party clearly knew the reason for the boiling spiritual aura. Li Jingji suppressed his breath to the lowest level and looked around vigilantly in the void, because he found that the surrounding spiritual aura was still boiling crazily, and it didn't diminish because of the man's death. His nerves were stretched to the limit, but his thoughts were running wildly. What did this mean? This meant that the attacker's target was not the man. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his body. If that was really the case, when did that thing hide and play the role of the oriole? Was it when they were fighting, or earlier, when they tore open the void here? But no matter what, their existence was exposed. This underground world didn't seem to be as easy as the two of them had imagined. The two of them had never come into contact with those unknown and strange forces. After all, the insectoids could also morph. Insectoids with sentience had never shown themselves above the 4th floor. The two of them had walked for so long, but they did not see a single insectoid queen. Even the insectoid hives they came across were empty. What did this mean? This meant that Zerg had hidden the core of his forces. Those above level 4 were probably just abandoned pawns and insignificant larvae. If the tens of thousands of insects on level 4 were just abandoned pawns and larvae, then what about the core of Zerg hidden on level 5? Li Jingji's eyes darkened. He lowered his head to look at Yiqing, but saw that the other party's eyes were even more serious. He pursed his lips as if he was thinking about something. Just at this moment, at the spot where the man had been swallowed, the blue flame flickered once again. It was like a ball of will-o'-the-wisp suddenly sprang up. No one was controlling it, and it floated towards Li Jingji and Yi's direction. Li Jingji swallowed his saliva, and his face darkened slightly. He subconsciously took a step back, and the white void around him trembled slightly, as if it was extremely unstable. Yiqing pinched his hand on the other party's sleeve and said telepathically, "Don't panic, the person controlling it can't discover our existence. Have you forgotten? This is your void, and you are the master here." Li Jingji heard this and nodded. His face was still pale, but the shaking void stabilized. "I'm scared." The ball of will-o'-the-wisp flickered and moved closer to Li Jingji. Coupled with the dark passage, it gave Li Jingji a headache. He didn't even dare to watch horror movies in the past. Before he could react, the dragon that was tightly wrapped around his hand suddenly loosened its tail. As soon as its weight disappeared, he felt like he had lost something to rely on. The fear in his heart grew stronger. Before he could turn his head to look for the person, his eyes were covered by a pair of warm and soft hands. Yiqing whispered in his ear with a low and hoarse voice, "If you're scared, don't look. Leave it to me." Li Jingji's ears twitched from the hot air. He felt the hot body pressed against his back. The other party's hands reached behind his back and covered his eyes, giving him the illusion that he was being hugged. Li Jingji's hands clenched under his sleeves. When he thought of the will-o'-the-wisp outside, he resisted the urge to slap the other party's hands away. He said in a muffled voice, "Okay." When a person was faced with something terrifying, their thinking would be affected. It was better not to look, not to listen, and not to smell. Yiqing was right. This void was his world. If the people outside could find them, they wouldn't have waited until now. At least they were still safe for now. This was his world. As long as he steadied his mind and wasn't affected by other things, and stabilized this place, there wouldn't be any major problems. Yes, stabilized. He slowly released his divine perception and calmed the spiritual energy in the void. He slowly integrated his mind into the world membrane and sensed the surrounding environment. That layer of impetuosity and fear seemed to have been thrown to the back of his mind. The aura around him also became more and more relaxed. Yiqing's palm was tickled twice by Li Jingji's long eyelashes. His heart itched. After he felt the other party close his eyes, he clearly sensed that the spiritual energy around him was becoming more and more stable. Even the air slowly carried a soothing aura. He felt that the other party's tense body was slowly relaxing until the other party's entire weight was on him. A certain someone's arms became tighter and tighter, as if he was pulling the other party into his arms. The blue flames in the outside world suddenly stopped and floated around them. They looked leisurely and aimless, as if they were just going in circles. Yiqing took a step back with Li Jingji, making way for the flames to move. Then, Yiqing floated to their feet. He can see, Yiqing was alarmed, but there was no change in his expression. This time, he didn't move. Instead, he quietly released a ball of black flames. As soon as the flame came out, he threw it to the end of the passage. At this moment, the originally motionless blue flame was like a dog that saw a bun. It suddenly pounced forward and spun towards the black flame in the void. However, it would definitely not be able to catch that ball of fire. After rolling a few times at the end, Yu snapped his fingers twice. After the pitch-black ball of fire dissipated, the faint blue ball of fire wobbled back. Yiqing saw this and felt relieved. Sure enough, the flame didn't know that they were in the void. At most, like the man, it knew that there were people here. The reason why it stayed here was because of the spiritual energy fluctuations. It could cause such intense spiritual energy fluctuations, so it should be extremely sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations. Even the slightest spiritual energy fluctuation would probably attract its attention. The spiritual energy fluctuations contained in the black ball of light were even more intense, so it chased after them. That was why the man became the target of the flame when he was flying at top speed. It had to be known that spiritual energy was emitted in a geyser, so there was no need to mention the intensity of the spiritual energy fluctuations. With a guess in mind, Yicheng thought of a way to deal with it. Since the blue ball of light was most likely caused by spiritual energy fluctuations, he had to isolate the two of them from the outside world. He absorbed all the spiritual energy in his body into his dantian, as if he were immortal without any spiritual energy. Then, he took out 2 pitch-black cloaks from his storage bag. They were the ones that the two of them had worn in the northern chill realm. However, the two of them weren't very tall now, so the cloak was just enough to cover them. The cloak had no other use except to isolate spiritual energy from leaking out. Because it was used to hide one's cultivation and isolate one's divine sense, no matter how turbulent the spiritual energy inside the cloak was, it couldn't be detected from the outside. Sure enough, as soon as the cloak was put on, the blue flame outside paused for a moment. It circled around and then slowly stagnated, as if it was trying to identify something. However, it obviously didn't find anything. After circling around again, it slowly stagnated and stopped moving. Yicheng opened his eyes just as he was covered, but what he saw was pitch black. "What's wrong?" Yicheng calmly tightened his arms and calmly transmitted his voice back. "I suspect that this blue flame senses its surroundings through spiritual energy fluctuations." Li Jingji was slightly stunned when he heard this. After being reminded, he naturally thought of the various phenomena that had just happened. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yicheng's words made sense. He released his divine sense to check outside and found that the blue flame was indeed stagnant and still. He immediately felt relieved. As expected. Yicheng was about to say something, but the other party's claw touched the bulge on his chest. Li Jingji only felt that the other party was holding him too tightly and wanted to push him away. However, when he reached out to push him away, he felt a small soft thing. Then, that thing slowly hardened. Li Jingji pulled his hand back with a dark expression. "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" "I just turned into a human and didn't have time to put on clothes." Yicheng's ears were slightly red. He rubbed his chin on the other party's shoulder, his face full of dependence. Li Jingji was silent for a while, then only asked, "Why did you take off your clothes so quickly when you turned into a dragon?" In the blink of an eye, those clothes were put into the storage ring. Yicheng whispered, "That's different." Li Jingji paused when he heard this. On second thought, it seemed to be much slower to put on clothes than to take off clothes. Just as the blue flame in the outside world flickered slightly and froze in place, far away from the 4th floor of the Netherworld Palace on the 5th floor of the Netherworld Realm, a tall man with long hair that touched the ground and strange silver patterns on his face was looking at the large ball of blue flame in midair. The image displayed in the middle of the blue flame was the passage where Li Jingji and Yicheng were. The long-haired man pondered for a while, then waved his hand, and the blue flame disappeared. For a moment, the entire hall fell into silence. After a long while, the man stretched out his hand to summon a dark red flame. As the flame jumped, the earlier scene of the passage quickly retreated until the scene of Li Jingji stretching out his hand to tear open the void appeared on the screen. Only then did the man stop the scene. Seeing this scene, the indifferent expression on the man's face suddenly changed. He seemed surprised, doubtful, and uncertain. He quickly waved his hand and replayed the scene again and again. In the end, the man covered his face with one hand and chuckled softly. At first, the laughter was very suppressed, but in the end, it slowly expanded, and there was a hint of satisfaction in the laughter. The laughter gradually subsided, and the man slowly stood up. After dispersing the dark red flame, he walked out of the hall. Li Jingji and Yu naturally did not know what happened in the nether realm. The ball of blue flame circled around in place for a while before dissipating on its own. This made the two of them even more convinced that the ball of blue flames was using the spirit chi to determine their location. The boiling spiritual energy in the surroundings also slowly calmed down, but the two of them still did not come out. Although the blue flame disappeared, the owner of the blue flame did not even show his face. What exactly was it, and what cultivation level could it be to fight against the enemy with this blue flame alone? For a moment, the two of them frowned and fell into deep thought. Should they continue with the rest of the journey? If they continued, what kind of things would be waiting for them? Time passed quietly, and no one knew how long it had been. Have you ever thought about it? Yiqing suddenly said with some depression, the entire netherworld cave is a trading ground. Li Jingji did not answer. He quietly rubbed the storage ring on his finger. Just when Yiqing thought that the other party did not intend to answer, the other party said, if the higher-ups of the Earth's core city and the high-level Zerg of the netherworld reached some kind of agreement. Yiqing pursed his lips, and his eyes were deep. Zerg contributes larvae and provides cultivators with refining materials and monster cores. Human cultivators provide larvae and high-level Zerg needs. Li Jingji paused and slowly spat out 2 words. Food. That's why the high-level Zerg doesn't care if the larvae are eaten. Yiqing nodded and agreed with Li Jingji's point of view. Human cultivators stand from the perspective of hunters, thinking that they have the advantage, but they never think about how many cultivators are killed here every year. Li Jingji sighed. That's why Zerg can reach a certain balance with the cultivators of the Earth's core, they don't interfere with each other. This way, the Earth core city will need more cultivators to join. Then, this city will not join the war between Guanyuan and Beihan, but instead accept a large number of cultivators who want to escape the war. Yu raised his hand and put the cloak on the other party's body before standing up. Li Jingji pursed his lips, and he agreed with Yu's opinion in his heart. Only this explanation could explain why there were no shape-shifting demon insects here. As for that blue flame, perhaps it was one of the ways that high-grade cultivators hunted for food. The atmosphere between the two of them was somewhat stifling. After inexplicably experiencing all this, they felt like they were meat on someone's chopping block. They no longer had the ambition to enter the netherworld cave. Not to mention the level of the high-level Zerg below, and not to mention the agreement between human cultivators and demonic insects. But judging from the demonic insects that the two of them encountered in the past few days, more and more rare demonic insects were coming out of their nests. Just on their way here, they had encountered 3 or 4 extremely rare demonic insects that were close to transforming, and these were all species that gathered in the central area and rarely came out. What was the reason? No matter what's going on, the two of us can ignore it. Yiqing stood up and said. Li Jingji squatted on the ground and nodded after hearing what the other party said. He raised his eyes to look at Yiqing, but his gaze suddenly crashed into a dense forest. A giant bird was quietly hibernating in the forest. The big bird spread its wings, and he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Yiqing wanted to help him when he saw him fall, but Li Jingji kicked him away. In the meantime, the other party covered his eyes and shouted, "Put on your clothes." Yiqing was kicked by the other party, and after staggering twice, he still chose to fall to the ground. After looking at Li Jingji with grievance, his body slowly shrank and once again changed back into the little dragon form. Li Jingji covered his eyes and saw that the other party didn't move for a long time. When he removed his hand, he saw a little dragon curled up on the ground with its head facing away from him. It was full of loneliness. Li Jingji pursed his lips and remembered that the other party seemed to have turned into a human to comfort him. Moreover, the other party seemed to have injured his head earlier. He felt a little guilty and asked, "Is your head still dizzy?" Yiqing didn't say anything. He just shrank his body and curled up even more tightly. Li Jingji saw this and felt even more guilty. Could it be that the kick just now made the other party's head hurt even more? Yiqing? Yiqing still ignored him and moved his body a little, seemingly unintentionally revealing a piece of scale on his tail. Li Jingji then realized that there was a gray footprint on the other party's shiny scale. Immediately, he felt even more guilty. He quickly took a few steps forward and wiped off the other party's scale with his hand. "Your head doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Yu harumphed twice and unwillingly turned his head to look at Li Jingji. He asked for a yard after getting an inch. "Why did you kick me the moment you saw my young root?" Li Jingji narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why was he shocked when he saw Yiqing's young root? If he hadn't seen it before, he had seen it more than once. The first time he saw it was when he bathed with Yiqing when he was young. But why was he shocked when he saw it this time and even wanted to kick him? Li Jingji thought hard but to no avail. The cold aura around him became even more intense. He said expressionlessly, "You're too ugly." When Yicheng heard this, he carefully curled up his body again, looking lonely and desolate. Li Jingji felt that he had misspoken and was about to say something to salvage the situation when he heard Yicheng say, "It's true that it can't compare to Jingji's young root." Li Jingji was speechless, but he couldn't refute. His thing was indeed strange. Ever since he cultivated the demon body, his young root had become more and more lustrous as if it was made of jade or crystal. It was very strange. At first, he didn't think much of it. But ever since he found out that he couldn't get it up, he linked the change in his male root to his coldness. Fortunately, it didn't become a dead object made of jade. On the other hand, Yicheng's was hideous and rough purple. Even if it didn't move, it was like a giant beast hibernating in the dense forest. Fine blood vessels and meridians could be seen under his skin. "Yours is really ugly." Li Jingji couldn't help but comment. "Yes." Yicheng turned to look at Li Jingji irritably. "Yours is extremely beautiful." When these words reached Li Jingji's ears, they automatically translated it as beautiful but useless. If this topic continued, Li Jingji felt that their friendship would end soon. He picked Yicheng up forcefully and straightened him before quickly changing the topic. "So what should we do now?" Although Yu was still a little depressed that his brother was being looked down upon, he wasn't a bashful person. He turned his head to look at his surroundings and said, "With your void around us and my time energy assisting us, we naturally won't have any problems moving forward. But if we go back now, we won't lose anything." Li Jingji's thoughts weren't too different from what Yicheng said. The two of them had already stayed in the Netherworld cave for more than 10 days. If they wanted to accumulate experience and tacit understanding, it was enough. Moreover, their cultivation techniques didn't require them to fight for a long time. If we continue to stay here, it's hard to guarantee that we won't encounter a cultivator at the peak of the late Yuanying stage. Those cultivators also have some understanding of the void. If we're exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Jingji frowned. "It's fine if we stay here for a short period of time. If we stay here for a long period of time, it's not a good idea." When Yicheng heard what Yicheng said, how could he not know what Yicheng was planning? He nodded in agreement. "Let's go out then. The demon insects have been acting strangely recently. If it's really Zerg's premeditated plan, the two of us shouldn't get involved anymore." "Yes." Li Jingji naturally agreed. The two of them seemed to have talked for a long time, but in reality, it didn't take long. Since they had decided, the sooner the better. The two of them didn't hesitate any longer. After tidying themselves up, they quickly left. With Yicheng's help, the two of them quickly found the exit even though they were separated by the white fog in the void. Li Jingji left the void and turned into a beam of light as he flew out of the Netherworld cave. Not long after the two of them left the 4th floor, a dark green spider with fine patterns on its back slowly crawled to where the two of them were originally. The green spider looked up and down at the surrounding environment. It stretched out a sharp hook and gently scratched the air, but it only caused the air to vibrate. It couldn't tear it apart. As if it had discovered something, the green spider turned around in a circle, as if it was trying to identify something. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a dark red flame. The scene displayed was exactly this passage. The scene quickly retreated, but no one passed by. If this scene was placed in the eyes of a high-level cultivator, they would be able to see that there were some fluctuations in the spiritual energy in the air. Seeing this scene, the green spider violently waved away the red flame. It raised its head and hissed for a while. A large wave of demon insects rushed out of the passage behind it and quickly crawled towards the other end of the passage. Li Jingji, who had left the Netherworld cave, originally planned to go to the Immortal Cave Pavilion, but halfway there, he gave up his original plan after hearing Yicheng's words. "Since I've decided to enter the world to experience the human cultivator's state, and then enter the demon world to experience the demon cultivator's mentality, why must I stay in this Earth Core City or this war-filled light source desert?" The Green Scorpion continent was so big, it was naturally convenient to find a peaceful place to cultivate. Why should he stay in this light source desert that was already a mess, or was it internal and external troubles? After making up his mind, Li Jingji didn't say anything. He turned around and flew towards the Earth Core City's city gate. When he returned the token, there was a little trouble. Li Jingji was stunned when he heard this. He had made the decision in a hurry just now, and he had really forgotten about this. If this token was just a symbol of identity, then it would be fine, but this token was used to erase memories of the Nether Cave. The token did not match the number of people. This matter was troublesome. As his mind raced, a sorrowful expression gradually appeared on Li Jingji's face. Little brother, junior brother, and I entered the 4th level of the Nether Cave, but we did not expect to encounter extremely powerful demonic insects. I was lucky enough to escape, but my poor junior brother. As he said this, he was already choking with sobs. It's just that junior brother's token is still with me. Although he has already died, I still have to return this token. Perhaps it was because Li Jingji's expression was too realistic that the cultivator guarding the city believed him. Moreover, he seemed to have recalled some unpleasant memories. Sigh, every year, countless cultivators die there. Many people enter the city and never leave. A few days ago, my colleague was the same. Li Jingji raised his sleeve to cover his face, as if he was incomparably sorrowful. Yi Cheng's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. If I really died, would Jingji be so sad? Hearing this, Li Jingji's eyes lit up. Without thinking, he sent a voice transmission to the little dragon in his sleeve. I won't let anything happen to you. Unless they died together. Yi Cheng did not send a voice transmission back, as if he was sleeping in his sleeve. When the cultivator guarding the city saw this, he weighed the token in his hand with one hand and sighed. Fine, the dead can't be brought back to life. Fellow Daoist, you have to get over it as soon as possible. I'll let you out then. Li Jingji put down his sleeve and stared at the token in the other party's hand with a nervous expression. Although he already knew that this token could make people's memories of that period disappear, he was still a little skeptical. The other memories were all there, but only that one memory was modified. The cultivator guarding the city held the token and waved it at Li Jingji's face. The pale yellow token flashed with a dim light. There was a flash of white light in Li Jingji's eyes, and then his mind went blank for a moment. When his vision recovered, he seemed to have missed something. After thanking the city guard disciple, Li Jingji walked out of the Earth Core City and stood at the corner of the city gate in a daze for a while. Beside him, there were many cultivators like him who had their memories erased and had yet to regain their senses. Jingji? Yi Cheng sent a telepathic message over. There was a hint of worry in his voice. Are you all right? Do you still remember the Netherworld cave? Li Jingji squatted on the ground and rubbed his temples. After hearing the voice, he recalled and sent a sound transmission back. I don't remember. I only remember that there is a place in the Earth's core city where I can obtain materials. After saying that, he stood up. Come and tell me, what did we encounter in it? After ascertaining the direction, he turned into a streak of light and flew away. Hearing this, Yi Cheng first explained the introduction of the Netherworld cave, and then told him about the various experiences the two of them had encountered in the Netherworld cave. Just like that, half a day passed. However, when he mentioned a certain detail, Li Jingji suddenly stopped. You're saying that I intend to find a Dao companion like you? Yes. Yi Cheng's voice was very serious, and he didn't seem to be joking. Li Jingji held his forehead and did not intend to pay attention to this matter anymore. Instead, he focused his attention on another place. So, the two of us chose to leave in order to avoid the conspiracy of Zerg and the Earth's core city? Yi Cheng nodded. Yes, according to our speculation, they should have reached some agreement and each took what they needed. In addition to this, there was also one thing that they were worried that your void had been exposed, so they chose to leave this place. Li Jingji nodded. After sorting out his thoughts, he naturally had no objections to the decision to leave. They did not know how much control the upper echelons of the insectoids had over the entire Nether Cavern. If the entire Nether Cavern was under their surveillance, then he really could not stay there any longer. However, just as the two of them were thousands of miles away from the Earth's core city, the city gate of the Earth's core city slowly descended, allowing all the cultivators who wanted to enter the city, but imprisoning all the cultivators who wanted to leave the city. As soon as the city gate fell, the dark purple city protection array was opened, and the entire Earth's core city was sealed. Separated by the dark rock layer, all information inside was sealed. In the huge Netherworld cave, all kinds of Zerg climbed out, and the cultivators who set up stalls at the entrance of the cave were in a mess. They all took out their artifacts to fight against the enemy, but it had little effect. For a moment, the entire entrance of the netherworld cave became a purgatory on Earth. Not long after, countless rays of light shot over from the horizon. Two of the rays of light were exceptionally fast. They did not stop at the entrance, but went straight into the netherworld cave. The two rays of light did not stop, and the Zerg who were crazily rushing towards the entrance of the netherworld cave did not attack them. It was not until the two rays of light reached the fourth floor that they stopped at the entrance of the fifth floor. The rays of light converged, revealing two women who looked exactly the same. The two of them stood with their hands behind their backs, and there was the same anger in their eyes. They said to the dark passage at the same time, "Call Louis over." Tap, tap, tap. A series of light footsteps slowly sounded in the dark passage, and a man with a feminine face and long hair walked out of the shadows. "So it's fellow Taoists Xianxia and Yin Lu. May I know why you're looking for me?" You already know the answer. When the two women saw this person, the anger in their eyes grew. There's still 1,000 years before the agreement expires. Why are you allowing Zerg to invade on a large scale now? Oh? Louis laughed softly. The agreement didn't say that I can't unilaterally terminate it. The two women frowned slightly, and turned to look at each other at the same time. They could see the uncertainty in each other's eyes. Reason. Reason? The man looked up at the light above his head, and said softly, "I found someone who can help me break through the realm." The two women were stunned when they heard this, and exclaimed at the same time, "How is that possible? How is that possible?" The person this man wanted to find to break through the realm was not to cross the realm by a short distance, but to break through the realm and ascend. This kind of realm was impossible to achieve even if one reached the demigod realm. The other party actually said that he had found someone? Where? In their Earth's core city? The man chuckled and nodded slightly. I have indeed found it, but the other party's cultivation is still not enough to do it. A human cultivator? The two women asked at the same time. The man's smile faded, and there was some confusion in his eyes. I also thought that it was some demonic beast in human form, but the aura left behind was indeed that of a human cultivator. This human cultivator, how could he have the ability to break through the realm? Even he could only comprehend a little bit of the ability to break through the realm. Even an ancient seed like you can't do it. How can a mere human cultivator do it? The two women were shocked at the same time, and even the angle of their pupils widened at the same time. There are always many strange things in the world. If you can find this person, I can sign another 1,000 years of agreement with you. The man curled the corner of his lips and suggested. The two women pondered at the same time. The human race was weak, and if they wanted to maintain 1,000 years of peace, they had to agree to the other party's request. When he breaks through the space between the two realms, he has to bring us along. The two women made their request at the same time. The spiritual energy in the lower realm was thin, and the early stage of the demigod realm was the limit. The two of them had been stuck in this realm for 1,000 years. If they wanted to cultivate to the late stage of the demigod realm and wait for ascension, it would be extremely difficult. Perhaps this person could be an opportunity. The man pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Then I'll have to trouble you too. Then, he summoned a ball of red flame. The flame flickered, and the face of a silver-haired man appeared. His slightly white pupils stared at the camera, and his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. It was Li Jingji's appearance after his disguise. The two women remembered this person's appearance and nodded. Looking at this person's appearance, he should be a local cultivator of Guangyuan. If nothing unexpected happens, this person should still be in the Earth's core city. Fellow Taoist, please wait for our news. After saying that, they turned into light and flew back the way they came. However, after the two women gave the order to find him, they learned that this person had left the Earth's core city half a day ago. Li Jingji, who was tens of thousands of miles away, naturally did not know everything that happened in the Earth's core city. At this time, he was inquiring about the war between Guangyuan and Beihan in a city. At this moment, he had taken off his disguise and returned to his original figure and appearance. His pupils had also returned to their original pitch-black depths. This was because he discovered that in this market independent of the city, there were many friar of the north roaming around. Moreover, their expressions were relaxed, as if they had already adapted to this place. Shopkeeper, I want to inquire about Guan Yuan and Beihan. Li Jingji said and took out a low-grade spirit stone. The shopkeeper was an old man with turbid eyes. After seeing the spirit stones, he took them with a smile on his face and said, "Fellow Daoist, you have asked the right person. Guan Yuan has already taken back most of the lost land." Li Jingji had a plan in his heart, then nodded and asked, "Then why can we still see so many Friar of the North here?" The shopkeeper was a Hiroyuki. After hearing this, he shook his head and replied, "Fellow Daoist, you may not know, but Guan Yuan is using a strategy to buy people's hearts. They announced to the outside world that they will not drive away the Friar of the North because of the recovery of the lost land. They are willing to accept the Friar of the North to live here." As soon as this news came out, the rogue cultivators of the Friar of the North joined them one after another. Although some of the Friar of the North were still worried about the problem of being cold without lips, seeing that the cultivators who joined Guan Yuan were treated the same as the Hiroyuki, they dispelled their suspicions. Li Jingji nodded and understood that Guan Yuan's strategy was indeed brilliant. After knowing that many rogue cultivators of the North were not treated with respect in the cities that they occupied, they came up with such a strategy. Most of the cultivators that came from the North were rogue cultivators. Without this strength, how long could the sects of the North last? What about the Earth Origin City? Li Jingji asked the question that he wanted to know the most. The shopkeeper smiled and squinted his eyes. "Do you think that Guan Yuan's forces would allow such a city to fall into the hands of others for a long time?" Li Jingji was enlightened. Such an important city must be the first to be taken back. How many other cities are occupied by Beihan sect? Just one. Beihan Sexibing sect is quite powerful. Even though they have lost most of their itinerant cultivators, they can still occupy a city. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. Coupled with the other sects of Beihan sect, Yibing sect will be even more difficult to attack. Li Jingji smiled and shook his head. That may not be the case. If they are trapped in an isolated city, they will not be able to survive for long without resources and elixirs. The shopkeeper smiled. Daoist friend is right. Guan Yuan's forces are planning to do exactly that. Li Jingji nodded thoughtfully. Shopkeeper, do you have a specific map of the Green Scorch continent? Beihan sect sold maps too, but because of the long ice wall, information was blocked. Hence, they could only give a rough idea. If they wanted to use it as a map to find their way, they would be cheated. The shopkeeper smiled. Of course. The most comprehensive map is the Green Scorch country near Guan Yuan. Of course, we also have a map of the 9 Immortal Alliance in the past. Hearing this, Li Jingji reached out and took the jade slip engraved with the map of the Green Flame Kingdom. After paying the spirit stones, he thanked the other party and turned to leave the market. He flew in the direction of the Earth Origin City. At the same time, the city gate of the Earth Core City slowly opened. 2 streaks of light flew out and quickly flew away. The city gate of the Earth Core City quickly closed again. Li Jingji flew for about 2 days and finally arrived at the Earth Origin City. Unlike the last time when he left, the gate of the Earth Origin City was now guarded by Hiroyuki. Cultivators from both Guan Yuan sect and Beihan sect came and went. Yiqing sent a voice transmission in a low voice. It seems that the shopkeeper wasn't lying. Guan Yuan really did take in all the loose cultivators of the northern Qil region. Moreover, they got along well with each other without any ill feelings. Li Jingji quietly queued up and waited to enter the city. Hearing this, he sent a telepathic message. Beihan has the idea of annexing Guan Yuan and is extremely against Hiroyuki. However, Guan Yuan doesn't mind Friar of the North operating within their sphere of influence. They just want to prevent their forces from being divided. Yiqing chuckled. If that's the case, it's not surprising that such a situation would occur. Yes. Li Jingji was already in line. After informing the city guard that he only wanted to leave Guan Yuan, the other party handed him a city pass token and informed him that he had to pay an exit fee when leaving the city. After that, he was allowed to pass. Li Jingji stood in Earth Origin City and raised his eyebrows as he held the token. So, I have to pay a toll to leave the city? Yiqing tensed his body and said slowly, "At least I can save a sum of money by changing into this body shape." Li Jingji nodded and replied, "It does save money." With that said, he was about to fly away when he caught sight of two figures from the corner of his eye. Those two people were not dressed like Hiroyuki or Friar of the North. Their entire bodies were black and their hair was messy. Instead, they looked like the moksha of the northern Chill region. Yicheng also seemed to have noticed those two people. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "These two people are dressed like that person." "Who?" Li Jingji was startled when he heard this and asked. "Moksha of the Ghost Flag." Yicheng sized up the two people and suddenly saw the accessories on their lapels. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Let's go quickly. These two people should be from the same sect as Moksha of the Ghost Flag." Li Jingji was taken aback. He subconsciously pulled down the large hood covering his face and instantly transformed into a beam of light and flew forward. No matter what the Northern Chill Moksha's purpose of coming here was, it would be disadvantageous for them. This was because he did not know the status of Moksha of the Ghost Flag in the Moyan sect. However, there were still elders in the Yuanying sect. Just as Li Jingji transformed into a beam of light and flew away, one of the Moksha looked up into the sky until the icy beam of light flew out of his sight. "Hey, what are you looking at?" The black-robed Moksha beside that person bumped into him. "Sigh, we've been waiting here for months and still haven't seen the person engraved in the jade slip." That person was still staring at the sky. He frowned slightly and murmured, "What spirit root is the person we're looking for?" "I spirit root." "What's wrong?" That person was puzzled. He looked around and asked suspiciously. "I spirit root, the color of the beam of light should be white." That person's eyes suddenly widened. He turned around and said, "Quick, show me that jade slip again." Another person handed over a jade slip. That person took it and put it on his forehead. The jade slip was filled with various images, but they were all engraved with the same person. The person had long silver hair and a cold expression. The man seemed to be very familiar with these images. He did not even look at them. Finally, he flipped through the images and found a different one. The person's face was covered by a pitch-black cloak and a wide hood, only revealing the person's perfectly curved chin. A strand of silver hair peeked out from the hood. Taking the jade slip, the black-robed man suddenly stood up and grabbed his companion. Without saying anything, he transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the place where the white beam of light had disappeared. His companion was stunned. He did not ask and immediately transformed into a beam of light and followed after him. Li Jingji returned the city pass token to the disciple guarding the city gate. He saw the disciple shake the token on the formation plate, and a word appeared on the formation plate. A piece of low-grade spirit stone. That cultivator kept the token in his storage bag and said to Li Jingji. Li Jingji was about to take out a piece of spirit stone and hand it to the other party, but his hand paused halfway. Then, he took out 3 spirit stones. "Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard guarding the city. Here's a small gift." The cultivator guarding the city took the spirit stones with a face full of joy. After casually weighing them, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're too polite." Li Jingji smiled. "Fellow Taoist, just pretend that you've never seen me today." After saying that, he flew out of the city. After 10 minutes, the other 2 beams of light chased after him. The light faded, and the 2 black-robed moksha appeared. "Fellow Taoist, did you see a black-cloaked cultivator appear?" The black-robed man frowned and asked very quickly. That disciple guarding the city thought of the black-cloaked cultivator who gave him the spirit stones. His mind raced, but his expression did not change as he sized up the other party. He raised his eyebrows and said, "It's you again. Oh, aren't you wearing a black robe?" The moksha's solemn expression could not help but freeze. "No, I'm talking about a black-cloaked cultivator with a head of silver hair." "Yes." The disciple guarding the city nodded with a serious expression. The black-robed cultivator's eyes lit up. He had a premonition that he did not recognize the wrong person this time. "Where?" The disciple guarding the city pointed behind the other party and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, behind you." The 2 men quickly turned around and saw a short Hiroyuki behind them. He was wearing a black cloak and had a head of messy white hair. The 2 men quickly turned around and narrowed their eyes. With a strange expression, they said, "Are you kidding us?" The disciple guarding the city flung the token in his hand and snorted coldly. The two of you come to report to me 3 to 4 times a day. Every time, you're either looking for a black-cloaked cultivator or a white-robed cultivator, silver-haired cultivator, or a male god. Who are you looking for? The two men looked slightly embarrassed. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Cough, cough. Maybe the person we're looking for is still in this city. The black-robed man was a little embarrassed. He tugged at his companion who was still holding the jade slip and planned to turn around. No, that person is in a hurry. He's holding an official Jade Green City access token. The man holding the jade slip refused to give up, and his face was full of certainty. Holding the city access token means he's already gone out. The disciple guarding the city raised his eyebrows. His short figure moved to the center of the city gate and blocked the entrance of the cave. You're not allowed to stroll around the market? You're not allowed to stay for a few days? The two men came to disturb his work almost every day, and he had long been annoyed by them. Even if a black-cloaked cultivator did pass by just now, so what? Besides, since the other party had given him spirit stones, they must have guessed that he would use this trick. Did the black-cloaked cultivator have a grudge against them? The man holding the jade slip seemed to be a little hesitant, while his companion reluctantly pulled him to the side. What did you see just now? Seeing them walk away, the disciple guarding the city looked like a victorious rooster. He arrogantly shouted, "Next." Li Jingji came out of the dark cave. The surrounding was still filled with yellow sand. After randomly choosing a direction, he flew away. As for where to go, he had some plans in mind. Let's go to Green Flame Country. The largest cultivation country in the most central region of the entire Green Flame continent. Li Jingji's pupils were a little dark. Green Flame Country. The progress of the entire original novel was to reach Green Flame Country. The original male protagonist advanced to Yuanying there, and there he fell in love with Yu Dyer. After that, he had no idea what would happen to the plot of the entire novel. Although the book had already been changed beyond recognition by him, it was only after that he truly felt a sense of relief. It was as if the world he was in was not just a one-sided story, but a real cultivation world. Yiqing seemed to sense that his mood was a little off. He asked carefully, "Jingji, are you nervous?" Li Jingji looked at the yellow sand in the sky and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His gaze slowly became firm. "No, I'm not nervous." "Then let's go." Yiqing's voice was still cold, but his voice was unusually firm. The conveyance light penetrated the sky full of yellow sand and flew across the air. In the conveyance light, Yiqing placed the jade slip on his forehead and frowned slightly. Li Jingji rode the conveyance light beside him and was also deep in thought. The White Valley built an array to resist the wind and sand. The Xianxia stretches for thousands of miles and is extremely dangerous. It seems that we have to enter the Green Flame Country from Huiyan City. Yiqing pursed his lips. That city is located at the junction of the Guanyuan Desert and the Green Flame Country. The trade is the most developed, so the threshold to enter the city is not very high. Li Jingji paused slightly and turned to ask Yiqing, "What's your cultivation level now?" "After the transformation, I will break through the 8th level of demonic beast and can ascend when I reach the 11th level." Yiqing pondered for a moment. "After these months of killing and comprehending the time divine power, I am currently at the peak of the 7th level. I just need to sort out the comprehensions and then I can advance." Li Jingji heard this and nodded thoughtfully. "Maybe it's because I used the power of space too often, or maybe it's because of the sublimation of the void. I also noticed that the demon core is a little strange. It seems to have touched a barrier. Why don't we find a place with abundant spirit chi to advance?" Yiqing turned back and asked. "I have the same idea, but a place with abundant spirit chi." Li Jingji had this plan a long time ago, but it was not easy to find a place with abundant spirit chi. Although the Green Flame Country was known as the top country of immortal cultivation and was also located in the center of the continent, the spirit veins contained in it were not everywhere. Especially the spirit veins that contained extremely rich spirit chi, they were only found in large immortal sects and clans. Ordinary small sects and clans only had inferior spirit veins and treasured lands. The bigger a cultivation country was, the more intense the competition was. Even the most inferior spirit veins in the mountains were owned by someone. Therefore, when Yiqing said that he wanted to find a place with abundant spirit qi to advance, Li Jingji began to worry. It was easy to say, but where was he going to find it? Yiqing turned around and saw Li Jingji's grave expression. What's wrong? With a bitter face, Li Jingji told him about the distribution of spiritual veins in Qingliao country. Where is the best place for us to cultivate? Since the high-grade immortal sects have occupied the best spirit vein, let's sneak in and cultivate. Yiqing pondered for a moment before suggesting, but we haven't entered the green flame country yet. How did you know about the distribution of the spirit veins? Li Jingji opened his mouth and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He turned his face away and said hesitantly, "Do you think I've read all the books that I used to read?" There were indeed many books in the book collection pavilion by the ice gate, and there were countless abstracts recorded in the jade slip. However, there was really nothing about the distribution of spirit qi in the green flame country. As for how he knew, of course, it was the original work. In fact, he also knew that the biggest force in the green flame country was the imperial family of the green flame country, followed by the green refining clan, followed by the bloodbone sect, and there were some other forces of different sizes that he didn't remember. Of course, he couldn't tell Yiqing this directly. Did he want him to say that they were at the end of an unfinished book? You and I were probably the protagonists and villains, and all the information I wanted to know was copied from the original words of the book. How stupid would he be to say that? Well, you're right. Li Jingji nodded with a serious face. If we sneak into the biggest force in the green flame country, we can take advantage of the spirit vein there. Yiqing nodded. From afar, he saw a towering city gate that reached into the sky. On the city gate, there were a few magnificent words, Huiyan City. Because they were discussing something just now, the two didn't notice that the number of cultivators coming and going had gradually increased. Their destination was Huiyan City. They descended. As expected, due to the large number of cultivators coming and going, the procedures to pass through the city were extremely convenient. They didn't even need to pass through the city. They just handed over one spirit stone per person and were let in. Once they entered the city, the yellow sand outside was isolated. On one side was the polar region, and on the other was the April sky of the human world. The difference was huge, as if they were two different worlds. Li Jingji looked around. Looking at the row upon row of houses and the crowded streets, and then thinking about the ice and snow that was everywhere, and then the sand and insects, he couldn't help but wipe away a bitter tear for himself. The two had a plan in mind. After entering the city, they planned to go to the market to inquire about the situation. Information was the most circulated there. To understand the situation of a country's cultivation, folk customs, and the development of magic weapons, a market would be able to display all of it. After asking the guards on the street for the location of the market, the two went straight. The market of Huiyan City was located in the center of the city. It was formed by two crisscrossing streets from north to south, so it was very easy to find. I originally thought that there were quite a few cultivators in the Earth Core City, but when I arrived here, I realized that there are really so many people in the cultivation world. Yiqing was squeezed by the people behind him. He frowned slightly and transmitted his voice. Li Jingji saw that the other party's face was full of displeasure and released cold air. He pulled the other party to his side. Don't be so serious, the people behind will bump into you again. Yiqing turned his head, only to see that the people around Li Jingji were carefully bypassing the other party. He then looked at the other party's body that seemed to be cold. Yiqing narrowed his eyes. In the market, in addition to those small shops next to each other, there were 3 magnificent shops. The 3 shops were located in the middle of the market, at the intersection of the streets. One shop had a plaque with the word pill hanging on it, another hung a weapon, and another had the word secret hanging on it. The font was the same, and the decoration was similar. It was obvious that the boss was the same. Li Jingji and Yiqing only intended to inquire about some information, so they did not enter. After all, they had spiritual herbs and artifacts, but they did not need secret arts. They turned into a small shop that no one cared about. The boss was dozing off, and the account book under his head was wet. Li Jingji went forward and knocked on the table. Shopkeeper? Shopkeeper? Li Jingji frowned. If it were not for the plaque hanging on the door, he really wanted to turn around and leave. The shopkeeper burped and squinted at Li Jingji. Before he could see clearly, he shuddered. What's the matter, fellow Taoists? His tone was neither fast nor slow, and his tone was casual. Whether it's looking for an auspicious place to hold the dual cultivation ceremony, or a good time to conclude the ceremony, or looking for long-lost relatives, you can look for me. This confession made Li Jingji, who was about to ask which force was the strongest, speechless. Before he could recover, he heard Yiqing beside him ask, "Where is the auspicious place to hold the dual cultivation ceremony?" The speed of his words was so fast that it made people click their tongues. Although Yiqing was occasionally unreliable, he was absolutely cold in front of outsiders. Even when he spoke, he was neither fast nor slow, as if he did not care about anything. The shopkeeper coughed softly and took out a book with a dark red cover from under the table. He flipped to a page and the drawings in the book became three-dimensional as if they were alive. Green mountains stood alone in the forest, waterfalls and rosy clouds intersected. It was beautiful beyond words. This is the Thousand Cloud sect of the Green Blaze country. Of course, the Thousand Cloud sect is one of the three major sects of the Green Blaze country. It's not a place where you can do whatever you want. The shopkeeper flipped to another page. This time, it was a luxurious palace with gold and jade tiles and a red carpet. It was magnificent and majestic. TSK, this is the imperial palace of the Green Blaze country. If you want to hold a dual cultivation ceremony here, you'd better wait until you reach the late stage of soul formation. After saying that, he glanced at Yiqing, who was full of hope, and smiled. This book only costs 15 low-grade spirit stones. How about it? Do you want one? Yiqing nodded quickly. He was about to reach out for money when Li Jingji stopped him. He looked back and saw that the other party was frowning. Shopkeeper, this book of yours is full of places to look but not to use. It's useless even if you buy it. Could it be that it's just a landscape illustration book? Li Jingji looked at the other party with vigilance. Could it be that you think that we came from a remote place and want to use this book to pass it off as genuine and sell it to us at a high price? Ioyo, I say, fellow Taoist. When the shopkeeper heard that, he smiled and flipped a few pages of the book. It was still a very beautiful place. I'm just giving you a recommendation of the venue. It's up to you whether you can get it or not. Look at your Tao partner, her eyes are full of eagerness. Isn't it just 15 low-grade spirit stones? Buy it and study it well and decide which sect to join. After saying that, he took out 2 yellow-covered books. Here, I also have the details of the dual cultivation ceremony. It includes the auspicious time, ceremony specifications, and dual cultivation techniques. There's also this 100 ways to win the Tao partner's favor. I see that you're so cold and I'm scared just by looking at you. I didn't expect you to be so stingy. You're only able to find a Tao partner because of your appearance, right? You have to put more effort into building relationships. Come, 30 books and 40 low-grade spirit stones. No matter how many mountains and rivers there is still love. Can I buy them? Li Jingji was shocked by the other party's sales pitch. Before he could react, he saw a hand quickly reach out from beside him. There was a storage bag in the hand. Then, the shopkeeper and the hand quickly exchanged the items in their hands. Then, the shopkeeper quickly counted the spirit stones and handed the storage bag back. After everything was done, the two returned their hands to their original positions. Only a few breaths of time had passed. Li Jingji turned around and looked at Yiqing expressionlessly. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. What a wastrel, but why did you buy this? Why are you so impatient? Li Jingji raised his head slightly and looked at her from head to toe with raised eyebrows. Didn't we agree not to find a Tao companion in the lower realm? After a mortal ascension, long-distance love is destined to not have a good ending. He was slightly unhappy. He attributed this feeling to being deceived. Yiqing quietly put these books into the storage bag and put the storage bag in his lapel. He turned to look at Li Jingji and said seriously with a frown, "It will come in handy in the future." He paused and added, "You will know in the future." When Li Jingji heard this, not only did he not feel relieved, he felt even more uncomfortable. He could not swallow it and could not spit it out. He could not find the reason at all. It was not good to continue asking. Since the other party said that he would know in the future, it did not seem good to pester him. Besides, he did not know what else to ask. Yiqing said that he only bought these as a precaution. Then what else was there to ask? He thought hard but to no avail. He became more irritable and could only vent his anger on the shopkeeper. I said, I just want to know which power is the strongest. Why did you recommend these to us for no reason? The shopkeeper took the money and his face glowed. He was not so repulsed by Li Jingji's cold aura. Hey, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so irritable. Although I said that you only used your appearance to attract Tao companions, you don't have to be like this. After all, fellow Taoist's appearance is 1 in a million. Also, which eye of yours saw that we are Tao companions? Li Jingji glared and became even more irritable. He inexplicably thought of the ridiculous ending in the original work. Before the shopkeeper could speak, Yiqing straightened his body and leaned over slightly. He said to the shopkeeper with a serious expression, "Shopkeeper, don't talk nonsense. We are not Tao companions." When Li Jingji heard Yiqing say the same, he could not help but feel relieved. However, he felt that something was not quite right. The shopkeeper was about to say something but was stopped by Yiqing. Then, he heard him say that they were not Tao companions. That meant that they would be together soon. Oh, so that's how it is. This old man spoke too much. Hee hee. He stroked his beard and looked at Yu with eyes that said he understood everything. Seeing that the other party understood, Li Jingji nodded and continued to ask, then where is the top-grade spirit vein in Green Flame Country? The shopkeeper took out another book. 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Yiqing was stunned. He touched the storage bag on his chest and frowned. Why does this book only cost 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones? Why do I have to charge 40 pieces of low-grade spirit stones for these 3 books? The shopkeeper did not speak. Li Jingji narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you think? The shopkeeper took the 2 pieces of spirit stones that Li Jingji handed over and suggested, fellow Taoists, why don't you read these 2 books together? Immortal cultivation is about the state of mind. The environment is also the most important. Since you are going to live here for a long time, instead of looking for a place with the richest spirit energy, why don't you find a place that makes you feel relaxed and happy? Li Jingji thought about it and felt that the shopkeeper's words made sense. He nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Sigh, I saw that the 2 of you were travel-worn, with a face full of yellow sand, and I knew that you came from Guangyuan. Living in such a dark place, there is no comfort to speak of. Since you came to Qingliao, you should enjoy more. The shopkeeper was still nagging. In the end, Li Jingji could not hold back and pulled Yiqing out. Actually, I think he's right. Yiqing raised his head and looked at the blurry mountain in the distance. The 2 of us are either in an ice cave or underground, but we have never seen green mountains and flowing water. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to look around. He paused and turned his head to ask, isn't the last step you're missing to understand the state of mind of a human cultivator and to comprehend the balance between a demon cultivator and a human cultivator? Li Jingji looked at the mountain in the distance and did not speak. He had transmigrated here and had seen beautiful scenery before. Although it was not as pure and full of vitality as here, he had seen it before. Yiqing was born and raised in Beihan. He was used to seeing endless white and was naturally curious about the new scenery of green mountains and flowing water and the singing of kingfishers. It seemed like a good idea to find a place with rich spirit energy that would not hinder cultivation and could also enjoy the beautiful scenery. Anyway, they were on the path of demon cultivation. Naturally, there was a huge difference between their cultivation and that of ordinary people. Rich spirit energy was enough. In addition, Yiqing had mostly satisfied his wishes on the path of immortal cultivation. Yiqing rarely objected to his suggestions. And this time, the other party only wanted to see something that he had never seen before. Just satisfy him? Take out that book of yours. Where do you want to go? Li Jingji pulled Yiqing into a cultivator's inn. There's no hurry. Take your time. Oh, this mountain of Xianxia sect is indeed not bad. The clouds in the sky are beautiful, just like a fairyland. Yiqing lay on the soft stool with the booklet in front of him. Li Jingji sat on a stool with a cup of spirit tea in his hand. He glanced at the booklet in front of him, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. He said casually, "It's not bad to put the Chao Palace on it." Yiqing frowned slightly and turned a page of the booklet. He pointed to a large open space behind the palace in Qingliao Imperial Palace. "How about putting it here?" Li Jingji pondered and turned another page. The back mountain of Blood Demon Sect. Although it's called Blood Demon Mountain, the scenery is really not bad. Blood Demon Sect? Yi flipped through a few pages, only to see a pitch-black mountain surrounded by countless blood mists. Waves of eerie ghostly cries could be heard from within. Even if it was just a picture, it was already enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yiqing looked at it expressionlessly for a while, then turned to look at Li Jingji. "You call this place's scenery not bad?" Li Jingji raised his eyebrows. "There are mountains and rivers, and there's also a natural protective barrier. It's unique and unique. Isn't it good?" Yiqing lowered his head indifferently and turned the booklet over. Li Jingji curled his lips and shifted his gaze back to the cup. The small spirit tea spun in the cup and floated in the tea. He frowned slightly, and all the thoughts in his heart seemed to be in a mess. Yiqing's strange reaction and the unintentional words of others seemed to point to the truth. Why did others think that he and Yiqing were Dao companions? Could it be that the atmosphere between the two of them had become so strange? Then what was Yiqing thinking? Who did he prepare and buy these things for? The other party had been with him since he entered Dao, and no one else had interfered. Then what was his purpose? And the other party seemed to have never explained in the face of other people's misunderstandings. He forgot that he did explain just now that they were not Dao companions. Just now, he felt that this sentence was a little strange. Thinking about it carefully, if they weren't Dao companions, could it be that they would be in the future? Questions kept popping up in his mind. He was not a person who liked to suspect his companions. When he encountered a lot of things, he would not casually guess if he had absolute trust in his companions. For example, when it came to the issue of Yiqing being a villain, he would not casually make a deduction without sufficient evidence. But this time, there was too much evidence before him. Earlier on, Yiqing had displayed a strange possessiveness towards him. Later on, he had inquired many times about when and who he wanted to become Dao companions with. There were too many details, and if one were to go through them one by one, there would be no doubt. However, the other party had indeed revealed this in his words. Although he was a straight man, in the face of so many facts, he had no choice but to face the fact that his gay friend was plotting against him. What would he do if he faced it head-on? Reject? Would he lose the other party from now on? The sky was high and the sea was vast, and he would walk the cultivation world alone from now on. Accept? Then live the life of a gay friend turning into a Dao companion, loving to the ends of the world. The corners of Li Jingji's mouth twitched. Putting aside the question of who was the top and who was the bottom, he himself had never thought about accepting a male Dao companion. What's more, the male Dao companion in the original novel was a villain who opened the back door for the protagonist. If he chose to become Dao companions with the other party, then the ending of the deceptive novel would change from strong to peaceful, from forced to willing, from Yamit to Iku. The more he thought about it, the worse Li Jingji felt. If he rejected, then the two of them might have to go their separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. Perhaps this was the best way to draw a clear line. However, Li Jingji could not help but ask himself, could he bear to accompany each other for dozens of years? Could he bear to part with this hard-won friendship? Could he bear to give up the lofty goal that they had set together? Could he bear to abandon the other party and go away alone? The answer was that he could not bear to. Perhaps the protagonist portrayed by the author was cold-hearted and emotionless, or perhaps the ice phoenix in the setting was cold-hearted and emotionless. However, such a setting might seem comfortable, but when it came to himself, it was extremely difficult to do so. The room of the inn was decorated warmly, and the refreshing tea did not seem to bind the drinker's mind. Li Jingji, who was sitting on a low stool, looked down at the teacup and was lost in thought. Yiqing, who was half lying on the soft couch, had already stopped flipping through the books. He half leaned on the soft cushion, raised his head, and quietly stared at Li Jingji. His eyes were full of dependence. If one looked closely, they would find that his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was hesitating and nervous. He knew that Li Jingji had found out. Found out what he was thinking, what he was intending, and what he loved. Then what? What would the other party do? Accept? Reject? Looking at the other party's increasingly furrowed brows, Yi Cheng's heartbeat slowed down, and even his exhaled breath became long. He was a little regretful. He regretted revealing his thoughts. He regretted being too aggressive and trying to force the other party to face the problem head-on. What if the other party did not accept? Although there were many cases of men becoming Dao companions in the cultivation world, cultivators still valued the balance of yin and yang. Dual cultivation with a man would lose the balance, so dual cultivation with a woman was still the mainstream. If the other party did not accept and pushed him away, what should he do? Time passed quietly, and the light from the window paper was replaced by a dark curtain. The spirit tea in Li Jingji's hand had already cooled down, and the tea stem had already fallen to the bottom of the cup. In fact, Li Jingji had already abandoned the first option. Since he could not bear to throw away the decades of concern and friendship, why should he make things difficult for himself? The reason why he had been silent for so long was because he was thinking about what to do. Yi Cheng's feelings for him were only guesses based on the other party's behavior. Whether or not he had feelings for him, and how much, he did not know at all. If it was just a thought and not an obsession, perhaps he could persuade the other party to return. If the other party did not have such intentions at all, and everything was a misunderstanding on his part, then it would be even simpler. He also did not ignore the strange things that had happened to him recently. For example, when he heard that the other party wanted to find a Dao companion, and when he saw that the other party wanted to buy the items related to the dual cultivation ceremony, he felt repulsed. At this moment, when he thought of those details that he had overlooked, it seemed that there was an indescribable strangeness everywhere. Did he simply not want anyone to come between him and Yi Cheng, or was there something else that he had not noticed yet? When Li Jingji thought of this, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. He pinched his temples and sighed softly. He decided to continue pretending that he did not know and leave all the doubts in his heart to time to prove. Jingji? Yi Cheng called out in a low voice. His red pupils constricted slightly, and there was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. He already regretted it. If he had not made his feelings so obvious, Jingji might not have found out, let alone made things difficult for him. If he had overestimated his position in the other party's heart, would Jingji have left him? Li Jingji put down his teacup, looked at the booklet in front of the other party, and asked, "Have you decided? What do you like?" The expression on Yi Cheng's face went blank for a few seconds. He seemed to be uncertain as he called out, "Jingji?" Li Jingji raised his eyebrows, leaned over, and picked up the booklet. He flipped through it carefully and finally turned to the first page of the booklet. He looked up at Yi Cheng and asked, "What do you think of Xianxia sect? It's surrounded by rosy clouds all year round, and it's surrounded by mountains." Yi Cheng looked straight at Li Jingji and nodded stiffly. "Okay, I'll listen to you." However, his eyes did not move. Li Jingji could not help but wonder if the other party had taken his advice seriously. "Jingji, why did you sit there for so long?" Yi Cheng restrained himself and asked. "Oh, I saw that you were studying the booklet so seriously, so I just started practicing my cultivation method. I was in a meditative state just now." Li Jingji made up a story casually. Yi Cheng raised his eyebrows, nodded, and did not say anything else. Although he was a little disappointed, Li Jingji's silence just now had worn away most of his confidence. However, this result might be for the best. "Then let's go to Xianxia sect tomorrow?" Li Jingji closed the booklet, took out the booklet with all the forces in Green Blaze sect written on it, and looked at it carefully. Green Blaze country had 1 dynasty, 3 sects, 6 valleys, and 9 gates. The imperial family of Green Blaze country naturally occupied the best cultivation resources and was the #1 cultivation family in Green Blaze country. However, because it was the imperial family, it naturally could not accept outsiders. Even the palace maids and guards were humanoid puppets. The 3 sects were Xianxia sect, Fallen Phoenix sect, and Demonic Blood sect. Because they were close in strength and their locations were close, the competition between the 3 sects was extremely fierce. The current ranking seemed to be Xianxia sect first, Fallen Phoenix sect second, and Demonic Blood sect third. The reason Li Jingji chose Xianxia sect was not only because of the scenery, but also because of the rewards of this ranking competition. Yicheng was startled when he heard this. He hurriedly leaned over to look at the words on the booklet. When he saw the 1,000-year bone-forging milk, his pupils shrank slightly. There are very few items that can temper one's body and bones, let alone a 1,000-year one. Li Jingji nodded. He turned his head to look at the head that was very close to him. Thinking of his guest just now, he stepped back unnaturally. Yicheng felt the other party's retreat. Under his lowered eyelids, his red pupils couldn't help but darken slightly. The disappointment and some unwillingness in his heart merged together to form an indescribable emotion. Li Jingji could clearly feel the stiffness of the person beside him. He saw that the other party maintained his original posture with his eyelids lowered, and the book had been shifted to the side when he retreated, so the other party's gaze did not land on the book at all. This kind of rigidity brought a slight sense of loneliness to the other party. Li Jingji paused. In the end, he still couldn't hold back the sourness in his heart. He clenched his fingers tightly and asked in a somewhat suppressed voice, "Yicheng, do you have someone you like?" His voice was extremely soft. If he didn't add the name, it would seem more like he was muttering to himself. Yicheng was stunned. He suddenly looked up. The silver-haired man was reflected in his dark red pupils. He only heard him murmur back, "Yes." Without hesitation, his tone was firm. Li Jingji pursed his dry lips. The corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. "How much do you like him?" He knew that once that layer of window paper was pierced through, it would be impossible to return to the time when he knew. Nothing. There were only two paths in front of him. Accept. Or reject. When Yicheng heard Li Jingji's question, he didn't answer immediately. He just lowered his eyelids, as if thinking about how to express his feelings. When he opened his mouth again, his tone was gentle and affectionate. Only him. It wasn't words of love. Just 4 short words, but it contained all the longing and attachment. When Li Jingji heard these 4 words, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but feel a little sour. Wasn't he also only having the other party, ever since he came to this place and entered this cultivation world, whether it was in a dangerous situation or in a secret place to kill insects, he had always been accompanied by the other party. If there had to be another person, he might not be willing. But could such feelings be regarded as love? How could his brotherly feelings for Yicheng be confused with love? He didn't know. Yicheng's eyelids were still lowered as he said slowly, "I grew up with him, went through hardships with him, trained with him, and ventured into the world with him. When I placed all my expectations, my attention, my attachment, and my thoughts on him, I was not satisfied. I want more. I want to be recognized by the heavenly axiom. I want to accompany you in a proper way. I want to have." Qi Tong suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Li Jingji's pupils. "Is it too much?" Li Jingji stared at the other party's bloodshot eyes and subconsciously shook his head. He replied in a low voice, "Not at all." As soon as he said that, he carefully understood the other party's words, but his heart was swollen with sourness. When he first met Yicheng, the other party was still a young man with pure and kind eyes. But it was this young man who saved him from danger in the icy water, saved him from the jaws of a ghost in the secret realm, and gave him the only bone-growing grass after he fell into the sea. However, he was so seriously injured that he could not even maintain his human form. Later on, their situation gradually improved, but the other party never had the thought of leaving. They fought enemies together, escaped together, and fought in the insect cave together. The more Li Jingji thought about it, the more anxious his face became. It seemed that after coming here, all his memories, all his concerns, and all his fetters were related to Yicheng. Even the 1.5 years when they didn't contact each other, the belief that supported his day-after-day cultivation was also related to Yicheng. Unknowingly, the other party had become so important in his heart. Looking down at Yicheng who was staring at him, Li Jingji's breathing quickened slightly. The other party was the real cold-blooded villain in the original work. He slaughtered the Li family, assisted Moksha in the battle, and caused the immortal sect to suffer a great defeat. Finally, he disappeared secretly at the beginning of the Guangyuan Desert map's opening. Finally, he appeared beside the male protagonist and stole the male protagonist's bloodline. But now, the other party said that he was the only one. Then what if he didn't exist? Would the other party become the cold-blooded villain in the original work who would do anything to achieve his goals? Must the male protagonist part ways with the villain, even if it was for such a reason and in such a way? After hearing Li Jingji's answer, Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. After waiting quietly for a while, his gaze became more and more aggrieved. Finally, his red eyes were slightly watery. Then do you think you will agree? Li Jingji closed his somewhat dry eyes. His heart softened slightly. Perhaps in his heart, Yi Cheng was no longer the same to him. I don't know. He didn't know what went wrong. He didn't know if he could adapt to the change in his relationship with Yi Cheng. After all, if he married a male wife, it was a very serious problem whether he could still have a normal erection. After all, it was a little difficult for him to face soft girls now. Thinking of the complete trust between the two of them, thinking of the assets they both owned, and then thinking of how he didn't want Yi Cheng to find a Dao companion, and how he had Yi Cheng, it seemed that the idea of finding a Dao companion had never appeared. If he didn't have no feelings for Yi Cheng in his heart, perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to accept slowly trying to change his identity. Li Jingji looked up and saw Yi Cheng's pitiful little eyes. His heart softened a little. He raised his hand to touch Yi Cheng's head and sighed resignedly. Maybe he needs some time. Yi Cheng felt the chill on his head. His eyes lit up slightly as he rubbed his palm. His face was full of satisfaction. I have plenty of time. Seeing Yi Cheng's expression, Li Jingji withdrew his hand a little awkwardly. He bent down to pick up the booklet that had fallen to the ground. With a serious face, he asked, then let's choose the 10,000 Cloud sect. Yi Cheng moved to his side and rested his chin on Li Jingji's shoulder. I'll listen to you. Li Jingji's hand that was holding the booklet trembled imperceptibly. He resisted the urge to tear the booklet from his body and pretended to be calm as he stood up and walked towards the bed. Then I'll adjust tonight and come out tomorrow. The gaze behind him was like a thorn in his back. Li Jingji's heart collapsed. Yi Cheng had been with Li Jingji for so long. If he didn't even know what Li Jingji couldn't do about it, then he really had lived in vain. Yi Yu slowly straightened his body when he saw the other party's fleeing figure and the way he walked with the same hands and feet. His aggrieved expression had yet to fade away, and a determined smile had already appeared on his beautiful jade-like face. Since he was sure that Yi Cheng didn't have no feelings for him, since Yi Cheng wasn't willing to abandon him and leave, since his position in Yi Cheng's heart wasn't lower than his, then he no longer had any scruples. The next morning, a red and white streak of light flew out from the direction of Huiyan City. Its speed was incomparably fast. It directly passed some slower streaks of light and headed towards the northwest. In the streak of light, Li Jingji's expression was serious. It seemed that he was completely immersed in flying, but his pupils were slightly scattered. It was obvious that he was absent-minded. Beside him, Yi Cheng had a jade slip placed on his forehead. It seemed that he was seriously looking for the way. The two of them were very close to each other. The wide sleeves of their robes naturally hung down, covering their hands that were holding each other's. The two of you are working together to control the streak of light. Its speed is really fast. Yi Cheng glanced at the person beside him and praised. Li Jingji struggled to free his hand, and his back tensed up slightly. Then why are you still holding my hand? Yi Cheng took the jade slip, turned around, and asked innocently, don't we have to gather the spiritual aura in one place to merge the flight lights? That's what we used to do. Li Jingji face-bombed. In the past, they had held hands, but that was also for convenience. Normally, when cultivators gathered spiritual energy, they would need to use a type of technique. Moreover, the spiritual energy was far less convenient than directly gathering spiritual energy through meridians. However, this method of directly connecting meridians was rarely used by cultivators. After all, no one was willing to entrust their life to another person. However, no matter how convenient it was in the past. Ever since he found out that Yi Cheng had feelings for him, his impression of Yi Cheng had changed. Holding hands was strange no matter how he looked at it. Relax. Yi Cheng squeezed Li Jingji's palm. Can't we get along like we did in the past? His voice sounded a little lonely. Li Jingji wanted to laugh when he heard this. Yes, no matter what, couldn't they get along like they did in the past? Yi Cheng was still Yi Cheng. Why did he want to keep a distance from Yiqing just because of the awkwardness in his heart? Didn't he already decide to give himself time to slowly adapt to the change in position? Why did he have to worry about nothing now? Yiqing felt the bones in his hands slowly relax, and his tightly pursed lips also relaxed slightly. We've been flying for 2 days. After passing by 3 more cities, we'll reach the Thousand Sunset sect in the Thousand Sunset Mountains. Li Jingji's expression became serious. He threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart and began to think about the problem that he had been struggling with for a long time. The book says that the 1,000-year bone-forging milk is produced by a 10,000-year stalactite tree between the 3 major sections. It's guarded by the late-stage Yuanying disciples of the 3 major sects, but it's only awarded to the top 3 winners in the sect competition. Yiqing knew that Li Jingji was speaking with a pause, so he definitely wanted to say more than that. Li Jingji tilted his head and frowned slightly. Only inner sect cultivators of the foundation establishment stage can participate in the competition between the 3 major sections. Yiqing was stunned. He also frowned and pondered, why don't you set up a golden elixir and Yuanying competition? Li Jingji shook his head. It wasn't mentioned in the booklet. I'm guessing it's probably because Yuanying is the pillar of the sect, the golden elixir is the foundation of the sect, and the foundation establishment stage is the new blood of the sect. In order to hone the selection process, this decision was made. After a pause, he added, this is just my guess. I really don't know the specifics. Yiqing nodded and asked, then what should we do? Don't tell me you're going to hide your cultivation and sneak in as a low-level disciple? Li Jingji raised his eyebrows and seriously thought about Yiqing's words. After a while, he nodded and said, this method is not bad. It's decided. In this way, if you directly enter the sect as a Yuanying, it will definitely disturb the internal balance of the sect. There will definitely be many forces that want to befriend you. If you want stability, you can't avoid joining a force. However, if you're involved in the power struggle between the sects, you won't be able to cultivate steadily. It's better to become an ordinary inner sect disciple and focus on cultivation. Secondly, it's this 1,000-year bone-forging milk. Yiqing listened to the analysis and agreed. Indeed, 1 Yuanying won't do much. If 2 suddenly enter, it will more or less affect the power balance of the upper echelons of the sect. When the time comes, we don't want to be entangled in trouble. We just want to find a place with strong spirit energy to cultivate. Li Jingji heard this and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. When he got along with Yiqing, whether it was the decisions they made or the things they did, there were very few disagreements. They didn't even have a breaking-in period. What if it was someone else? Would they still be able to do this, just like now, with the other party leading the way and being vigilant of the environment? He could even let his mind wander and think about all this without the slightest scruple. If it was someone else, would he still entrust all his trust and his safety to them? Probably not, right? If he didn't take Yiqing's gender into consideration, the other party was simply a companion that was tailor-made for him. Li Jingji had unknowingly withdrawn his psychological defenses to the bottom. After flying for another day, the 2 finally arrived at their destination in the afternoon of the 4th day. It was a small town located at the edge of the Thousand Sunset mountain range. This small town was a subsidiary town of the Thousand Sunset sect. They recruited disciples and purchased supplies here. Therefore, although it was called a small town, there were more cultivators coming and going than Huiyan City, and the scale was also larger. Before entering the city, the 2 of them had suppressed their cultivation to the peak level of foundation establishment. However, because the 2 of them weren't human cultivators in the traditional sense, they naturally hadn't experienced foundation establishment before. It was just a pseudo-foundation establishment, which was enough to deceive the spiritual testing array. There was a restriction on flying in the town. Therefore, after entering the town, the 2 of them concealed their flying lights and changed to walking. Walking in the Thousand Sunset town, the cultivators coming and going were of different levels. There were many chi refining, foundation establishment, and golden elixir. However, they didn't see a single Yuanying. After thinking about it carefully, it was clear that those who could cultivate to the Yuanying realm were powerful people if they were rogue cultivators. There was no need for them to join any sect. If they already had a sect, under the sect's nurturing, they would have already formed their own forces. It was even more impossible for them to join other sections. Therefore, although there were many Yuanian cultivators in Green Flame Country, it was impossible to see them in a place like this. The streets of the Thousand Sunset Town weren't narrow. Instead, they were very wide. However, such a road was still crowded with people. It was very crowded, and the crowd was moving in the same direction. Yiqing walked in front of Li Jingji. Li Jingji was pushed by a cultivator behind him. He stumbled and fell on Yicheng's back, causing the person in front to turn around. Li Jingji steadied himself. He frowned and transmitted his voice, "Why are there so many cultivators? If this place was a vassal of a sect, there wouldn't be so many." He had never seen so many cultivators crowded on the streets. Yiqing narrowed his eyes and glanced at the cultivators behind Li Jingji. An undetectable killing intent flashed past his eyes. When he heard Li Jingji's transmission, his gaze softened. "Follow them and you'll know." He turned his body slightly, and seamlessly separated himself from Li Jingji. They followed the crowd to the end. In the distance, they saw a towering mountain gate. The place where the crowd gathered was a majestic palace. The palace had the words Lan Men Hall written on it. The surrounding buildings were very short. This majestic palace was placed here, and it looked very out of place. It was as if it had been placed there by force. The crowd surged into the palace. Li Jingji was slightly surprised. Although the palace wasn't big, there were a lot of people. It was far from what the palace could accommodate. However, it did. When they entered the palace, everything in front of them suddenly changed. The palace didn't look very big from the outside, but it was shockingly big from the inside. They couldn't see the other end of the palace from afar, and the cultivators were still walking inside. After Li Jingji entered, his face was full of realization. "This is it. So this is a palace formed by a Dharma artifact." Yiqing nodded. "Indeed, there is this type of palace Dharma artifact. It can expand its space according to the number of cultivators entering." When they reached the center of the palace, the group behind them also reached the end. After the palace gate slowly closed, an old voice sounded in the air. 10,000 Sunset Sect will officially recruit disciples tomorrow. Cultivators, please stand in the designated area according to your cultivation level and wait patiently." When Li Jingji and Yiqing heard this, they both looked at each other. No wonder. The voice echoed 3 times in the palace. As soon as the voice fell, the tiles in the palace emitted 4 soft light pillars. They were red, orange, yellow, and green. The 4 colors divided the entire palace into 4 long strips. The cultivators standing in the middle were very conspicuous. The old voice spoke again. "Red represents Yuanian cultivators, orange represents golden elixir cultivators, yellow represents foundation establishment cultivators, and green represents qi condensation cultivators." When the cultivators in the hall heard this, they didn't hesitate and chose their own areas according to their cultivation. Because they moved horizontally, it wasn't crowded. Li Jingji and Yu stood still in the uncolored area and looked around. At this moment, the cultivators had already split up. There was not a single person in the red area, there were dozens of people in the orange area, and there was no difference between the yellow and green areas. As expected, the Yuanian cultivators are either rogue cultivators or outstanding cultivators nurtured by their respective sections. Naturally, they wouldn't participate in such a large selection. Li Jingji sent a voice transmission in a low voice. As he spoke, he had already imitated the cultivators around him and placed a meditation cushion on the square tiles and sat down. Yiqing sat down cross-legged beside Li Jingji and said, "Even if rogue cultivators joined, how could the proud Yuanian cultivators be willing to participate in the selection with other cultivators?" Although the 2 of them didn't know anything about the rules of how to test new disciples, since they were here, they had the opportunity to deal with whatever came their way. Therefore, they didn't panic in their hearts and didn't join the other cultivators who gathered together to form groups. They just sat there quietly and meditated to kill time. Gradually, the chatter of the surrounding cultivators gradually died down. All of them brought out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged on the ground. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. As the hall did not have any windows, the cultivators inside did not have much of a sense of time. After an unknown amount of time, the black ceiling above the hall suddenly lit up with countless stars. As the stars flickered, countless snow-white jade stones shot toward the cultivators below. Although the cultivators were meditating, none of them had entered a meditative state. When the spiritual energy in the air fluctuated, some cultivators opened their eyes and raised their heads to look up. What they saw was countless stones smashing into the ground like a torrential storm. Many cultivators sent out protective magical artifacts or protective spiritual lights to defend against the meteor without thinking. However, there were also some cultivators with sensitive reactions who thought that this jade was not ordinary. They flew up almost without thinking, as if they wanted to resist the meteor with their bodies. When Li Jingji opened his eyes and saw the jade stones flying towards him like a hot knife cutting through butter, he immediately turned into a beam of light and met them head-on. Yiqing was not slow either and followed closely behind. Just as the two of them were about to face the jade stones that were as dense as hailstones, the two of them suddenly lit up. With a flick of their sleeves, they gathered the two jade stones into their palms. What was strange was that apart from the two pieces of jade in their hands, the other pieces of jade that brushed past their protective spiritual light and smashed to the ground were like illusions. They couldn't be touched and had no form. Many cultivators in the air seemed to have noticed this. They all stopped in the air with their own jade stones and looked at the jade stones below with a strange expression. The cultivators below who chose to use their spiritual light to protect their bodies also reacted when they saw the scene in the air. Almost at the same time, they rushed toward the jade stones. The competition was extremely fierce. However, although there were a lot of jade stones, there were even more cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the originally dense jade stones below had been reduced by more than half. The cultivators who got the jade stones stopped in the air with satisfaction, while the cultivators who didn't get the jade stones fought for them below. Li Jingji touched the round bead in his hand and quietly looked at the scene below. After a while, he said, "The number of cultivators is about 3 times the number of jade stones." When Yiqing heard this, he turned to look at Li Jingji and nodded. Moreover, the jade stones in each color have different spiritual pressure. Li Jingji nodded slightly. He saw a foundation establishment cultivator pinch a piece of jade in his hand. His expression suddenly changed, and dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His fingers loosened slightly, and the piece of jade escaped from his hand. This must be the first step of the 10,000 Cloud Sect's selection. Li Jingji lowered his head and looked at the jade stone in his hand. I wonder how many years does the 10,000 Cloud Sect recruit disciples? Because the two of them didn't use sound transmission, others could hear them. When Li Jingji said this, a female cultivator standing not far from the two of them said, "The 10,000 Cloud Sect selects disciples once every 100 years, and they use different methods. At other times, they select outstanding juniors from large and small sects in the Green Blaze country." Li Jingji nodded and suddenly understood. No wonder when the jade stone appeared, it seemed that not many people knew about it. The female cultivator chuckled. It's not just that not many people know about it, it's that no one knows about it at all. You must know that this hall is a magic tool specially used to select outstanding disciples. Even the testing methods are in 9x9, and it happens once every 100 years. Even if someone has seen all the testing methods, it would take them at least 8,100 years. As she spoke, the beautiful female cultivator's bright eyes moved and she looked at Yiqing and Li Jingji from head to toe. The two of you reacted quickly. If your spiritual roots aren't weak, your cultivation isn't strong, and your bone ages aren't high, I guarantee that you'll be able to enter the inner sect. Li Jingji raised his eyebrows and looked around. He understood. The cultivators who obtained the jade stones first all stood at the highest point and looked at the scene below, while those who obtained the jade stones later were below. Could it be that the selection of the inner and outer sect disciples was related to the timing of obtaining the jade stones? Yiqing stood beside Li Jingji without saying a word. His expression was cold and his eyes were vigilant. He leaned to one side as if he was going to block Li Jingji behind him at any time. Especially when the female cultivator's eyes wandered around Li Jingji's face 3 or 4 times, the gloominess in his eyebrows was the strongest. When the female cultivator saw Yiqing's expression, she raised her eyebrows and understood. Her gaze deliberately stopped and wandered around Li Jingji's face a few times. Sure enough, she saw that the other party's red eyes were even more irritable and even revealed a bit of killing intent. The female cultivator pursed her lips and looked away. She muttered softly, "Pfft, you really can't take a joke. It's as if everyone will come and snatch the bento you like." Although her voice was very soft, a cultivator's hearing had always been very strong. Li Jingji heard her soft words. He tilted his head slightly and saw that the other party's face was full of protectiveness. The slight confusion in his heart disappeared. He chuckled softly and smoothed the other party's slightly furrowed brows. He said telepathically, "You have to learn to restrain your thoughts and not show all your emotions." When Yicheng heard this, he looked back at him with a straight face and retorted, "I don't." As if to prove the reliability of his words, Yicheng pressed down the corners of his mouth with force. Li Jingji raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "You can't show it in your eyes either." The corners of Yicheng's mouth curled down slightly. It happened so quickly that only Li Jingji noticed it. "Yes, I only show my true emotions in front of you." His face was full of sincerity. When Li Jingji heard this, he lowered his eyes and pondered for a while. When he thought of the other party's behavior in private, he also felt that this was the most reassuring. He nodded and said, "Yes, you just have to show your true nature in front of me." A dark light flashed in Yicheng's eyes and he nodded calmly. Although the female cultivator beside him didn't look at the two people, she saw them nodding and muttering from the corner of her eye. They seemed to be discussing something through telepathic communication. In the end, they seemed to have reached a consensus and both of them looked satisfied. "Humph, so what if you have a partner?" As she thought about it, the female cultivator rolled her eyes in her heart and secretly coughed up blood. Li Jingji was satisfied and lowered his head to look at the situation below. He saw that the falling jade stones had long disappeared and some cultivators were fighting over a piece of jade below. There were also a few cultivators who wanted to use the flying light to snatch the jade stones of the cultivators above, but they seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier and couldn't go up. Seeing this scene, Li Jingji was slightly stunned. He released his spiritual sense and carefully observed the void below. He found that there was a layer of space restriction placed in the middle, dividing the cultivators above and below into 3 groups. Since no one was fighting over the jade stones, they were happy to be free. The two of them simply circulated their cultivation techniques in midair and recovered some spiritual qi. This method of suppressing one's cultivation in order to deceive the spirit testing tool was different from the method of suppressing one's cultivation to deceive cultivators. To deceive cultivators, one only needed to conceal one's spiritual qi and give the illusion that one's cultivation wasn't profound when their spiritual sense swept past. However, this method couldn't be used on the spirit testing tool. The spirit testing tool was based on the form of spiritual qi in the dantian. In order to deceive the spirit testing tool, Li Jingji and Yicheng covered their dantian with a layer of pseudo-spirit tools, concealing the ice phoenix's spiritual body. Yicheng also did the same. However, the drawbacks of this method were quite large. Before the spirit testing tool, they had to constantly use magic power to maintain the layer of pseudo-spirit tools. The consumption was quite large, so every bit of spiritual qi they could recover was a bit. Who knew what they would have to go through later? If a Yuanying stage demon cultivator couldn't defeat a foundation establishment cultivator, then they would be too ashamed to stay. At that moment, the sounds of fighting below stopped and the old voice sounded again, "Cultivators who have obtained the purple bamboo jade can stay. Cultivators who haven't obtained the purple bamboo jade may leave." As soon as the voice fell, the tightly shut palace door slowly opened. Even though some of the cultivators were unwilling to accept this, they could only sigh and walk away. After everyone left, the palace door closed again and the person said, "Next, I'll invite the cultivators of the lowest level to flick spiritual qi into the purple bamboo jade to test the spiritual root aptitude." When the cultivators below heard this, they all did as they were told. The ice-white jade emitted a variety of colors. Some of the stones emitted different colors, while some of the colors were extremely balanced. However, Li Jingji looked around and didn't find any single-colored jade stones. Eh? Are heavenly spiritual roots so rare in Green Flame Country? He frowned and muttered to himself. Heavenly spiritual roots are rare in the lower realm. According to rough statistics, only 1 out of 10,000 cultivators may have heavenly spiritual roots. 1,000 have dual spiritual roots, while the rest have 3 or 4 mixed spiritual roots. This data is only found in Green Flame Country because of its vast territory and abundant resources. In those remote places like Beihan and Guangyuan, they may not even see a single heavenly spiritual root in their entire lives. The female cultivator beside him sighed and said, I only have fire and would dual spiritual roots. Li Jingji was indifferent. He turned to look at Yiqing and sighed inwardly. As expected, the author had a golden finger in Beihan. What was the probability of him encountering 3 heavenly spiritual roots in that short period of time? Just as the two of them were hesitating whether they should use a secret technique to conceal their spirit roots, the old voice sounded again, cultivators with 3 colors and above, please leave. As soon as the words were spoken, the cultivators were in an uproar, discussing the 1,000 Cloud sect's rule. They didn't even know what kind of status the sect would give, but they already stipulated that those with 4 or 5 spirit roots would be eliminated. Could it be that cultivators with 4 or 5 spirit roots couldn't even be outer sect disciples? Ah, my purple bamboo jade! A beautiful female cultivator below exclaimed. Cries of surprise could be heard from all over the main hall. Li Jingji looked in their direction, only to see the mottled purple bamboo jade in their hands slowly disappearing. The palace door slowly opened. The cultivators without purple bamboo jade seemed to be squeezed by a huge force, but once they walked out, this huge force would disappear on its own. Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Who asked their spirit roots to be disregarded by the sect, and they hated that they weren't disciples of big family clans. Once the group of cultivators left, the entire main hall became much emptier, and the people who stayed behind were filled with a negative atmosphere. Yiqing glanced around at the cultivators in the air, frowning slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Jingji asked, what's the matter? Yiqing shook his head. The cultivators on our level might not be the standard for the ones below. Li Jingji was stunned. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the voice again, cultivators with 2 or single colors on the first level, go up 1 level. As if it was expected, the cultivators below were calm. After they did as they were told, the old voice said again, cultivators on the 2nd level will be tested for spirit roots. Li Jingji looked down at the cultivators below who were tested for spirit roots. The colors were still rather mixed, and there were also many cultivators with 4 or 5 spirit roots. For a moment, some were happy, while others were worried. Cultivators with 5 spirit roots can leave. Cultivators with 4 spirit roots can choose to leave or go down 1 level, the old voice said. The authority was relaxed a little. Cultivators with 4 spirit roots could only go down 1 level, and they were not asked to leave. Cultivators with 3 spirit roots could still stay on the 2nd level. The cultivators with 4 spiritual roots who stayed on the 2nd floor almost didn't think twice before heading down 1 floor. What a joke! They were already thankful to be able to stay on the 2nd floor. It didn't matter whether it was the 3rd or 2nd floor. The penta-spirit veins were too weak. Although he was unwilling, he could only leave. Please have the cultivators of the highest level test their spiritual roots. The old voice rang out again. When Li Jingji heard this, he closed his eyes and slowly ran the spiritual energy out of his dantian. Finally, it gathered along the meridians of his arm to the palm of his hand. Finally, it slowly flowed into the purple bamboo jade. The white jade body slowly released an icy white luster. Due to your outstanding reaction and initiative, the 4 spirit veins cultivators can drop by 1 level, the 5 spirit veins cultivators can drop by 2 levels, and the 3 spirit veins and 2 spirit veins cultivators can stay. The old voice paused for a moment, and then exclaimed in surprise, huh? There was actually a cultivator with a single spiritual root this year? Hiss, there are 2 more? As soon as this was said, the entire hall was in an uproar, and they all looked in the direction of the highest level. Li Jingji glanced at the purple bamboo jade in his palm. Its lustrous jade body exuded an icy white halo, and the icy white light in Yicheng's hand faintly revealed a demonic red glow. Obviously, the old man was talking about the 2 of them. Although they had considered hiding their abilities just now, since their cultivation was already enough to protect themselves, it didn't seem to be a big deal to expose their aptitude under the premise of not revealing their true strength. After all, the purpose of their trip was to get the 1,000-year bone-forging milk. Slightly exposing their advantages was more beneficial to the purpose of this trip. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the purple bamboo jade in their hands. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were calm. Everyone's expressions were different, but most of them were jealous. After going through a few rounds of cruel elimination, and all of them were caused by their lack of aptitude, they were naturally especially jealous when they saw the heavenly spirit veins that were favored by the heavenly Tao. Li Jingji only pursed his lips and looked away. In the blink of an eye, he saw Yiqing staring at him. The other party's light voice sounded in his mind. Don't worry, these people are nothing to be afraid of. If anyone comes looking for trouble. After a pause, the other party's cold voice became a little sticky, as if a little embarrassed. I will protect you. Li Jingji nodded in agreement after hearing the first part. He really didn't want to cause trouble, but under the premise of absolute suppression, these people were indeed nothing to be afraid of. However, after hearing the other party's second half of the sentence, Li Jingji raised his eyebrows. Why can't I protect you? Shouldn't I be the one to protect you when you can't change back to your original form? Yiqing pursed his lips and took half a step back under Li Jingji's threatening gaze. However, when the female cultivator at the side spoke, he took another step forward and blocked Li Jingji. So the two of you are the heavenly spirit veins that are 1 in a million. The female cultivator tilted her head and looked at the two of them. She raised her eyebrows slightly and held her chin with one hand. Her face was full of suspicion. Why didn't you say so just now? Li Jingji tilted his head slightly and sized up the female cultivator, but he didn't see any envy or jealousy on her face. The heavenly Tao's favor is nothing to be proud of. The female cultivator was stunned. After carefully thinking about his words, the suspicion on her face faded a lot. Then, she was about to say something when she realized that the other party's position didn't seem right. Hey, I say, why are the two of you in such a strange position? Why are you always blocking him? The second half of the sentence was directed at Yiqing. Li Jingji glanced at the black figure in front of him and reached out to push the other party to the side. Yiqing leaned back and blocked the other party. He said in an extremely serious tone, I'm afraid that she'll do something to you. The female cultivator rolled her eyes and looked around. Seeing that there were still many cultivators looking at them, she couldn't help but curl her lips. You two are really lucky. You actually have heavenly spirit veins. Li Jingji didn't reply. He didn't know if he was lucky or not, but he had to fight for what he wanted. This was an eternal truth. Moreover, with his aptitude, he would be cannon fodder if he was placed in a mortal sect. Fortunately, he was the main character. At this moment, the old voice sounded again. Now, the 10,000 Sunset Sect's disciple selection has been completed. The cultivators at the bottom level are the 10,000 Sunset Sect's outer sect disciples. With the purple bamboo jade, you can go and find the outer sect's elder Ding. The cultivators at the second level are inner sect disciples. You can report to the inner sect's elder one. The disciples at the top level have a chance to become an elder's disciple. However, the specific opportunities are still up to you. Go to the main hall directly. When the old voice stopped, all the transcendence energy restrictions in the main hall disappeared. The purple bamboo jade in everyone's hands also turned into jade tokens of different colors. Li Jingji looked at the tokens in his hands. He could roughly guess that because of the different grades, the colors were also different. With a burst of dizziness, the entire palace seemed to be moving quickly. After a long time, it slowly came to a stop. The doors of the palace slowly opened, and all the cultivators swarmed out. They were afraid that if they were late, such a good opportunity would be taken away by someone else. Li Jingji and Yiqing, who were squeezed at the back, were not in a hurry. They waited leisurely at the back. Li Jingji looked at the cultivators who were scrambling to be the first. He turned his head and saw that Yiqing was frowning because he was being pushed too hard. He reached out and grabbed Yiqing's wrist. He whispered, "We'll go out later." Then, he looked at the surging crowd. It was understandable that those cultivators would have such a reaction. It was already extremely difficult to climb to this level from being an independent cultivator. They had no family clan to rely on, and no sect to seek protection. Now that there was such a good opportunity, naturally, no one would be willing to fall behind. And these cultivators were more ruthless and unscrupulous than those who grew up in sections. They also lacked a sense of honor for their sections. The 10,000 Sunset sect needed them, but they were also wary of them. After waiting for the people in front to leave, Li Jingji pulled Yiqing out slowly. Only then did he realize that they were already in the 10,000 Sunset Mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the continuous 10,000 Sunset Mountain range was surrounded by a sea of clouds. There were various palaces on the mountain peaks. It was quite a spectacular sight. It happened to be evening at this time. The sun was setting in the west, and the continuous sea of clouds was illuminated by the sunset glow. As the sea of clouds rolled, a majestic aura poured out, making people feel like they had great ambitions out of thin air. They happened to be on a mountain peak that was not too high. Li Jingji, who was hesitating about where the main hall was stopped by an old voice. "My two little friends, please wait for this old man." The people around them had already dispersed. An old man with white hair and beard slowly walked out of the palace. As his robe fluttered, he gave off the feeling of an immortal who rode the wind and returned home. Li Jingji used his divine sense to sense the other party's cultivation. He found that the other party was also an early-stage Yuanying cultivator. He sized up the other party's appearance again. His pupils shrank slightly, and a few words suddenly appeared in his mind. Tai-bai Jinxing. Li Jingji stood in place and watched Tai-bai Jinxing cast a spell on the palace. Then, the palace slowly shrank and was put into his sleeve. Tai-bai Jinxing then walked towards them. "Hee, my two little friends, I am the Elder Bai in charge of recruiting disciples. My surname is Bai." Elder Bai's cheeks were slightly red, and he smiled wholeheartedly. "My name is Jinxing, and my courtesy name is Tai-bai." Li Jingji opened his mouth. He wanted to greet him, but he was shocked by the other party's name. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He felt very uncomfortable. Yiqing nodded at the other party and said, "Elder Bai, my surname is Yi, and my given name is Yu." He then pointed at Li Jingji. "This is my partner. Her surname is Li, and her given name is Jingji." As he spoke, he unconsciously frowned, then turned his head as if nothing had happened. Li Jingji's expression did not seem right. In the past, when faced with such situations, he would not be distracted at all. Could it be because he addressed the other party as his partner just now? Jingji should not be so petty. It was just a form of address. Moreover, it was not too much to address him as her partner. He did not say that he was her Dao partner. "My two little friends, are you two planning to go to the main hall?" Elder Bai asked as he stroked his small mustache. "Yes, the two of us are planning to go to the main hall to become an elder's disciple." Yiqing followed the other party's words and said, "But we don't know where the main hall is." "Hee, my two little friends, you don't have to look for it. That's only for cultivators with dual spirit roots. The two of you have heavenly spirit roots and mutated ice spirit roots. Naturally, you need to find a better master to guide you." Elder Bai suddenly lowered his voice. "Moreover, you don't need to look for opportunities at all. There will be opportunities that will find you. There is an old monster in the early stage of soul formation in our sect who has not found a disciple yet." Li Jingji and Yiqing looked at each other, and the fear in their hearts grew. Early stage of soul formation? Li Jingji was shocked. Then why would he take a fancy to the two of us? Elder Bai smiled mysteriously. He stroked his white mustache and said mysteriously, "The two of you will know when the time comes." Seeing Li Jingji shake his head without a trace, Yiqing understood and said, "I wonder if I can refuse?" Elder Bai was stunned when he heard this, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Why? So many people want to be this Patriarch Lei's disciple, but he rejected them all. Li Jingji frowned and said with a worried expression, "Elder Bai, please don't laugh at me for the reason. How can the two of us reach the soul formation realm? The 10,000 Cloud sect is the #1 sect in Green Blaze country, and there are countless geniuses in Yuanying. Celestial spirit roots can be found everywhere. Although the two of us also have celestial spirit roots, we know that our comprehension is not outstanding. If we find that soul formation realm patriarch to be our master," Elder Bai stroked his beard and was stunned. His initial excitement also cooled down a little. After thinking carefully, he also felt that the other party's words made sense. However, he said, "Haha, the two of you better not belittle yourselves. This old man dares to guarantee that based on the attributes of your spirit roots, that Patriarch Lei will also accept the two of you. Li Jingji was stunned. Could it be that Patriarch Lei is also one of them? That's right. Patriarch Lei is a cultivator who cultivates ice-type Dharma spells. In his early years, he was unparalleled in Green Blaze country. Elder Bai looked at the shock in the eyes of the two people opposite him with satisfaction and said slowly, that's right. Because ice-type spirit roots are mutated spirit roots, they are rare to begin with. In addition, it's even more difficult to find a celestial spirit root. That's why that patriarch has never been able to accept a disciple. Elder Bai advised, if I could have a soul formation realm patriarch as my master, why would I bother to stay in this realm for 100 years? You still want to refuse? The two of them looked at each other. They both understood their current situation very well. To ordinary cultivators, this might indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. However, the two of them were not ordinary cultivators at all. They might not even be human cultivators. Although their strength was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, the path that Li Jingji took was the path that no one had ever dabbled in before. Although it was much faster than other cultivators, even he himself did not know what side effects there would be in the future. If one's state of mind was not good enough, they might become half human and half demon. Therefore, they absolutely could not meet this divine transformation realm old ancestor. According to the two of them, they didn't even need a master. They just needed to find a place with abundant spiritual qi to cultivate in seclusion. Li Jingji pulled Yiqing behind him and pretended to be worried. Elder, don't worry. It's not that the two of us don't know what's good for us, but Elder Bai, think about it. There are many talented disciples in this sect, and we only have the advantage of having spiritual roots. If we use this advantage to become the old ancestors' disciples, I'm afraid we will become the target of public criticism. This is not what the two of us want. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing is the state of mind. The two of us only want to become ordinary disciples of the sect and climb up step by step with our own efforts. We don't want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Elder Bai pondered for a while and shook his head after a long while. Sigh, in today's cultivation world, it's really rare to see young people with states of mind like the two of you. You don't know how many young cultivators in the entire Xianxia sect are fighting to become Ancestor Lei's disciples. Not only can they reach the sky in one step, they also have an endless supply of magic tools and spirit stones. You actually rejected such a good thing. Well, since you're unwilling, I'm afraid you're not fated to be. I'll hide the aptitude of your spiritual roots, but... Elder Bai paused. But there's no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. If the two of you want to go to the main hall to look for other masters, once the news reaches Ancestor Lei, he will definitely intercept you. Li Jingji saw that the other party had relented and felt relieved. He smiled and said, it's fine if the two of us don't look for other masters. Anyway, we'll just advance a little slower. This way, we can just become ordinary disciples of the inner sect. Elder Bai didn't speak and seemed to be weighing something. Li Jingji didn't interrupt. After all, they were two celestial spiritual roots. If the higher-ups knew that the other party had discovered two celestial spiritual roots but didn't report it, it might implicate the other party. Elder, the two of us are willing to hide our spiritual roots. Yiqing stood behind Li Jingji and added with a flat expression. When Elder Bai heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He shook his head and said, according to the sect rules, disciples with celestial spiritual roots should be handed over to the higher-ups of the sect for further arrangements. I stopped the two of you just now because I wanted to take you directly to Ancestor Lei, but your words reminded me of a friend of mine. Yiqing and Li Jingji looked at each other and understood that the other party was probably going to relent on this matter. However, the other party seemed to be a little too easy to talk to. That was a long time ago. At that time, the two of us also entered the sect together. Unlike me, who has dual spiritual roots, he has a single heavenly fire spiritual root. As soon as he entered the sect, he was valued and was directly accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. He thought that he would have a meteoric rise and that his path of cultivation would be smooth and open. However, he didn't expect that because he was too dazzling, it caused jealousy among his fellow disciples. He was actually assassinated during an experience and never returned. Instead, it was me, who has dual spiritual roots, who safely reached Yuanying. Elder Bai seemed to be immersed in his memories, and his expression was sorrowful. As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. Well, what the two of you said makes sense. What happens in the future will depend on your luck. Thank you, Elder Bai. The two of them looked respectful and heaved a sigh of relief. Li Jingji held the purple bamboo jade in his hand in front of the other party. Then should the two of us report to the intersex Elder Wan now? Do we need to cover up our spiritual roots? Elder Bai shook his head. No, there were too many people in the hall who saw that the two of you have heavenly spiritual roots. I'm afraid this matter can't be covered up. How about this? A smile appeared on the old man's face. He stroked his beard and looked at the two of them. The two of you directly become my disciples. When the sect asks, I'll say that the two of you have a slender fire spiritual root beside your spiritual roots, which spoiled the excellent quality of your heavenly eye spiritual roots. I didn't check carefully during the examination, which resulted in a mistake. That's why I directly accepted you into my sect. Li Jingji and Yiqing were stunned when they heard this. Then, they smiled bitterly. No wonder this old man was so easy to talk to and didn't care about the two of them bargaining with him. It turned out that he was waiting for them. It was true. When Bai Jingxing saw the strange expressions on the two of their faces, he couldn't help but frown. What, don't tell me you don't like me? I'm a Yuanian cultivator after all. Am I not qualified to be your master? Li Jingji looked at the other party. He wanted to refute but didn't know what to say. Now that he thought about it, the other party had stopped them and brought up Patriarch Lei. It was most likely a trap. If the two of them really agreed, the other party would take the two of them away. Patriarch Lei probably wouldn't really accept them. At that time, they would delay the matters in the main hall. This elder Bai would probably reluctantly accept them as disciples. This old man was really going all out in order to accept disciples. Yiqing frowned and asked, Elder Bai, what kind of spirit root does that Patriarch Lei have? Elder Bai stroked his beard and chuckled. His small eyes glowed slightly, and he looked exactly like an old fox. Tisk, Patriarch Lei, of course he has the heavenly thunder spirit root. Sigh, I say, since the two of you don't want to stand out, how good would it be to be my disciples? My Jin Xingfeng is peaceful and quiet. I can go into seclusion for as long as I want. I also have a female disciple who is now going out to gain experience. I won't treat her well. Li Jingji raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, it didn't seem too bad. Just as he was hesitating, he heard the other party say, the two of you haven't become Dao companions yet, right? When the two of you enter the golden elixir period, how about I host the dual cultivation ceremony for the two of you? Li Jingji watched as Yiqing took a step forward and nodded quickly. His mouth opened and closed as he shouted, Master. But he didn't have time to stop him. Elder Bai laughed and patted Yiqing's shoulder. He sighed and said, Sigh, it's so hard to find a Dao companion whom you can be satisfied with these days. Yiqing's expression was also full of emotions. Li Jingji looked at the scene in front of him that looked like a benevolent master and filial disciple. He resisted the urge to turn around and leave. He asked, why is Elder Bai so insistent on taking the two of us as disciples? One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. He didn't believe that Elder Bai would rope them in for no reason. When Elder Bai heard this, his eyebrows suddenly rose high. He gritted his teeth and said, the last time we selected disciples was 200 years ago. There was also a heavenly spirit root, but it was snatched by Old Man Li. In the next few decades, every time his disciple advanced, he would come to me to show off. My poor Jin Xingfeng was ridiculed to the point of being unable to fight back. This time, humph. Elder Bai's face looked like he had gotten his revenge. It turned out that the reason was so simple. It was just a way for the elders to show off to each other. They had lived for too long and had too much free time, so they wanted to compete to see whose disciple was more outstanding, whose cultivation method was better. Since they were at a disadvantage, they wanted to make a comeback. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with that. Li Jingji went through the sequence of events, the pros and cons in his mind. When he found that there was nothing wrong, he nodded. Then we'll have to trouble Master in the future. When Elder Bai heard this, he smiled proudly. Take out your purple bamboo jade. The two of them did as they were told. Bai Jingxing waved his sleeve, and a layer of faint golden light appeared on the originally glossy jade. The golden light slowly gathered and condensed into the 3 small characters of Jin Xingfeng under the surface of the jade. Alright, from now on, the 2 of you are Jin Xingfeng's disciples. Oh, you're the second disciple, and you're the third disciple. The second disciple pointed at Yi Qing, and the third disciple was Li Jinji. This purple bamboo jade is the sex token, so it should be kept properly. After I inject my transcendence energy into this jade, your information will be registered in the sex identity registration office. You will be directly registered under my sect. If you need any resources, just go and get them. Li Jinji raised his eyebrows and argued, he should be my junior brother. He called me master first just now, so he should be the second disciple. Elder Bai refused without any explanation and then urged, let's go, I'll take you to Jin Xingfeng. Then, he turned into a beam of light and flew towards the north. Yi Qing pulled Li Jinji, whose face was full of reluctance, and turned into a beam of light and followed closely behind. Li Jinji first became the junior brother, but then he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He kept feeling that he had forgotten something, as if he wanted to refute Elder Bai. What was it? After thinking hard for a long time in the beam of light, he still couldn't remember and could only give up. As they flew, Li Jinji scanned his surroundings. It turned out that the palace had stopped at the border of the Thousand Glow mountain range. Because they were flying too fast, the cultivators who came out with them earlier were still flying on the road. Bai, master, where is Jin Xingfeng? Li Jinji asked the golden light in front of him through telepathy. Because the spirit veins of the Thousand Glow mountain range are distributed in a circular pattern, the inner circle has the strongest spirit energy. The further you go, the weaker the spirit energy. Therefore, the outer sect is located in the outermost circle. Ordinary inner sect members are on the 4th layer, core inner sect members are on the 3rd layer, and Yuanying elders have their own mountain peaks. They are all distributed on the 2nd layer, and the 1st layer only has 3 main peaks. In the light in front of them, Elder Bai's voice sounded. Yes, it's the highest mountain range. That mountain range is used for the sect's grand occasion. Ordinary disciples can't even think about using it. The other mountain range is Patriarch Lei's residence, and the other is the sect master's residence. So, Jin Xingfeng is on the 2nd layer of the Thousand Glow mountain range? Yi Qing looked at the mountains that were getting closer and closer. These mountains are all above the clouds. I wonder how high above sea level they are. What's the use of the mountains below the clouds? Hearing this, Elder Bai, who was in front, smiled. The Thousand Sunset mountain range is quite unique. Under the clouds, there are no spirit veins, but above the clouds, there are extremely strong spirit qi. Therefore, the land under the clouds is for ordinary animals to live in. Perhaps there are also mortal villages without spirit roots. The light flashed past, and the 3 of them arrived at the area where the mountains were sparsely populated. There were much fewer people here than before. Will these animals come up? Li Jinji raised his eyebrows. The mountains here are extremely steep, and there are cliffs all around. Our houses are built on the flat ground at the top of the mountain, so this kind of thing won't happen. However, those birds often come here to rest. Elder Bai's voice was neither fast nor slow, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Li Jinji looked at the flat ground at the top of the mountain, which seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. He didn't ask any more questions. The 3 of them flew straight past, and soon arrived at the area where the mountains were even more sparsely populated. Although there were fewer mountains, the surrounding spirit energy was several times more than before. Elder Bai's light made a big circle in the sky. He deliberately went around a mountain surrounded by green mountains before moving forward. If Old Li saw this, he might have to spit out the disciple in his hand. Elder Bai pointed at the 2-story bamboo house and said, "That's my house. Don't even think about it." He then pointed at the bamboo forest on the side. "There's bamboo over there. You can build it yourself. Look, your senior sister's house over there was built by her." Li Jinji nodded. It was easy to do with materials, but where should they choose the location? Because his and Yi Cheng's cultivation techniques were special, they could not predict what would happen when they cultivated. If Elder Bai sensed it, Yi Cheng held Li Jinji's hand and looked around in the air. Finally, they flew straight to a remote place on top of Jin Xingfeng. It was surrounded by dense forests. It was close to the bamboo forest, and the environment was quiet. Here? Li Jingji looked back at the bamboo house far away and nodded. Here it is. Bai Jingxing, who was following closely behind the two of them, also looked back at his own house. He then looked at his female disciple's house, which was even further away. He said unhappily, "This is too far away. Do the two of you not want to be close to an old man like me?" Yiqing stared at Elder Bai silently. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his red eyes stared intently at Elder Bai. Elder Bai stared at him for a long time. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and gave in. He took a step back and said with a trembling face, all right. Young people should enjoy some alone time. This is Jin Xingfeng's restriction. You two can do as you deem fit." Then, he flew back to the bamboo house without looking back. "The two of you should hurry up and cultivate. Make Jin Xingfeng proud. When you reach the Yuanying stage, you can also have your own mountain." Li Jingji looked at the other party's retreating figure and said expressionlessly, "Did he misunderstand something?" "No." Yiqing turned his head and threw a long blade condensed from spiritual energy into the bamboo forest. With a crash, a large patch of bamboo fell to the ground. Elder Bai, who was about to enter the bamboo house, paused in his steps. He looked back with a strange expression. The scene that entered his eyes made his pupils shrink. He saw that the patch of 1,000 golden bamboo, which was known to be incomparably tough, was falling down in large patches. This was also a barrier that he had set for his disciples. The bamboo forest was planted when he was first assigned to the mountain. Every 100 years, its skin would thicken a little. Now, 500 years had passed. If he were to go, it would take a lot of effort to chop down the bamboo forest. His eldest disciple, Ruan Pinhong, had also spent several years to build a small bamboo house. But now, he saw the entire patch of bamboo falling down. What kind of cultivation technique did the two of them practice? Or did they obtain some powerful Dharma weapon outside? Bai Jingxing paused in midair for a long time, then walked into the house with a thoughtful expression. Li Jingji's sharp eyes noticed the abnormality of the bamboo. After calling Yiqing to a stop, he looked forward and saw that the inside of the bamboo, which was as thick as the mouth of a bull, was flickering with faint golden patterns. He condensed an ice blade with 30% of his strength and threw it forward. The bamboo did not move at all. He threw another ice blade with 50% of his strength and cut a faint mark on the bamboo. In the end, he used 70% of his strength to cut the bamboo. When he stood up again, he was already stunned. "How much strength did you use?" Yiqing raised his eyebrows and answered, 80%. "The defense of this bamboo is not ordinary?" As he spoke, he turned to look in the direction of the bamboo house. "Why didn't Shizhuan mention this just now?" Li Jingji held up a piece of bamboo with one hand. "Maybe it's a test." "Forget it. When he asks, I'll say that I obtained a sword that can cut iron like mud by chance." Yiqing recalled that there was indeed a sword in his storage ring, so he nodded and lowered his head to sharpen the bottom of the bamboo in Li Jingji's hand. Li Jingji raised the bamboo high and fiercely stabbed it into the ground. With the two of them working together, the speed of building the house was naturally not slow, but it still took them a full 4 days to complete the construction of the bamboo house. The two of them even quarreled over the issue of the bedroom. Yiqing said that there was only one ice bed, so one bedroom was enough. Li Jingji said that the closed-door cultivation this time was extremely crucial and would directly affect the success of his transformation. He did not want to look at Yicheng's face, for fear that his flood dragon face would affect his mood during the transformation. The two of them could not come to an agreement, so the speed of building the house slowed down. Something that could have been completed in 2 days took 4 days. In the end, they were only allocated one bedroom, because Yicheng's expression was indescribably lonely. The reason Li Jingji did not want to cultivate in the same room as Yicheng was naturally not because he was afraid of being disturbed. Previously, they had been cultivating in the same room, and there were no signs of them being disturbed. However, the problem was that after he found out about Yicheng's feelings for him, although he wanted to try to accept him, he did not want to look at that face that looked like it was in heat before he adjusted his mood. However, after a day of resistance, he saw that Yicheng had an abandoned expression again, so he had no choice but to wave the white flag and surrender. Anyway, closed-door cultivation was just meditation, so he did not have to look at it. Moreover, there was indeed only one ice bed, so the convergence of spiritual energy was beneficial to speeding up the speed of cultivation. Seeing that his request was fulfilled, Yicheng diligently made a set of tables, chairs, and tea sets. Then, he entered the void with Li Jingji and released the ice palace. The two of them entered the bedroom. Li Jingji was about to put the ice bed into his storage ring, but Yicheng stopped him. Wait. Li Jingji looked back in confusion. What's wrong? Yicheng's face was expressionless, and there were no ripples in his red eyes. He took a step forward and stood in front of Li Jingji without saying anything. Let me do it. Li Jingji had been with Yicheng for a long time. Although Yicheng often had this expressionless face outside, he rarely showed this expression in front of Li Jingji. At this time, when Li Jingji saw that Yicheng was trying to hide something, his suspicions rose sharply, but he did not say anything. Instead, he looked around and released his divine sense. After Yicheng put the ice bed into his storage ring, there was a crisp clicking sound. Yicheng cast a spell and was about to do something quickly, but another spiritual energy beat him to it. The icy white spiritual energy quickly swept away the object that fell to the ground. Then, Yicheng watched as the object flew behind him and fell into the hands of another person. What is this? Li Jingji held the jade slip and asked with raised eyebrows. Yicheng opened his mouth, his eyes drifting, and stammered, "It's a jade slip." Li Jingji was silent. He probed the jade slip with his divine sense and saw that the jade slip opened with a book on how to use magic tools. Why is it there? Li Jingji pulled out his divine sense and questioned. Yicheng had already put away his expression and said righteously, "Maybe the bed seam is too big. I don't know how it fell in." Li Jingji raised an eyebrow. Stop blaming me? Is your expression okay? The more you pretend, the more you think you did it. Li Jingji stuffed the jade slip into his lapel and turned to walk out. Okay, go out. Seeing his actions, Yicheng was stunned and asked, "Why didn't you put the jade slip into your storage ring?" Li Jingji answered without turning his head, "I'll go out and take a look. After all, I have so many magic tools at hand. If I don't know how to use them, it will affect the battle. I'll also take a look at the correct way to use that piece of silk." Yicheng froze in place, his face full of astonishment. "You're not coming out?" Li Jingji stood at the door of the bedchamber and urged with raised eyebrows. The buying handkerchief could be used to inject spiritual aura into the handkerchief to hide one's figure and spiritual aura fluctuations. If two people were to use it, they only needed to gather their spiritual aura. It was indeed a must-have item for killing people, stealing treasures, and peeping at cultivators' secrets. Seeing this, Li Jingji couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He withdrew his divine sense and looked at Yicheng, who was huddled in the corner of the bed. When two people use the buying handkerchief, they need to hug each other. Both hands need to be held tightly? Li Jingji raised his eyebrows. Yes. Yicheng's expression was even more pitiful. The tall man was huddled in the corner with his legs crossed and his head drooped, not speaking. There were no windows in the bamboo house, and it was covered by a magic array. Therefore, only a pearl in the middle of the house was illuminating. Yicheng's facial features were shrouded in shadows, looking extremely lonely. Seeing the other party's expression, Li Jingji wanted to ask him something but didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. "Why did you lie to me?" "I wanted to be closer to you," Yicheng said, feeling wronged. Li Jingji was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Yicheng thought he would ask something or say something, but the other party didn't say anything. He closed his eyes, formed a seal with his hands, and began to operate his cultivation method. The expression on his face slowly disappeared. Yicheng stared at the other party's face closely, sketching it inch by inch in his heart. Although Li Jingji's eyes were closed, his divine sense was tightly locked on the other party. He saw the other party's pitiful expression slowly disappear, and the other party's red pupils slowly became deep, revealing an expression of concentration, paranoia, and infatuation. Through the warm yellow light, the other party gradually became attached and obsessed. Li Jingji's heart trembled slightly from the other party's gaze. He quietly withdrew his divine sense and immersed his thoughts into the boundless darkness. The continuous days of running around had finally passed. He could finally organize his thoughts properly. Regarding him and Yu, he could only cultivate peacefully after sorting out the confusion in his heart. Li Jingji's heartbeat gradually slowed down, and his tense nerves relaxed like never before. In his mind, he replayed his interactions with Yiqing frame by frame. Time passed minute by minute. Yiqing saw that Li Jingji didn't open his eyes for a long time. Then he sensed that the other party's breath was becoming more and more stable. In the end, the other party's whole body was about to blend into the air. He knew that the other party had entered closed cultivation. Sighing lightly, Yu wiped away the gloominess in his heart and threw out a formation flag. The formation flag expanded in the air, and with a soft bang, it turned into silver light and disappeared into the surrounding bamboo walls. Once this matter was settled, Yu sat cross-legged on the other side of the ice bed. As he channeled his mana, a surge of spiritual energy appeared on the ice bed. It was as if an aurora was circulating. It was extremely beautiful. The two people's spiritual energy kept converging, exchanging, expanding, and finally flowing into their dantian. For a moment, there was no movement in the bamboo house. Li Jingji's 5 senses were still sealed in his sea of consciousness. Therefore, he was unaware of everything in the outside world. This was his trust in Yiqing. Subconsciously, he trusted him without reservation. As the spirit chi flowed, time passed quietly. The confusion and jumbled thoughts in Li Jingji's mind slowly dissipated, leaving only a faint instinctive reaction to maintain the cultivation method. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. Time passed quietly. Half of the bamboo house's walls were covered in thick frost. Although the other half was also covered in frost, the temperature was extremely high. The two of them sat quietly on opposite sides of the bed. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them frowned at the same time. The frost and heat on the bamboo wall dissipated at the same time. The two of them slowly opened their eyes. A silver glow burst out from Li Jingji's light-colored pupils, then it slowly disappeared. Yu, who was opposite him, opened his eyes and looked towards the bamboo house's door. With a wave of his hand, a red fireball flew into the house. His slender fingers pinched the air, and the fireball exploded. An old voice slowly sounded out. 10 days later is the sect competition. The 10 foundation establishment disciples selected this time can represent the sect and compete with the other 2 mountain ranges. Not to mention the 1,000-year bone-forging milk, the rewards given to the top 10 disciples by the sect are also very useful to you. How about it? Disciples, are you interested? Elder Bai's voice leisurely sounded from inside. Towards the end, his voice carried the emphasis of an old fox, as if those rewards were already close at hand. Li Jingji glanced at Yiqing and slowly opened his mouth. His throat was a little hoarse because he hadn't spoken for a long time. The 1,000-year bone-forging milk can help us condense our demon bodies. Yiqing looked deeply at Li Jingji. Suppressing the longing in his red pupils, he replied without blinking, "Didn't the two of us choose to come here for the 1,000-year bone-forging milk?" Li Jingji nodded, but his eyes looked back at the other party's dark red pupils. He whispered, "Since we met at the ice lake, how many years have we been together?" Yiqing almost didn't think and said, "More than 75 years." Li Jingji's hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, trembled slightly. 75 years. If he hadn't transmigrated, 75 years would be enough for him to turn from a young man to an old man in his twilight years. However, this person had accompanied him for the equivalent of a mortal's lifetime. The shock and emotions that were sealed in his heart before he went into seclusion seemed to have been seen through after a year of settling down. In fact, he also understood in his heart that it wasn't that he didn't have any feelings for Yiqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to run away when he first found out. After running away, he felt guilty. He couldn't bear to see Yiqing sad and didn't want Yiqing to leave. If there were no accidents, Yiqing might be the person who accompanied him throughout his entire immortal journey. Although Yiqing was a man. And a man who was a villain. Furthermore, he was a villain with 2 dongs. Li Jingji pursed his lips tightly. Under Yiqing's hot gaze, he turned his head and asked telepathically, "Have you ever thought of looking for a Tao companion?" "No." Yiqing answered very quickly. His voice was a little urgent, as if he was afraid that Li Jingji would misunderstand. Li Jingji raised his right eyebrow and dragged out his voice. Yiqing knelt on one knee and crawled on the bed twice. His tall body drew an arc, and his head moved closer to Li Jingji. He said anxiously, "I've never thought of looking for a Dao companion, and I don't have anyone else in mind." "Really?" Li Jingji turned his head and stared at Yiqing. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were a little absent-minded. Yiqing was about to say something, but suddenly paused. "Yes," he didn't explain. Li Jingji turned his head away and didn't look at him. "But I want to look for a Dao companion." Yiqing suddenly stood up and looked down at Li Jingji. He stared at him expressionlessly, and his red eyes were frozen with frost. However, there was an imperceptible worry and anger in his eyes. He just looked at him silently, and didn't ask or answer. It was as if he was waiting for Yiqing's final decision. "I wonder if you're willing?" Li Jingji looked up at Yiqing. Seeing that Yiqing was in a daze, his long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you willing to accompany me for hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer?" Li Jingji looked at Yiqing, who opened his mouth in a daze, but no words came out. He smiled and said, "If you don't want to, the two of us can also become sworn brothers and become, no, I'm willing. Just Dao companions, nothing else." Yiqing came back to his senses and hurriedly interrupted, "Just Dao companions, just Dao companions." Then he stood still and stared at the other party in a daze. Li Jingji chuckled silently. He didn't say anything, but just looked back. After saying those words, the big stone in his heart seemed to have fallen to the ground. Accepting a male Dao companion didn't seem so difficult to accept. The hesitation and confusion in the bottom of his heart seemed to have all disappeared. After a long time, Yiqing loosened his clenched fists and said solemnly, "I'm willing to accompany you for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer." His expression was serious, as if he was making a vow, but also as if he was muttering to himself. Li Jingji looked at the other party's expression and stood up with a silent smile. He wanted to raise his hand and pat the other party's shoulder, but he reached out and put his hand on the other party's head instead. Just as he was about to say something, he found that the spiritual energy fluctuation in the other party's body was not right. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Why is the spiritual pressure in your body so much weaker than before?" Then he pulled the other party's wrist and probed into the other party's meridians with spiritual energy. After careful examination, he couldn't help but change his expression greatly. "Your cultivation has dissipated? Why is your cultivation level only at the level of the foundation establishment stage? Where's the monster core?" Yiqing's solemn face froze. He seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of worry gradually appeared on his face. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, "The cultivation method was originally operating smoothly, but a few months ago, it suddenly reached a bottleneck, and then it reversed uncontrollably. I was very panicked at first, but then I found that after the cultivation method reversed, except that the monster core in the dantian was scattered around the meridians and the spiritual power was scattered, there were no other hidden dangers." Upon hearing this, Li Jingji frowned and did not say a word, as if he was contemplating the pros and cons of the cause and effect. However, Yiqing seemed to have already gotten over it. In addition to the surprise just now, he was in a very good mood. He turned around and comforted Li Jingji, "Jingji, you don't have to worry about it. We cultivate the demon Dao as human beings, which is already against the heavens. Originally, I was still puzzled as to why we advanced so quickly when we went against the current. Instead of worrying about the backlash, now that we're just dispersing our cultivation and starting again, this is already the best result." Upon hearing this, Li Jingji's tightly knitted brows loosened slightly. He nodded thoughtfully and replied, "That's true. Although it's easy to break through the bottleneck, I've always been worried about the backlash. Now it seems that it's a good thing. I'm the one who's obsessed." He paused for a moment before asking, "Other than dispersing his cultivation, are there any other changes to his body?" "There are no other problems." Yiqing shook his head and said, but his expression gradually became serious. "Now that my backlash has already appeared, I don't know what yours is." Li Jingji also frowned, but then smiled with relief. "No matter what it is, what will come will come. We'll just have to deal with it." Yiqing nodded seriously. Perhaps this backlash will appear after you transform? Upon hearing this, Li Jingji seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yiqing with a strange expression. But what do you think I'll transform into? A bird, Yiqing answered matter-of-factly. Didn't you see the murals in Chaohan Palace? Upon hearing this, Li Jingji suddenly thought of the restricted murals in Chaohan Palace where dragons and phoenixes were entangled. He immediately raised his eyebrows and secretly regretted his reckless act of asking Yiqing to be his Dao companion. After cultivating in seclusion for a year and a half, he thought that he had figured it out. At this moment, when he thought of what would happen in bed in the future, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. From the murals to the original book's deceptive ending, Li Jingji realized that he was always the one in a disadvantageous position. The way he looked at Yiqing also became more and more unfriendly. When he thought of the fact that Yiqing was only at the foundation establishment stage, and that he hadn't experienced the backlash and was still at the yuanying stage, he couldn't help but become restless. It was better to take advantage of Yiqing's perilous state and use his strength to suppress him. By the time Yiqing recovered his cultivation in the future, it would be too late. Even if he struggled, it would be useless. Li Jingji's thoughts wandered further and further. As he muttered to himself, he nodded repeatedly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. As he pondered, his slender fingers moved from Yiqing's wrist to his lapel and pulled it with one hand. Yiqing saw that Li Jingji's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he was worried that Li Jingji might have thought of something. Could it be that Li Jingji regretted it? However, when he saw that Li Jingji had begun to pull his lapel, he couldn't help but blush in fear. Although his heart was charmed, he still grabbed Li Jingji's wrist and said in a trembling voice, "Primordial yang energy can increase the chances of transformation." Li Jingji was suddenly awakened by Li Jingji's words. He couldn't help but feel sad. He turned his head unnaturally, got off the bed, and walked towards the door of the bamboo house. At the same time, he said in a flat voice, "I just wanted to check if your body was damaged." "What are you thinking?" "Cough, go and find Shizhuan." Yiqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Jingji's back. A smile flashed across his face, and he followed closely behind. His eyes were fixed on Li Jingji's hairpin, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. When the bamboo door was opened by Li Jingji and dazzling sunlight shone in, Yiqing forced the corners of his mouth down and tried to calm down. Then, he followed Li Jingji out expressionlessly. Although Li Jingji's cultivation level was yuanying, he used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation level to the level of foundation establishment when he came out. As soon as the two of them left the bamboo house, they turned into conveyance lights and flew towards Elder Bai's house. As soon as the two of them entered the sect, they chose to go into seclusion. They had to trouble their Shizhuan to deal with many matters related to entering the sect. No matter what, they had to go to the Shizhuan to ask about the sect's situation and information related to this competition. Elder Bai's house was not far away, and the conveyance lights arrived in a moment. The door was wide open, and spirals of green smoke seeped out of the bamboo house, making the house look very quiet and elegant. The two of them landed at the door. Just as they were about to walk in, they heard a woman's voice coming from Elder Bai's house. The woman's voice was delicate, and she seemed to be talking about some cultivation experience. The two of them looked at each other and thought of Elder Bai's female disciple, who was also their senior sister. They did not have the chance to meet her last time, but they probably met her this time. At this moment, Elder Bai's voice came from inside. "Oh? My two disciples have come out of seclusion? Is it the new junior brother?" The woman's voice came from afar. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman with a delicate face poked out of the bamboo door. She looked to be about 20 years old, and her eyes were curved and very likable. "Hello, senior sister." The two of them bowed at the same time. "Master said that the new junior brother is a pair of dual cultivation Dao companions. Now that I see it, it's true." "Hee hee." The woman teased. Yu stole a glance at Li Jingji, who was beside him. In the past, Li Jingji would jump up when he heard someone say this. Although Li Jingji had already promised to be his Dao companion, he really didn't dare to pat his chest and guarantee his attitude towards outsiders. Li Jingji naturally knew that the person beside him was carefully sizing him up, but he did not pay attention to him. He just smiled and said to his senior sister with a calm expression, "We have already promised to dual cultivate. When we hold a dual cultivation ceremony in the future, I will certainly invite senior sister to attend." "Well said, well said." The woman's eyes rolled twice, and she said with a smile, "You came to find master this time because of the sect competition, right?" Yicheng suppressed the corner of his mouth that wanted to raise, and said with a cold expression, "That's right, but I don't know if there is anything we need to pay attention to in this competition." "Come in, Jin. Why did you surround my disciples outside?" Elder Bai's voice came from inside the house. "This time, when you come out of seclusion, you must teach old Li next door a good lesson for me." The woman led the two of them into the house, only to see her master, who had a solemn expression just now, lying on the bamboo table with a worried expression. The senior sister, who was called Xianxia, sat on a small bamboo chair at the side, unable to take it. She stared at the three people in the middle with an expression of watching a good show. Li Jingji glanced at the retreating woman, then looked at Elder Bai, who had already grabbed his lapel, and couldn't help but fall silent. When Elder Bai saw the two of them, he didn't wait for them to speak and said in advance, "Everyone in the sect is saying that old man Li's disciple is the hot favorite to win the intersect competition this time. That old man has been so proud of himself recently. When he sees me, he has a hateful expression on his face as if my disciple is the best in the world. My two disciples, you have to fight for me this time." Yicheng and Li Jingji looked at each other and couldn't help but find it funny. They didn't know if Elder Bai was like this in his nature or deliberately pretending to be like this. Yicheng immediately answered, "The two of us will naturally do our best in this intersect competition. However, Master, please explain in detail to the two of us the various things to pay attention to in this intersect competition and the strong opponents that we should pay attention to." Li Jingji nodded in agreement, but his gaze inadvertently swept over the senior sister standing behind Elder Bai. Thinking of how Elder Bai addressed this woman, his heart couldn't help but tremble. "Xianxia," Elder Bai's spirits lifted when he heard this. He coughed dryly and asked, "Before entering, the two of you should have heard about the three-sect competition on our mountain range, right?" Li Jingji nodded. "I've heard a little about it. In fact, our three sects jointly guard this forbidden area. This forbidden area is buried thousands of miles underground. Only the sect masters of the three sects know its specific location. However, the 10,000-year-old stalactite in this forbidden area will lay down a bottle of bone-forging milk every few decades. In fact, this intersect competition is for the distribution of this bottle of spirit milk." Elder Bai said leisurely, "First is the internal sect competition, followed by the three-sect competition. The top 10 cultivators can obtain a small bottle of 1,000-year-old bone-forging milk, and the sect can also divide the remaining bone-forging milk according to the sect that the top 10 cultivators belong to. Of course, the 1,000-year-old bone-forging milk is not very useful to some cultivators. This spirit milk can also be exchanged for some high-grade Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures." Hearing this, Yicheng couldn't help but look at Li Jingji. Li Jingji looked back, nodded, and said to Elder Bai, "Of course there are." Elder Bai stroked the beard on his chin and nodded. "First of all, the participating cultivators must have joined our 10,000 Sunset sect in the last 10 years. They must also be Foundation Establishment or Core Formation cultivators. Apart from these, there doesn't seem to be any other conditions. There won't be any restrictions on what cultivation method is used." Yicheng couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are the Foundation Establishment and Core Formation cultivators separated from each other?" "They aren't separated. The Foundation Establishment and Core Formation cultivators are fighting together." Elder Bai's expression was solemn. However, in the previous sect competitions, there was no lack of Foundation Establishment cultivators among the top 10 disciples. You also know that there are many Yuanian cultivators in the three sects. This is the reason. Elder Bai looked at the two with an ambiguous expression. He took out 2 shining Dharma artifacts from his storage pouch and pushed them in front of the two. "I obtained these 2 Dharma artifacts in my early years. With my current cultivation, they are no longer of much use, so I'll give them to you too." Li Jingji and Yicheng glanced at each other and understood. These Foundation Establishment disciples who had Yuanying as their master naturally wouldn't lack treasures to protect themselves. If they encountered rogue Core Formation cultivators in the sect, they wouldn't be powerless. The two understood the various rules of the sect competition. They said a few more words to Elder Bai and planned to leave the Immortals' Cave for the sect's market square. However, Li Jingji, who had just taken a step, suddenly turned around and looked at the senior martial sister behind Elder Bai. He asked with a calm expression, "We've been here for so long, but we still don't know senior martial sister's name." The pleasant-looking woman smiled and said, "My surname is Du Si. Junior martial brother can call me senior martial sister Du." Then, she suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Junior martial brothers, you two must work hard in this competition. Senior martial sister is looking forward to it." When Li Jingji heard the other party's name, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he was overwhelmed with shock, but he didn't show it on his face. He nodded slightly and left. "It's actually her, the blood lady of the Devil Dao who appeared later, the famous Du Si." Li Jingji followed behind Yiqing, and his heart was in turmoil. This blood lady, Du Si, was a Yuanian cultivator who was famous for being vicious and merciless in the Devil sect. How could she appear in the 10,000 Cloud sect and become Elder Bai's disciple? Could it be that they just have the same name? Or did the two of them appear at the wrong time? Could it be that this blood lady hadn't entered the Devil sect yet? Yiqing seemed to have noticed the other party's abnormality. He kept walking and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with that woman's name?" He understood Li Jingji very well. Whenever there was a slight change in Li Jingji's expression, he would have a vague premonition of when it started. Li Jingji frowned and shook his head, but he was calculating the years in his heart. The protagonist in the original work seemed to have met this blood lady Du Si 300 or 400 years ago, but he and Yiqing came here nearly 200 years earlier than that time. If it wasn't because they had the same name, then this blood lady Du Si must have undergone some major changes in the past 200 or 300 years. Or this Yuanian female cultivator of the Devil sect also concealed her cultivation and hid in the 10,000 Cloud sect. If that was the case, it could be explained. With a plan in mind, Li Jingji recalled the description of this blood lady Du Si in the original work. She was dressed in a blood-red dress, and her face was beautiful and cold. Her blood transformation demonic technique was extremely pure, and anyone who was shrouded by her blood mist, whether it was a magic weapon or a cultivator, would lose all their spiritual energy. It was extremely strange. This woman and the male protagonist of the original work fought over the soaring sky pill in the secret realm, and since then, they had formed a grudge. You run, I chase, you and you kill. But Li Jingji strangely smelled a trace of ambiguous aura from the interaction between the two. However, if this woman entered the Devil sect later on, it was impossible for her to advance to the Yuanian stage in such a short time. Not to mention that blood cultivators needed a large amount of blood to refine their magical power. Even if they changed from an ordinary immortal cultivator to a blood cultivator, they would also have to experience the pain of losing their cultivation. Moreover, this kind of cultivator's cultivation speed was surprisingly slow. If this was the case, the possibility of this woman hiding her cultivation was even greater. Elder Bai was also a Yuanian stage cultivator, and needless to say, his divine sense was powerful. If it wasn't for this woman's extraordinary devil chi concealment technique, then her divine sense was far above Elder Bai's. If Elder Bai knew that the other party was hiding her cultivation, then, Li Jingji thought of this possibility and couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, Yiqing had already stopped and looked at Li Jingji in front of him, whose expression was uncertain. He frowned slightly and didn't say anything, as if he was quietly waiting for the other party to return to his senses. When Li Jingji saw that the other party had stopped, he raised his head to look at the other party. He turned back to look at Elder Bai's bamboo house, which was not far away, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, his expression was normal as he shook his head and pulled the other party to fly in the direction of the market in the distance. As soon as the two of them left the range of the mountain's restriction, the two people sitting in the bamboo house withdrew their divine senses at the same time. At this time, Elder Bai's face was faintly bloody, and his expression was poles apart from his previous cheerful appearance. As for Du Si, she had also stopped smiling, and her face was as cold as ice. Your name seems to have attracted that brat's attention. Elder Bai curled his lips and sneered. However, Du Si didn't seem to mind, and her expression didn't change in the slightest. The two of us have infiltrated the 10,000 Red Cloud sect for several hundred years, and we've never revealed ourselves. What kind of attention can we draw with just our insignificant names? However, can these two really complete the scheme? Doubt filled her face. Elder Bai raised his eyebrows and said coldly with a solemn expression, as long as the two of them enter the 10,000 Red Cloud Sect's forbidden area with my artifact, this king has a way to possess it and obtain the 10,000-year stalactite. I hope so, Ducie sneered coldly, her eyes full of disbelief. At this time, Li Jingji, who had already left, was in a spirit tea shop in the market. With a solemn expression, he voiced his suspicions to Yi Qing. However, he naturally wouldn't tell Yi Qing about the Blood Lady in the original work. He only said that the Blood Lady Ducie's name was mentioned by someone in a tea house. Then, he looked at the other party with a solemn expression, full of inquiry. Yi Qing took a sip of the spirit tea in his cup. Although his face didn't show the slightest expression, his heart was stirred up by Li Jingji's words. If this was really the case, then the two of them really needed to be on guard against those two. Moreover, he was already suspicious. Why would a Yuanian cultivator have such a temperament? If he deliberately disguised himself, it would make sense. However, the two of them had always acted together. After coming to the Green Liao Empire, when did Jingji go to a tea house? Where did he hear about the Blood Lady Ducie? It couldn't be that he had already heard about it in Guangyuan, right? Impossible, the two of them had never gone to a tea house to drink tea in Guangyuan. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Jingji's serious expression froze. He squinted and raised his eyebrows as he asked. Yi Qing shook his head lightly and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He said with a serious expression, if it's really as you say, the two of us do have to be on guard. However, we can't be sure that the two Ducie are the same person. We have to be on guard and act according to the circumstances in the future. After all, they are hiding their cultivation level, but our cultivation level can also be fake. Li Jingji glanced at him indifferently. He sipped the spirit tea in his hand and said unhurriedly, wrong. My cultivation level is indeed fake, but your cultivation level is now genuine. Yi Qing stopped drinking his tea and immediately looked around. There was a hint of grievance on his face. It's already a great fortune to be able to maintain a human form. Jingji, don't mention it again. Li Jingji smiled and released a wisp of spirit energy slightly. It turned into an invisible palm and gently stroked Yi Qing's head. There shouldn't be any bottlenecks in your cultivation level when you recultivate your cultivation level. I just don't know if it's going smoothly. He paused, then looked at Yi Qing's gloomy eyes and said slowly, you have to recover quickly. At this time, I can still protect you a little. If my cultivation level also reaches a bottleneck, who knows what will happen. At that time, I will have to rely on you to protect me. Yi Qing heard this and his expression became serious. He said solemnly, of course. Not to mention that the two of us are already Dao companions, we have accompanied each other for so many years. It's natural for us to support each other. Then Yi Qing's eyebrows drooped. He leaned over and whispered, how about we hold the dual cultivation ceremony after our cultivation level stabilizes? Li Jingji thought for a moment and nodded slowly. There was a problem with the cultivation method and there was a potential crisis in their cultivation level. The ceremony naturally had to wait until everything was stable. As for Ducie and Cultivator Bai, as long as they were on their guard, they would just have to deal with whatever came their way. At this moment, the expressions of the old man and the young girl in the small bamboo house had eased a lot. Ducie held a circular formation plate in her hand and looked at it with a normal expression. She muttered to herself, the 10,000-year stalactite is controlled by the three sects, but the Thousand Sunset sect and the Fallen Phoenix sect have never allowed our Blood Demon sect to obtain information about the forbidden area. It is obvious that they are guarding against our demon sect. However, our sect's strength has always been suppressed by the two sections. If your plan fails this time, we will have to wait for who knows how many years. Elder Bai frowned. Just as he was about to complain, he was interrupted. But why don't you just find a core formation cultivator and accept him into your sect? With just 2 foundation establishment cultivators, wouldn't you be able to enter the top 10? It wasn't that Ducie didn't have any doubts in her heart, but seeing the other party's confident look, she could only half believe it. Elder Bai sighed and said slowly, fellow Taoist naturally doesn't know that these two people's minds aren't weak. It's not like you don't know that after core formation cultivators enter the forbidden area, they will be searched by the Yuanying late-stage old monster who is guarding there. However, this foundation establishment cultivator only has a rough scan, so there won't be any problems. Ducy nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any more. Obviously, she also knew about this matter. Then the magic tools you gave them shouldn't be noticed by them, right? He, fellow Daoist, you worry too much. My divine sense mark is extremely hidden. It is naturally impossible for it to be discovered by two mere foundation establishment cultivators. Elder Bai stroked his long beard and said with a face full of confidence. Ducy raised her eyebrows and didn't say anything. It was unknown what this woman was thinking. At this moment, the two magic tools that the two of them had mentioned, which were absolutely impossible to discover, had been thrown onto the table by Li Jingji. Yi Cheng's finger tapped the table and he muttered, I just scanned these two magic tools with my divine sense, but I didn't find anything unusual. Li Jingji stared at the two items and said without raising his head, a restriction placed by a Yuanying cultivator naturally can't be discovered by a foundation establishment cultivator. Carefully scan this place again. His slender finger tapped the long handle of the magic tool. This was a horsetail whisk magic tool. The long handle was white and had a jade color. Yicheng scanned it with his divine sense and didn't find anything unusual. However, since Jingji said so, he naturally knew that something was wrong. He scanned it again with his divine sense and found a layer of extremely faint spiritual chi fluctuations. It clearly didn't belong to the magic tool itself. There really is. Yicheng frowned and suddenly raised his head to look at the other party. If that's the case, the possibility of what you said is very high. But what are they plotting? Li Jingji shook his head. I don't know. Why don't we beat them at their own game and see what they're up to? Yicheng nodded gravely. He naturally knew the severity of this matter. After putting the magic tools on the table into his storage bag, he suddenly poured the tea into his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a female voice. Eh? I'm surprised to see you two fellow Taoists here. A light female voice came from behind the two of them. Her voice was full of surprise. The two of them turned around and saw a woman in a light yellow dress looking at them with a face full of surprise. I haven't seen the two of you since the last internal selection. The matter of the two celestial spirit roots didn't cause any waves in the sect. The voice was full of confusion. Logically speaking, the rare celestial spirit root cultivators should have caused a stir in the sect. Li Jingji stared at the woman and recalled that she was the female cultivator he met once in the hall. He chuckled and replied, the two of us don't want to attract attention. Cultivating peacefully is what the two of us pursue. The woman was slightly stunned. After nodding, most of the confusion on her face disappeared. Then she said, then I guess the two of you are also here today to participate in the sex auction? Auction? Yicheng asked curiously, is it today? Yes, I also heard the news and rushed here. There's still half a day before it starts. I planned to come here for a cup of spirit tea, but I didn't expect to see the two of you here. The woman said with a smile, it seems that fate is not shallow. My name is Mu Yanji. May I know the two of you? When Li Jingji heard the other party's name, the hand holding the cup trembled slightly. Then, he said with a normal expression, I'm Li Jingji. This is mine. It's his Daoist companion. I'm Yicheng. Yicheng's expression was normal as he quickly answered. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Li Jingji's shaking hand. The confusion in her heart increased a little. She had known Li Jingji for many years. The other party was not a person who would casually show his emotions. Could it be, what's wrong with this woman? Mu Yanji trembled and looked at the two sitting people. However, she saw that the two of them were looking at her with a slightly strange gaze. She couldn't help but feel bewildered. 72 Mu Yanji was confused and wanted to ask something, but Li Jingji stood up from his seat first and nodded politely to the woman opposite him. We are also a little interested in this auction. I wonder if you can show us the way? Hearing this, the woman looked at them with her beautiful eyes, and then nodded in agreement. Of course. I heard that there will be a cultivation method to improve divine sense in this auction, so many senior brothers in the bearing essence period will participate. Maybe one or two elders in the Yuanying period will also participate. Mu Yanji's eyes flashed with expectation, as if she was looking forward to seeing so many high-level cultivators. She, who was still looking forward to it, did not see that when she mentioned the cultivation method that could strengthen one's divine sense, Yi Yu, who was still sitting in his seat, suddenly raised his head to look at Li Jinji. His mouth moved slightly as he sent a sound transmission over. According to what I know, divine sense is something that is innately formed and will gradually grow as one's transcendence energy increases. However, I have never heard of anyone being able to rely on cultivation methods to cultivate divine sense. Li Jinji was also excited when he heard the woman's words. At this time, when he heard Yi Cheng's voice transmission, he replied with a slightly changed expression, "The Green Flame country is vast and rich in resources. There are many powerful figures, and the cultivation methods in the ancient books are far beyond the imagination of cultivators like us who come from a remote place in the extreme north." Yi Yu seemed to have understood something when he heard this, and he nodded and seemed to be lost in thought as he said, "That's natural. Merely in terms of territory, this Green Blaze country is more than 5 times larger than the extreme north. There are countless large and small cultivation sects, and there are countless paradises and dangerous places. It's truly something to look forward to." Li Jinji's cold eyes flashed a few times, and there was an inexplicable eagerness in his heart. Since he came to this world, he had always been wary of the villain and the heroine. At this time, he had made a Taoist companion agreement with the villain, so the knot in his heart was naturally gone. However, if he wanted to go further with the other party, he had to make the most of it. Yi Cheng had been staring at the young man's face all this time, so he naturally noticed that the young man's gaze had gradually become firm and resolute. His heart trembled slightly, and an indescribable throbbing surged into his heart. Even though he knew that the young man's heart of cultivation had always been firm and tenacious, at this moment, besides the yearning for the great Tao in his eyes, there was an additional sense of determination to obtain it. Just as she was looking at his eyes with infatuation, she heard Li Jinji's voice. "If you really want to be with me forever, the only way is to achieve the supreme great Tao. The future is fraught with danger. Are you willing to walk with me?" Although it was a question, the other party's tone was abnormally firm, as if he didn't think that he would hear a contradictory answer. Yi Cheng's scarlet eyes dimmed slightly as he gazed at the magnificent scenery in the mountains outside the tea house. He replied with unusual firmness, "Of course I'm willing. Even if I'm in the domain, I'll stick to my beliefs. In the domain, I won't dare to forget." Li Jinji nodded, but then he suddenly thought of the idea of starting a family and starting a career. Indeed, only when one had a family would one have the determination to start a career. At this time, Mu Yanji was already sitting on the other side of the square table, drinking a cup of spiritual tea served by the waiter. She was looking left and right at the two of them, and didn't interrupt them. It was strange to say that although the two's expressions and postures didn't change at all, she felt that there was something more to them than just now. Yi Cheng and Li Jinji slowly perceived the changes in their state of mind, while Mu Yanji sipped her spiritual tea intermittently. The three of them didn't say anything. Mu Yanji saw that the tea had reached its end. She looked up at the sky again, then stood up and said, "It's almost time. The three of us should go to the auction house now." Li Jinji naturally didn't have any objections. They immediately stood up and followed the woman. The three of them left the tea house one after another and slowly walked towards the north of the market square. "Fellow Taoist Mu, the two of us usually cultivate in seclusion, so we don't know much about the trading house. What's the specific situation of the sex auction?" Yi Cheng looked at the towering huge hall at the end of the market square and asked seemingly inadvertently. Mu Yanji thought for a moment and frankly said, "This is the first time I'm participating in this auction. But according to my master, the auction is held once every 50 years. The treasures to be auctioned are mostly selected by the elders from the sect's secret storehouse, but a considerable number of them are found by other disciples when they go out and travel. They feel that they are not suitable for the auction, so they take them out to be auctioned by the sect in order to obtain spirit stones or other materials." Speaking of this, the woman's tone carried a hint of yearning. She murmured, "I really want to cultivate to the core formation stage soon. Then I will have the strength to go out and travel." The two silently following behind her knew that she was just talking to herself, so they didn't say anything. Instead, they secretly wondered how many people would compete for the divine sense cultivation method. When they reached the end of the market square, they saw 4 large ancient characters engraved on a stone tablet. Behind the tablet stood a rather magnificent hall. Many disciples wearing the Thousand Clouds sect's uniform entered and exited the hall with different expressions. Fellow Taoists, this is the place where the auction will be held. After you enter and pay the deposit, a steward will give you a magic tool to disguise your face. The security of the auction is naturally excellent. Then, this little sister will take her leave and enter first. After saying this, Mu Yanji didn't wait for the two to reply and stepped into the hall. Li Jingji looked at the woman's back and understood her actions. Since she had a magic tool to disguise her face, it was naturally impossible for her to enter with them. After all, the 3 of them weren't familiar with each other and couldn't unscrupulously reveal their wealth in front of her. After standing at the door for a moment, Yiqing slowly said, "Jingji, let's go in too." Li Jingji nodded slightly and walked up the stairs. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw a short and stout old man standing at the stairway inside. He was handing something to another person who looked like a disciple. As they walked towards him, the old man seemed to notice that someone was walking towards him. He raised his head sharply and asked with a smile, "Young friends, are you also here to participate in the Thousand Clouds auction?" "Yes." Li Jingji nodded. The old man nodded and didn't seem surprised. He took out 2 brown veils from his storage pouch and handed them to the two. 2 concealing veils and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Li Jing took the handkerchief and discovered that it was only the lowest grade concealment artifact. He then turned around to look at Yu, only to see the latter nimbly pouring out spirit stones from his storage pouch and handing it over to him. The old man put away the spirit stones and stepped aside to let them pass through the stairway behind him. He then turned his head to call the disciple behind him. Li Jingji was the first to step up the stairs. He quietly put away the handkerchief in his hand, and 2 other gray handkerchiefs appeared in his hand. He handed one of them to Yu, and without any hesitation, he poured his spiritual power into the black handkerchief. The black handkerchief immediately emitted a gray light and wrapped around Li Jingji's body. 73 As soon as the 2 of them stepped into the auction venue, many cultivators who had already arrived in the hall turned to look at them. Because of the concealment cloth, these people's faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, they seemed to find that the 2 of them were just ordinary cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, so they turned their heads back and either chatted or waited quietly. Li Jingji looked around and found that the cultivators on this floor were all low-level cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Most of the cultivators on the 2nd floor surrounding the venue were in the core formation stage. On the 3rd floor, there were only closed windows embedded in them. Presumably, only Yuanian cultivators were qualified to go to those private rooms. Knowing this, the 2 of them tacitly walked toward a more remote place in the hall. After sitting down, Li Jingji suddenly found that there was a round magic tool installed on the handle of the chair. The magic tool was also marked with a number of 9 and 7. The magic tool number on Yicheng's seat was covered by a cloud of white fog, so the number inside couldn't be seen clearly. Li Jingji stretched his neck and glanced at the cultivators around him. When he found that no one else was using this magic tool, he couldn't help but think about the function of this magic tool. Could it be a magic disc used for bidding? After all, in modern auctions, some people also used electronic products to bid. However, if this was the case, it was a bit too modern. He just didn't know if the numbers were random or arranged in order. Yiqing sat on the chair and looked sideways at Li Jingji. He saw that the other party was calmly looking at the magic tool on the handle. Although he was a little curious, there was something more important in his heart. "Jingji, is there anything wrong with Mu Yanji?" His thoughtful tone seemed to be unintentional. If Yiqing's eyes were more natural, Li Jingji might really think that the other party was just asking unintentionally. Li Jingji pursed his lips and thought about how he lost his composure when he heard the woman's name in the teahouse just now. He couldn't help but have a headache. How should he tell Yiqing? Could it be that the other party was one of his harem? Or that the other party was a member of the royal family of Qingliao country? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. Putting aside the fact that he had already taken over this body, he also had Yiqing. Princess Mu, who was one of the harem members, was destined to only be a casual acquaintance. And this casual acquaintance would never know that she was a member of the imperial family. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that the name sounds a little familiar, but when I think about it later, I don't think so. Li Jingji calmly made up a story, trying to get away with it. Yi Qing and the other party had known each other for many years, so it was impossible for him to believe the other party's words. But since the other party didn't say anything, he must have his own reasons. Although he didn't ask further, he didn't intend to let the other party off. He leaned forward slightly, put his mouth close to the other party's ear, and whispered in a low voice, "Jingji, don't deceive me. You only know a few people, so why haven't I heard of this name before?" Li Jingji wanted to say something, but his earlobe was licked by something cold and slippery. His back stiffened and he raised his face. His original contemplative expression was instantly wiped clean, and the words that he wanted to say were thrown out of his mind. He only faintly uttered, "Humph." There was no momentum at all. Yi Qing sat up straight, and there was some longing and deep thought in his red eyes. He knew that Li Jingji was hiding something from him. The other party seemed to be very familiar with some of the people here. This kind of familiarity didn't come from those people themselves, but from the fact that he knew their names very well. First, there was Du Si, then there was Mu Yanji. But since the other party was unwilling to say, he didn't force him. He wasn't the kind of person who would share all the secrets since they were together, but he was willing to wait. He waited until the other party was willing to share the secrets with him. Yi Qing, who was deep in thought, didn't see that Li Jingji was squinting at the expression on his face, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. If the other party knew that those women were originally his harem, how would he react? He felt that he would explode. Yi Qing seemed to sense the other party's gaze, and he looked at Li Jingji with a strange expression. His line of sight moved around the gray aura on the surface of the other party's face, and he asked with a voice transmission, "Why can I ignore the concealing restriction and see your face without hindrance? Just now, I replaced the concealing chi scarf with the Baiyin handkerchief. Even if the Yuanying old monster used his divine sense to probe the two of us, he wouldn't find anything." Li Jingji just realized that he hadn't explained the reason to the other party, so he casually explained, "Because the Baiyin handkerchief is a pair of items, so its concealing power is ineffective against the two of us. I was negligent. I thought that although the concealing chi scarf originally had a concealing effect, it was only effective against ordinary low-level cultivators. For those Yuanying cultivators, this layer of things is useless." Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, 2 melodious bell tolls suddenly sounded in the hall, and the slightly noisy venue suddenly quieted down. Li Jingji raised his head and looked around, and found that a white jade platform about 2 meters high was slowly rising in the open space in the middle of the hall, and the place where they were standing was relatively lower. The height of the auction platform allowed the cultivators in the back row to see the scene on the platform, and they didn't have to look up. At this moment, the entrance door slowly closed, and a white mist suddenly rose from the ground of the hall on the first floor. Faced with this scene, some people were surprised, while others turned a blind eye, as if they had already expected this. Li Jingji looked at the mist that had already spread to his waist. Although he was surprised, his face didn't change at all. Fortunately, this strange mist stopped as soon as it touched the edge of the high platform, as if it only covered the figures of the cultivators in the hall on the first floor. It was strange to say that if you just looked up at the high platform, your vision was very clear, but if you looked around, you couldn't even see your fingers in front of your face. The same was true for divine thought exploration. Yi Qing and Li Jingji were both slightly surprised. They never thought that the security of this sect auction would be so strict. The bell rang once more, and along with the echoes of the ethereal echoes, a beautiful woman in a palace dress flew onto the high platform and slowly said in a clear and beautiful voice, "I am Su Yan. I am indebted to the elder of the exchange division for his favor. He has ordered me to preside over this auction. This auction is divided into 3 sections, namely refining, artifact, and technique. In each section, there will be 10 treasures up for auction, and there will be 1 final treasure up for auction." As soon as the woman finished the introduction, she raised her hand and clapped twice in the air. 10 maids landed lightly with trays in their hands, and they stood there uniformly without moving. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. Her figure flickered and appeared beside the first maid, then the auction officially begins. The first item is the refining material, white light crystal. Li Jingji leaned slightly on the back of the chair. After looking at the item in the woman's hand, he lowered his head and no longer paid attention to it. This white light crystal was a unique item in the extreme north, and the resources in the extreme north had long been occupied by the Tu family, which made the white light crystal, which was produced in small quantities, even more precious. But he was born in the Li family. Although he was not favored, he still had some of this kind of stone. Naturally, he would not bid for this kind of thing. As soon as Su Yan finished introducing the item in her hand, she said loudly, "White light crystal, the starting price is 100 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 20 low-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, Li Jingji's expression moved. He waited for a long time, but he didn't hear anyone bidding. As he was wondering, Yiqing patted him. He turned his head, only to see a magic weapon swaying in front of his face. It was the magic weapon placed on the handle of the chair. A lifelike white light crystal was drawn on it at this time, and there was a number 420 beside it. There was a countdown next to the number. This item is actually used for the competition. While he was still in shock, he heard the woman on the stage say, "Fellow Taoist number 61 bid 420 spirit stones. Are there any other fellow Taoists who bid? If not, this white light crystal will go to this fellow Taoist." Su Yan put the white light crystal back on the tray, and the woman disappeared directly from the high platform. At the same time, there were some sounds in the fog in the distance, but it was impossible to tell where they came from. At this time, the number of the magic plate in Li Jingji's hand suddenly changed from 97 to 21. After that, for every item in the auction, as long as the transaction was completed, the number of the magic plate would change. The first stage was the auction of refining materials. Li Jingji was rich, so he naturally didn't care about these low-grade materials. Even if the final treasure was really extraordinary, it was of little value to him. The cultivators on the second and third floors of the auction did not bid. They were probably waiting for the cultivation method to strengthen the divine sense. After all, although the sect auction was not considered a big one, it would not be that big. For people like them, it was better than nothing. Most of the magic weapons in the second stage of the auction were middle grade and low grade. Although the competition was fierce, it was probably only among the low-grade disciples. Core formation cultivators could use their own core fire to temper their natal magic weapons. Of course, they would not be interested in the items taken out by the auction. Time passed little by little, and it was finally time for the last item to be auctioned. High-grade cultivation method, spirit concentration technique. Cultivating this cultivation method can help to strengthen the divine sense. It is divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The cultivator can feel a significant increase in the divine sense at the first level. When Su Yan spoke up to hear, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. She glanced at the white mist in the surroundings before smiling and saying, "The reason we're using such a secret method today is to allow everyone to bid for this item fairly." Just when this woman took out the spirit concentration technique, the entire auction house was in an uproar, and whispers were endless. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the third floor. "Why is this cultivation method not in the top grade, but only in the upper grade?" As soon as this remark came out, the noisy hall suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at the high platform, as if waiting for an answer. Yiqing couldn't help but frown. Listening to the tone of the person on the third floor, this kind of spirit concentration technique should be the top grade in Green Flame Country. Why was it ranked in the upper grade by the auction house? 74 Su Yan's expression remained unchanged. She put the jade slip in her hand back on the tray and said softly to the private room on the third floor, "Since Senior asked like this, Junior doesn't dare to hide anything." This divine thought condensing mystic technique can naturally be ranked as the best in terms of effect, but Senior doesn't know that there are quite a lot of restrictions in this technique, and it takes a very long time. The woman smiled faintly and stroked the black hair on her forehead. "If you give up your main technique and spend too much time on this technique, it's not worth it." As soon as these words came out, the enthusiasm of the cultivators present could be said to be extinguished immediately. Everyone looked at each other, and they couldn't help secretly wondering if it was worth it to spend a lot of energy on cultivating divine thought. For a while, the hall was silent, and no one asked anything. But Su Yan was also the host of the auction, How could she let the auctioneer give up the auction item? She smiled slightly and said, but don't worry, although the spirit concentration technique takes a long time and is not easy to cultivate, the effect is obvious. If you fight with fellow cultivators of the same level, if your divine thought is slightly better, you will have a huge advantage. Moreover, your divine thought is far better than the existence of the same level, so the bottleneck of promotion will be much easier to break through compared to others, right? The woman stood on the stage for a while, and she was satisfied to see the passion in the eyes of the people below the stage. After a while, she said loudly, then, the auction of this spirit concentration technique will begin now. The starting price is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 200 spirit stones. As soon as the starting price was announced, the low-grade cultivators on the first floor who were originally eager to try all shut their mouths. It had to be known that in the first 3 stages of the auction, the highest starting price was 500 spirit stones. This last cultivation art had a starting price of 1,000 spirit stones. Obviously, it was not something that the low-level cultivators who were shy of money could dream of. Yiqing watched the number on the disc in his hand jump to 2,000 in the blink of an eye, then it quickly climbed to 3,000, and it stopped abruptly when it reached 5,000. Although it was not as exaggerated as before, it was still rising by 400 to 500. At this moment, an old man's voice came from a private room on the 3rd floor. This cultivation method is of great use to this old man. I presume none of you have any objections, right? With that said, Yiqing clearly realized that the number on the disc had stopped moving. It stopped at 7,800 and no one else made a bid. It was as if everyone knew this old man. On the 2nd floor, the golden elixir cultivators were whispering. Who is this? With such an arrogant tone, could he be an elder of the sect? A slightly hesitant voice asked. You shut up. This is Elder Lei. Even among the sect's elders, his name is illustrious. Who would dare to provoke him? Ah? So it's him. Looks like this secret manual is already his. Many voices of surprise, fear, and envy were heard. Yiqing slightly hesitated in his heart. He glanced at the thick fog surrounding him and weighed the pros and cons of this auction in his heart. In the end, the spirit concentration technique prevailed. His expression became solemn and he brushed his hand over the disc. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to participate in the auction, he was stopped by Li Jinji, who had been silent since the beginning of the auction. Yiqing looked at him in confusion. Don't you think that the name spirit concentration technique is very similar to the name of a cultivation method recorded in the Chaohan Palace? Li Jinji's frosty brows faintly wrinkled and his eyes were full of thoughtfulness. Yiqing was also stunned when he heard this. He was only focused on listening to the woman's introduction of the cultivation method and didn't recall the ancient books in the palace. Now that he thought about it, he seemed to have obtained a jade slip called Spirit Forging Secret Art from the cabinet. Because there were too many jade slips on the cabinet, the two of them only picked most of the ancient books related to cultivation and hurriedly glanced at the names of the others before putting them aside. They didn't read it carefully. Jingji mentioned it at this time. Could it be that this cultivation method was similar to the spirit concentration technique? Thinking of this, Yiqing was not in a hurry to bid for this thing. He waited quietly for the other party's next move. The Chaohan Palace was in the void of Jingji. The other party only needed to use his divine thought to take out the jade slip. The other party flipped his hand, and a yellow jade slip appeared in his hand. He inserted his divine thought into it and closed his eyes. After a while, Li Jinji opened his eyes and handed the jade slip to Yiqing. He said in a slightly surprised tone, "It is indeed a cultivation method for condensing divine thought. I have glanced at this cultivation method briefly before, but this mystic art doesn't seem to be helpful to our main cultivation method. I only read the front part at that time and found that it was just a recuperation chant, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect to miss such an important mystic art." Yiqing also immersed his divine thought in it, and the words Spirit Forging Secret Art appeared in his mind, followed by the main cultivation method. He read it word by word and found that it was just some ordinary tips for condensing qi and recuperating. Although it was mysterious, it didn't involve how to cultivate divine thought. But who knew, after reading the front part and then flipping to the back part, the cultivation method suddenly changed. The content was the cultivation method for condensing divine thought. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a bit more mysterious than the cultivation method being auctioned now. Not only could it complement the main cultivation method, but it could also increase the cultivation speed of the main cultivation method, and the time was also shortened a lot. Yi Cheng's heart calmed down. Naturally, he extinguished the idea of competing with Elder Yuanying. Although they were not afraid of the other party with their magical power, the sect competition in 10 days was also extremely important. It was obviously not a wise move to offend the other party at this time. Although the 1000-year bone-forging milk was only a spirit liquid that could strengthen the body to an ordinary cultivator, to Li Jingji, it was a spirit liquid that could increase the probability of transforming into a phoenix. Naturally, he couldn't be careless. Li Jingji waited quietly for a moment, and saw Yi Cheng open his eyes. When he looked back, his eyes were also full of surprise. He immediately made a decision. It seems that the two of us skimmed through the jade slip at that time, and there are still many things that we missed. This time, we must review it carefully when we go back. Yi Cheng naturally had no objection to his decision. At this time, the woman on the high platform had already decided the ownership of the spirit concentrating technique. The melodious bell sounded again, and Su Yan announced the end of the auction. All the cultivators dispersed, and Li Jingji and Yi Cheng also walked out of the trading house. Casually removing the buying handkerchief, Li Jingji looked at the already dark sky and couldn't help but sigh, "It's already dark. I didn't expect that the two of us would not get anything after sitting for half a day." Yi Cheng stood beside Li Jingji and said with a voice transmission, "It's not that we didn't get anything. If it weren't for the name of the technique, the two of us wouldn't have remembered the forging spiritual formula that was left on the bookshelf." Hearing this, Li Jingji's brows loosened and he said, "Not to mention the effect of this cultivation method on cultivating divine sense, even the chant of regulating breathing and recuperating the spirit is extremely mysterious. It will obviously have an incredible effect when complemented with the later cultivation methods." Yi Cheng recalled what he saw just now, and his heart was burning. He took Yi Cheng's hand and hurried out of the market. They rushed to their residence in an escape light. Seeing the other party's anxious eyes, Li Jingji knew that the other party wanted to return to his residence quickly to comprehend the secret in detail, so he didn't stop him after raising the corners of his lips. Elder Bai sat cross-legged on the bamboo couch. As soon as he sensed the fluctuation of the enchantment on the mountain peak, he released his divine thought and found that the two disciples hurried back and disappeared into the bamboo forest. On the other side of the bamboo forest, Li Jingji and Yi Cheng stayed in the bamboo house for 10 days. On the 10th day of the sect competition, the tightly shut bamboo house slowly opened. The two of them turned into streaks of light and flew towards the bamboo house where Elder Bai was. The two people in the streaks of light looked a little excited. It was not only because of the forging spirit formula, but also because they had gained a lot from reading those jade slips again. The reason why they were pleasantly surprised was not because of the main cultivation methods, but because of the side secret techniques that they had neglected. Whether it was the qi drawing secret technique, the body tempering secret technique, or the qi concealing secret technique, they were all enlightened. This made them like sponges that urgently absorbed water. After reading these jade slips one by one, they actually had a feeling that it was indeed easier and faster to comprehend them. After getting the 1000-year bone-forging milk, they would completely go into seclusion to sort out the secret techniques and try them one by one to cultivate the cultivation methods systematically. Elder Bai was naturally overjoyed when he saw the two of them. He reminded them of a few things they needed to pay attention to in the sect's small competition. Then, he smiled and asked the two of them if they had refined the magic tools he had given them. After receiving an affirmative answer, the smile on his face became even wider. After the three of them talked for a while, Ducy flew over from the bamboo forest. When Elder Bai saw that everyone had arrived, he released a flying boat. After calling the 3 disciples to board, the dark green flying boat let out a buzzing sound and flew towards the sect arena. Li Jingji stared intently and quietly transmitted his voice to Yi Cheng. "Based on their reaction just now, I reckon that those 2 Dharma artifacts are indeed the key to their scheme." Yi Cheng's expression did not change when he heard this. His eyes were still indifferent as he looked ahead and transmitted his voice back. "Jingji, don't worry. The 2 of us will wait and see. We'll beat them at their own game." Then, his serious tone changed and became slightly dependent. As long as the two of us stay together, we won't be afraid of any hardships. Li Jingji's long and narrow eyes moved and he said thoughtfully, people without roots are the scariest. They have no weaknesses and are fearless. If the two of them are really plotting something, it would be unwise for them to come to us. Then, he paused for a moment, and his voice carried a trace of mischief. Of course we won't separate. If you really can't, you can just transform into a little dragon and escape into my sleeve. Yiqing was just about to say something when he choked on his words. He glanced at Li Jingji's cuffs and seemed to be quite tempted. As the two of them spoke, Elder Bai, who was standing in front of them and seemed to be focused on steering the flying boat, glanced sideways at Du Si and nodded indiscernibly. Du Si glanced at him. The respect she had for him in front of the bamboo forest had long disappeared. She then turned back to look at the sea of clouds below with a cold expression. The 10,000 cloud sex competition stage wasn't close, but Elder Bai's flying boat was really fast. They arrived in a short while. After getting off the flying boat, there were attendants who led the four of them to the Elder's exclusive viewing area. After Li Jingji sat down, he glanced around and found that although it was still early, many people had already arrived. For example, he finally saw the elderly that Elder Bai had mentioned. These two juniors are the new disciples you took in last time? The young man who could be said to be quite handsome said with a sour tone. He looked at Yiqing and Li Jingji with a scrutinizing gaze. He wanted to find fault with them but didn't know where to start. They're just SOSO. They're not even as good as my Qing'er. Elder Bai didn't talk back this time. He only raised his eyebrows and looked back at him with a slightly meaningful expression. His expression was that he was sure to win. Elderly snorted twice. He couldn't wait to prove that his disciple was better. However, he could only wait for the competition to start. Naturally, his expression wasn't good. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, more and more cultivators arrived. Soon, a melodious sound of a bell came from the distance of the sect. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The competition had finally begun. Soon, a person who looked like a manservant came to the elders' area with a tray. Senior martial brothers who are interested in participating in the sect tournament this time, please draw lots. Every lot will have a corresponding lot. After every 2 battles, the top 10 of the sect will be left. Li Jingji and Yiqing didn't rush into the crowd to fight for anything. They only waited for everyone to finish picking their lots before they went up to pick up their lots. When they flipped their lots, they saw that their lots were actually the same. The 4 people from the sect looked at each other. Me and you? Yiqing seemed to be uncertain. His tone was a little hesitant. Fight? 75 With such a result, Yiqing and Li Jingji did not react, but Elder Bai and Du Si's expressions did not look good. The two of them looked at each other and then at the manservant. Elder Bai frowned and asked reproachfully, why have I never heard of a fellow disciple drawing the same number before? The manservant obviously knew that things were not good. His eyes flickered a few times, and he said vaguely, Elder Bai, it's not like you don't know that other than the 100 lots for your disciples in the elder's seat, there are 700 lots for ordinary inner sect disciples. With 800 lots for 400 numbers, how rare is the chance of a fellow disciple drawing the same number? It's normal that Elder Bai has not seen it before. Elder Bai choked and glared at him. No, I want my disciple to change the lot. Elderly crossed his arms and watched the show. When he heard this, he rolled his eyes and reached out to press Elder Bai's shoulder. He said with a smile, hey, don't scare the manservant. How about this? My disciple's lot and one of your disciple's lots will be exchanged. When the time comes, my disciple will compare notes with your disciple's lot. In the future, you will be convinced by me. When Elder Bai heard this, his eyes widened and he was about to fly into a rage again, but Du Si held him back. Du Si's lips moved slightly as she transmitted a few words. Elder Bai's expression changed uncertainly twice, then he smiled and said, that's great. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my 2 traitorous disciples. Li Jingji glanced at the tall and sturdy man behind Elderly and said, then I thank Elderly for your help. After saying this, he walked in front of the tall and sturdy man and handed over the bamboo stick to exchange with him. The burly man handed over the lot in his hand expressionlessly, but his eyes were fixed on Yiqing behind the burly man, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He was just a Foundation establishment disciple. Li Jingji glanced at the number 100 engraved on the bamboo stick in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and sent a telepathic message to Yiqing. You're only at the Foundation establishment stage now, but the other party is at the golden elixir stage. You must be careful. Yiqing raised his eyebrows and looked back at the burly man. A hint of sternness flashed through his eyes. He replied, Jingji, have you forgotten that although I am only at the Foundation establishment stage, I only spread yuanying into my veins. Although my cultivation is damaged, my strength is still there. Of course, it won't be a problem. Li Jingji nodded slightly. He naturally understood Yiqing's situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him go up against a golden elixir. However, it was unknown what kind of opponent the bamboo stick in his hand would encounter. If Yiqing could defeat his opponent, he naturally wouldn't let him take the risk. After the drawing of lots was completed, the competition officially began. Because this round was equivalent to an audition, the level of the participating disciples was different, so the competition progressed quite quickly. After almost half an hour, it was Yiqing's and the burly man's turn. Li Jingji looked at Yiqing on the stage and pursed his lips without saying a word. The burly man shouted loudly and made a seal with one hand. A yellow light curtain flew out from his fingertips and enveloped his whole body. It was his body protection spirit light. The light flashed and two giant hammers appeared out of thin air. The burly man suddenly exerted force and threw the two hammers with a shout. The two giant hammers turned into two meteors with rolling heat waves and fiercely smashed towards Yiqing. Looking at this posture, it seemed that he wanted to crush his Foundation establishment opponent into meat paste. Yiqing's speed was naturally not slow. Just as the burly man stretched out his hand and made a seal, a cloud of icy white mist came out of his mouth. As soon as the mist came out, the air on the high platform seemed to stagnate and slightly distorted with a hint of anxiety. Yiqing's hand gesture changed and he waved his sleeves in the air again. The mist multiplied from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. It rapidly expanded and soon enveloped half of the stage. At this moment, the two meteor hammers were already smashing towards him aggressively. With two puff sounds, the seemingly ferocious hammers seemed to have smashed into two balls of cotton. Their figures appeared in the fog, struggling desperately but unable to move an inch forward. Yiqing stood in the mist, and his face was hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. However, the scorching heat emitted by the mist couldn't be ignored. It was obviously an icy white mist with a cold light, but what it emitted was suffocating heat. Seeing this, the burly man couldn't help but change his expression. He tried to summon the treasure twice with his divine thought, but it ended in failure. He was shocked. The fire beacon meteor hammer was his natal magic weapon. As long as his divine soul was still there, he could freely summon his natal magic weapon. This kind of loss of control had never happened since he entered the golden elixir period. Li Jingji saw Yiqing looking at him in the white mist. The emotion in his dark red pupils was clearly complacent, as if a victorious rooster was seeking praise from its owner. The burly man released two more treasures of his sect in succession. As expected, they were both controlled by the white mist. The two giant hammers that were controlled before were covered with white ice beads, and their aura was dim. It seemed that they had lost their spirituality. The natal magic weapon that was connected to the mind was very different from other magic weapons. As the owner, the burly man naturally wouldn't be any better at this time. The moment the mist controlled the giant hammers, the disciples in the audience burst into an uproar. Heavens, Senior Brother Two's natal magic weapon is famous for its great strength. Many golden elixir cultivators have been defeated by it. A disciple's face was full of disbelief. It was actually intercepted by a Foundation establishment disciple. It seems that it has been completely restricted. What kind of cultivation method is this? Who is this person? Sitting on the main seat of the high platform, the old man who was resting with his eyes narrowed suddenly heard the disciples' discussion. He opened his eyes and took a look. When he saw this scene, he was stunned and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Extreme Yang Ice Spirit Root? TSK, it's rare." In the stands, Elder Li's expression was very bad, while Elder Bai stood to the side with his hands behind his back with a complacent expression. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that deep within Elder Bai's eyes, there was a trace of worry and suspicion. Extreme Yan Ice Spirit Root, the burly man quickly admitted defeat because his spiritual energy and treasures couldn't penetrate the ice mist, and his natal magic weapon had been damaged. It was futile to continue wasting time. After winning, Yiqing drew another bamboo stick from the side of the ring. He flew back to the stands and stared at Li Jingji without saying a word. Li Jingji pursed his lips and looked at the other party's eyes. He clenched his fist and transmitted his voice, "Very good." When Yiqing heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, then he turned his head and continued to watch the competition with a serious face. The competition was carried out group by group. Because the Foundation Establishment cultivators and Golden Elixir cultivators were competing together, although it was unfair, the competition was very fast. After a few minutes, it was Li Jingji's turn. His opponent flew to the ring with him. It was a delicate woman wearing a light yellow palace dress. 76 Muyenji obviously also saw Li Jingji. Her eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but then she smiled faintly and said, "So it's brotherly, little sister's luck is really bad." While speaking, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was really distressed. Li Jingji just nodded slightly when he heard this. "Fairy, please enlighten me." Then the bell rang, and the two made their moves at the same time. Mu Yanji separated one of her hands, and a yellow jade hairpin flew out from her hair bun. After circling in the air, it turned into 10, then 100, and then 1,000. A thick aura of earth and stone faintly emitted from the ancient hairpin, enveloping half of the arena. Li Jingji's speed was even faster. With a flick of his sleeve, the air in the entire arena condensed. Bursts of cold air spread out from his body, and countless thin ice needles appeared in the frozen void, emitting bursts of strange cold power. Mu Yanji was very confident in her magic weapon. At this time, when she saw Li Jingji directly control the ice needles condensed from ice spiritual power, and the ice needles flashed with a cold light, as if they would fall at any time, her frown became even more worried. Then she seemed to have made up her mind. She clenched her teeth and made a one-handed gesture. The jade hairpin in the air slightly twisted, and then it pounced toward Li Jingji with irresistible force. Seeing that the other party didn't dodge, and instead controlled the ice needles to pounce toward her, the woman was secretly happy. Even though there were many ice needles, her jade hairpin was a high-grade magic weapon. It was given to her by her father when she left home, so it was needless to say how powerful it was. Even if her opponent had an ice attribute heavenly spirit root, he would still have to retreat if he encountered her magic weapon. However, it would be extremely troublesome if some of the ice needles got close to his body. Mu Yanji thought of this, and quickly took out a worn-out silk handkerchief. Then, she covered her whole body with it. Moreover, her body was covered by the miraculous light. So, her silhouette couldn't be seen clearly in the ring. Li Jingji looked at the ice cones that were fighting with the jade hairpin in midair. He narrowed his eyes and changed the incantation in his mouth. The ice cones that were as thin as a cow's hair in midair trembled slightly and emitted countless icy white mist. The temperature around the ring suddenly dropped, causing the disciples standing close to the ring to shiver. Heavens! Such pure ice spiritual energy! Could this person be a disciple with an ice attribute heavenly spiritual root? A disciple hurriedly released a protective spiritual light to resist the cold air. If it's a heavenly spirit root, how could it be so obscure and unheard of? Another disciple frowned and retorted. Maybe it's just that his cultivation method is more powerful, and he might not have a heavenly spiritual root. That's right. No matter how noisy the discussions below the stage were, Mu Yanji didn't have the time to pay attention to them. Countless tiny ice beads had already appeared on the jade hairpin that was fighting against the icicles. Her movements were sluggish and powerless. At this moment, the ice cones silently exploded and the burst of water vapor enveloped the jade hairpin. With a clang sound, the jade hairpin that was completely frozen fell to the ground. It seemed to have lost a lot of its spirituality. Mu Yanji was shocked and wanted to make another move. However, she saw a layer of light blue ice crystals appear on the yellow silk handkerchief that enveloped her body. A strange cold force spread out and the magic power in her body also seemed to be solidified. I admit defeat. Mu Yanji bit her lower lip and shook her head. Brother Li's magic power is strong. This little sister is sincerely convinced. Then she rolled her eyes and said, "Brotherly, this little sister will make friends with this friend. I'll come to ask for advice on cultivation methods some other day." Then, without waiting for Li Jingji to answer, she turned around and flew toward the high platform. Li Jingji looked at the girl's eyes that were full of interest, and a trace of a bad feeling arose spontaneously. However, he didn't care and returned to the elder's stand after finishing his incantation. Elder Bai patted his shoulder with a red face and said with a smile, "Good job." Haha. Yiqing stood beside Li Jingji and glanced at Mu Yanji's position. When he saw that she was still looking at Li Jingji with interest, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. "What did she say to you just now?" Although a cultivator's 5 senses were very sharp, the arena was really far away. Moreover, there was a slight sound insulation restriction around the arena. Therefore, he could only see Mu Yanji's eyes, which were full of interest, as well as her moving lips. However, he couldn't hear even half a word clearly. Li Jingji followed Yi Cheng's gaze and met Mu Yanji's gaze. He raised his eyebrows and said, "She's probably not convinced by her loss. Come and ask me for advice some other day." When Yi Cheng heard this, his dark red eyes flickered. He snorted and transmitted his voice, "If Jingji didn't suppress his cultivation and couldn't use many of his magic powers, how could this girl be your opponent? Therefore, only I am qualified to stay by your side." Li Jingji laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he transmitted his voice back very seriously. "No one by my side can leave the domain." Yi Cheng's expression softened slightly. He turned his head and watched the arena competition very seriously. The competition continued in an orderly manner. The qualifiers were soon over, and the remaining 400 people were still fighting by drawing lots. Grand Supreme Ancestor said, "Luck is also a part of strength." Li Jingji and Yiqing each went down to fight 5 or 6 rounds. Not to mention that their opponents were not strong. Even if their opponents were extremely strong, they could only retreat when they encountered the 2 half-demon cultivators who had hidden their strength. In the final battle for the top 10, Li Jingji and Yiqing felt that their rankings were enough, so they deliberately lost. They agreed to represent their sect in the intersect competition half a month later with the 6th and 7th positions. When they returned to their residence, Elder Bai seemed to be very happy. He took out a jar of bay wine to celebrate, but Li Jingji and Yiqing said that their magic power was empty and that they needed to return to their room immediately to adjust their breathing for the intersect competition half a month later. Elder Bai watched the 2 disciples leave with gloomy eyes. He frowned slightly when he sensed the spiritual power mark he had planted. As soon as Li Jingji entered the bamboo house and was about to walk to the jade bed, his waist was wrapped around by an arm from behind. Yi Cheng's head rubbed against his neck and said with a slightly hot breath in his ear, "After a day of fighting, I'm very tired. Why don't we sleep together first and get up tomorrow to adjust our breathing and cultivate?" Li Jingji only hesitated for a moment. Although he knew that the other person's words about being tired were pure nonsense, he didn't expose it. With one hand, he pulled the other's hand that was on his waist and walked towards the jade bed. "Last time, I obtained a good silk blanket from the field silkworm. It's just right for this time." Yiqing was led to the bed. Looking at Yi Cheng's jade-like face, his heart felt warm. He reached out to grab Yi Cheng's belt and wanted to untie it, but Yiqing unexpectedly grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" "Of course I'm taking off my clothes," Yiqing said with a straight face, but there was some doubt in his eyes. "Don't tell me Jingji is planning to sleep with his clothes on?" "How boring would that be?" Li Jingji raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of disbelief. After a moment of confrontation, he saw that Yi Cheng's eyes were honest and could not help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Yi Cheng stared back. "That's right, you're thinking too much." After a moment, Li Jingji was defeated. He let go of Yi Cheng's wrist and let him do as he pleased. Yi Cheng took off his belt and the wide robe was gently taken off. A thin layer of ice crystals was loosely put on his body. On his jade-white skin, there was a thin layer of ice crystals. 78 Yi Cheng stared intently at the ink-colored totem and sighed softly. "I don't know when the bloodline in your body will be completely awakened and transform into the ice phoenix body." Li Jingji was slightly startled. A trace of optimism appeared between his brows. "What will come will come." Yi Cheng nodded. He pursed his lips and did not speak. His eyelids drooped as if he was thinking about something. What's wrong? Li Jingji clearly noticed that something was wrong with the other party. Actually. Yicheng pursed his lips, as if deliberating over his words. Actually, after my cultivation dissipated last time, the inheritance memory that was sealed loosened. It was only completely unsealed a few days before the sect competition. It also allowed me to learn some secrets about our two clans. Li Jingji frowned slightly. He scrutinized the other party's expression again and decided to wait quietly for the other party to continue. The Ice Phoenix Ice Dragon should not exist in the lower realm. The power of this realm is simply unable to accommodate the existence of such an ancient true spirit. Yicheng's voice was a little low. Similarly, the spiritual power of the lower realm is simply unable to give birth to a true ancient true spirit. That is to say, I simply cannot cultivate the true Ice Phoenix body in this realm? Li Jingji frowned slightly. His gaze was clear and cold, without any trace of worry. Even if I succeed in cultivating it, will I still be ostracized by the realm? Then how did this bloodline appear in the peripheral clans of this continent? This inheritance memory should belong to a certain generation of ice dragon. It's been a long time and there are only a few words of description. Perhaps it's just a guess. Yicheng frowned and shook his head. That's why I've been hesitating whether to tell you this. Li Jingji suddenly chuckled. The Tao that the two of us cultivate is already heaven-defying. How can the likes of us pry into such a heavenly mystery of opportunity and creation? Ever since he gained enlightenment in his state of mind last time, all the distracting thoughts he had about the original work seemed to have dissipated. There was only one path in front of him. Everything else had nothing to do with him. Yicheng looked seriously at the man with bright eyes in front of him. All the distracting thoughts in his mind seemed to have been completely removed from the source, leaving only tranquility. That's right, there was no way to pry into it, so why bother? After taking off her clothes, she lay down side by side with Li Jingji. She longingly smelled the biting cold air that only belonged to him. Her heart relaxed slightly, and she gradually fell asleep. Li Jingji slept very soundly this time. After waking up, he did not get up immediately. Instead, he circulated his cultivation method along his meridians and finally gathered qi in his dantian before slowly getting up. From his storage pouch, he took out the jade slip that recorded the soul forging art. However, he wasn't in a hurry to see how to condense his spiritual sense. Instead, he started with the most basic breathing and breathing methods. Immortal cultivators were free of impurities and had no desires. They breathed and breathed, felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and gathered it in their body. Every step they took, every breath they took, was cultivation. After Yicheng woke up, he saw Li Jingji looking at the jade slip motionlessly. The aura around his body seemed to have been restrained. Yicheng's heart was slightly moved. Half a month passed quickly. The 3-sex tournament was imminent. Elder Bai brought 2 disciples and rushed to the gathering place of the sect. Once the 10 disciples arrived, one of the 3 great elders of the sect, Huamanzi, brought them to the tournament venue. The Sunset Arena was located on a high mountain in the middle of the Luoshan mountain range. It was jointly controlled by the 3 sects. The clouds and mist were forcibly penetrated by the towering mountain peak. Endless rosy clouds shone on it without any concealment. The sea of clouds churned and surged magnificently. Li Jingji stood on the sect's giant boat and looked down at the top of the huge mountain. He saw that the huge arena was already surrounded by a pale white array. There was an array on each side of the arena, and 2 of the arrays were already filled with cultivators. Huamanzi led everyone to the empty array. After reminding the 10 disciples of some things to take note of, he sat on the main seat. The other 10 disciples also chose their own seats and sat down. Li Jingji calmly looked at his fellow disciples of the 10,000 Sunset sect and secretly observed them. He discovered that there were only 3 Foundation Establishment disciples. The other 7 victors were all golden elixir cultivators. Other than him and Yicheng, the other Foundation Establishment disciple was a middle-aged man who looked like a white-robed Confucian scholar. Li Jingji had seen this person fight on the day of the tournament. His Confucian cultivation methods were very impressive. He was able to be ranked among the 10 people because of his strength. Seeing that everyone was present, the main elder of the fallen phoenix sect, a beautiful and charming woman, flew up and landed on the high platform. She said softly, "This time, the three-sect tournament will be hosted by our sect. The rules are still the same as in previous years. The 100 leaping beast will randomly emit 15 different auras. Those with the same aura will compete with each other. The outcome will be determined by the heavens. Luck is also a part of one's strength." After saying that, the woman smiled and said, "Only the top 10 will have the opportunity to enter the three-sect sacred grounds to undergo bone forging and marrow cleansing." After saying that, the woman took out a mini beast ring from her sleeve. After it appeared out of thin air, it expanded to several times its original size. A pitch-black hole formed in the middle of the ring, and a mini beast poked its head out of it. As soon as the beast came out, the charming woman handed a green fruit to it. The beast's eyes lit up, and many 5-colored light spots quietly scattered from its back, shooting towards the 30 disciples who had taken their seats. When Li Jingji and Yiqing saw the light spots approaching, they wanted to dodge. However, they remembered the woman's words and did not move from their seats. After the woman threw the fruit to the 100 leaping beast, she took it back. Then, she took out an emerald green formation plate. After inserting spirit qi, she said, "The order is out. The first group, Yuan Jia of the Fallen Phoenix sect and Li Yi of the Blood Demon sect." The three-sect tournament had just begun. On an elder's peak of the Thousand Sunset sect, Elder Bai was standing on a flying boat with Duci behind him. "How is it? Can you still sense the location of the two magic tools?" Duci asked with a frown. "I can still sense it. The location is correct. It's on the arena peak." Elder Bai stroked his beard and said with disappointment, "I've come here to hide my aura and cultivate for more than 100 years. I'm still quite reluctant to leave like this." "What? You're still reluctant to leave?" Dujing raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Could it be that there's someone you miss here? Don't forget that you're cultivating a demonic cultivation method. Even if you want to submit to the Thousand Sunset sect, you have to see if the other party agrees or not." "Of course not. I've been cultivating in the Blood Demon sect since I was young. I definitely won't have any disloyalty. It's just a pity that the spy in this position had to put in a lot of effort to become an elder." Elder Bai was quite reluctant to part with him. "There's nothing to pity. When I came here with a mission to assist you, it was the sect master's personal order." Dujing snorted lightly, "Just a spy in the position of an elder. If we can get the 10,000-year bone forging tree, our Blood Demon sect can produce many puppets comparable to the Yuanying stage. Then, we can unite with other demonic sects and squeeze the other two sects out of the three great sects." While the two of them were plotting, the three-sect tournament in the distant Fallen Phoenix sect had already begun. Multicolored lights flashed on the stage that was enveloped by a huge light screen. Li Jingji and Yiqing were watching very carefully. After all, these were the three sects' most outstanding disciples below Yuanying. In terms of brilliance and strength, they were incomparable to the previous intersect tournament. Li Lian of the Fallen Phoenix sect versus Li Jingji of the 10,000 Sunset sect. The elder of the Fallen Phoenix sect slowly looked in the direction of the Fallen Phoenix sect. She raised her eyebrows and spoke slowly. Her tone carried an imperceptible confidence. Li Jingji followed her gaze and saw a tall and handsome man slowly standing up from the opposing side. His eyes carried a hint of arrogance. He probed his cultivation and found that he was actually in the middle stage of the core formation realm. He glanced in the direction of the 10,000 Sunset sect and paused for a moment on the only late-stage core formation realm cultivator in the opposing side. He then turned away and slowly walked towards the center of the stage. Li Jingji glanced at Huamingzi and saw that his expression was rather relaxed. He even seemed to be secretly relieved. Li Jingji understood and also walked towards the stage. A foundation establishment disciple who didn't have much hope to begin with against a powerful late-stage core formation realm cultivator was like an inferior horse against a superior horse. The other disciples' chances of victory were much higher. Li Lian, who was standing on the stage, crossed his arms. He raised his chin slightly as he looked at Li Jingji, who had walked onto the stage. His expression relaxed and even the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled. Cupping his hands together, he bowed and said, "Young friend, I did not hold back. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Li Jingji saw that Li Lian was determined to win and didn't want to argue. He cupped his fists and bowed back. With a buzzing sound, the five-colored light curtain on the stage slowly converged, and a layer of protective spirit light appeared around the two of them at the same time. Li Jingji's entire body was shrouded in white frost. In the white frost, there was a slender silver dragon shuttling back and forth. Half of the stage's spiritual energy became slow and suppressed. The spiritual energy around Li Lian's body was also a white frost color, mixed with a faint blue light. Although it was also extremely cold, compared to Li Jingji's spiritual energy, it was actually much weaker. Extreme Ice Spirit Root. Li Lian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, his eyes were filled with intense jealousy and caution. He flipped his hand and a small light blue sword floated in the air. The blade was thin and sharp, shining with a cold light. Waves of spiritual pressure slowly seeping out of it. He quickly threw the small sword into the air. The small sword swelled with the wind, and as soon as it was in the air, it grew 5 to 6 times its original size. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and the ear-piercing sound made the people in the stands frown. Li Jingji's movements weren't slow either. He tossed a white silk handkerchief into the air with one hand, and a chilly air assaulted his face. As the handkerchief spun, it completely enveloped his figure, and the layers of shadows made it difficult for people to see him clearly. Yicheng looked at the stage indifferently. Although he was not worried, he was inevitably nervous. Jingji's opponent was also a disciple with an ice spirit root. Although it was only an ordinary ice spirit root, it would naturally take a lot of effort to deal with him. Some magical powers would not have the slightest effect on the suppression of the same spirit root. Fortunately, during this closed-door cultivation, the two of them had classified the magic treasures and cultivation methods in the Chao Palace. They had classified the suitable ones. While he was thinking, the giant sword above Li Lian's head was already buzzing as it flew towards Li Jingji. It was mixed with cold frost, and everywhere it passed, the air was frozen. It was like a hot knife through butter, and its power was astonishing. In just a moment, the giant sword had already closed in on Li Jingji's body. His protective spirit light seemed to be completely unable to resist the giant sword. When Li Lian saw this, his tightly pursed lips relaxed. He seemed to be relieved. The giant sword was about to close in on Li Jingji's silk handkerchief. A blue light flashed and countless ice mist leaked out. The air in half of the stage quickly condensed and became as thick as jelly. The giant sword buzzed and was unexpectedly frozen in the ice mist, unable to move an inch. Even the ice blue spirit light was completely swallowed by it. The people standing in the stands couldn't help but be a little stunned. Even Huamanzi and the elder of the fallen phoenix sect couldn't help but look at each other. They had seen a lot of restraining treasures, but most of them were spirit roots or treasures that countered each other. For example, water countered fire, fire countered metal. They had never seen spirit roots or treasures of the same attribute being restrained unless one party's spirit chi completely suppressed the other party's spirit chi. But how was this possible? Not to mention whether a Yuaniing cultivator could completely restrain a core formation cultivator. The other side was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Just what level of purity did the spiritual root have to reach in order to achieve this? Is this the extreme ice spirit root? The elder of the fallen phoenix sect narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at the stage with a cold light. Li Jingji didn't care about the expressions of the people in the stands. Seeing that the giant sword was trapped, he flipped his hand and a light brass lamp appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger and a thin silver arc struck the lamp filament. A green light shot out and a small black snake coiled around the lamp wick. It danced up and down and escaped toward the giant sword. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. Li Lianben was still casting spells with all his strength, trying to free his magic weapon from the other party's imprisonment. Seeing the other party's black snake enter the giant sword, his heart sank. Then, his expression changed greatly. The magic weapon that was connected to his mind suddenly lost contact with him. There were faint black lines floating on the sword and it emitted a faint black gas. It slightly swayed in the air as if it would fall at any moment. It looked as if it had been defiled. When his magic treasure was defiled, Li Lian's chest tightened and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suppressed his anger and flipped his hand. a pitch-black seal appeared. Under the full force of his spiritual power, the seal grew to the size of a small mountain and pounced toward the opponent with a force of 1,000 caddies. Oh, I'm lucky enough to see Senior Marshal Brother Li's 1,000-mountain seal today. When the seal appeared, some of the cultivators in the Fallen Phoenix sect's camp were alarmed and whispered. I heard that Elder Ming gave it to Senior Marshal Brother Li. Its power can't be underestimated. Of course. Senior Marshal Brother Li is one of the candidates to enter the secret area. Naturally, there can't be any mistakes. However, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the 10,000 Clouds sect was able to force Senior Marshal Brother Li to this extent. TSK. Even if his ability isn't small, he can't resist the 1,000-mountain seal. Just watch. This time, Senior Marshal Brother Li is going to kill him. This Foundation establishment cultivator is finished. While they were talking, the 1,000-mountain seal had already arrived above Li Jingji's head. It pressed down with a force of 1,000 caddies, completely ignoring the thick spiritual energy surrounding it. Li Jingji glanced above his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He changed the sign in his hand and the white handkerchief covering his body floated and flipped in the direction of the 1,000-mountain seal. When the powerful object collided with the soft cloth, it was tightly wrapped around his body. After finishing the sign in his mouth, Li Jingji waved his hand in the direction of Li Lian. The white handkerchief wrapped the 1,000 caddies of 1,000-mountain seal and pressed down on its owner. Li Lian's expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated a few steps and quickly made a sign to try to regain control of the 1,000-mountain seal. However, it was useless. In a panic, he shouted to the Fallen Phoenix sect's elder in the stands, Master, save me. The treasure was his, so he naturally understood the function of this giant seal. Knowing that it was impossible to recover, he directly asked for help from the outside. The woman outside the arena had a calm expression. She pointed at the arena with one hand and the 5-colored light screen dispersed. The cultivation methods and treasures inside the screen slowed down and slowly dispersed. Brat, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. She said to Li Jingji with an icy expression. Damn you, Ming Qing. It was clearly your disciple who took out that magic tool that could kill people first. Now that you've failed, you're making a false accusation. Do you really think there's no one left in our 10,000 Sunset sect? When Huamanzi saw that his disciple had won against the Fallen Phoenix sect's core formation cultivator, he naturally didn't conceal his complacent expression. I didn't come to criticize you, but you're the one who slandered me first. Why don't you see who sent out that seal first? Ming Qing's expression was dark and green. Her almond lips were tightly pursed as she unwillingly reported, 10,000 Sunset sect's Li Jingji wins. He receives a secret location token. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand and an orange token flew out from her sleeve. Li Jingji caught the token with one hand and put away the copper lamp and white handkerchief in the arena. With an indifferent expression, he said, Thank you for letting me win. Then he turned around and left the arena, returning to his seat beside Yi Qing. Fortunately, we distributed quite a few magic treasures this time. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to defeat him without exposing our cultivation. Yi Qing's expression didn't change as he transmitted his voice. If I used my true cultivation, I wouldn't have needed to waste so much effort. Li Jingji looked at Li Lian, who had returned to the Fallen Phoenix sect's camp. He saw that Li Lian was also fiercely glaring at him. The other Fallen Phoenix sect disciples beside him were also intentionally or unintentionally sizing him up. There were some who were curious and some who were greedy. However, it seems that we're being targeted. Yi Qing's tone was contemptuous, but he didn't seem to take this matter to heart. It doesn't matter. As long as we obtain the 1,000-year bone-forging milk, the two of us can leave the 10,000 Sunset sect. These people won't be able to find us. Naturally. After that, there were no more incidents of Foundation establishment stage cultivators defeating core formation stage cultivators. When it was Yi Qing's turn, his opponent just so happened to be a Foundation establishment stage disciple. The magic treasures in his hands were also innumerable. The two of them actually took out more than 10 magic treasures in a row. Presumably, their opponent was also a disciple of a Yuanying elder. Otherwise, their family wouldn't be so rich. In the end, Yi Qing's spiritual power was stronger, and his opponent's spiritual power couldn't withstand it. The onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues. Now, the candidates to enter the secret area have all been selected. Elders of the three sects, please bring the defeated disciples back to the sections. The winner will come out and follow me into the secret area. Elder Ming Qing's expression was indifferent. She had already returned to her usual cold appearance. It was as if the person who spoke with an unkind tone just now wasn't her. The elders of the three sects seemed to have already known about these arrangements. They didn't have any objections. They quickly swept up the remaining disciples and turned into streaks of light as they flew away. They didn't even stop for a moment. Ming Qing waited in place for a while. After seeing that everyone had left, she threw a black handkerchief into the air. The black handkerchief suddenly formed a black light wheel in midair. Bursts of spatial power slowly spread out from the black light wheel. Transmission array. A woman's voice exclaimed in the crowd. Li Jingji looked up at the black light wheel and was also stunned. There was actually such an array. Put the secret area token on your forehead and enter the secret area one by one, Ming Qing said indifferently. Naturally, everyone didn't hesitate. They orderly flew into the air and entered the secret area. In a burst of dizziness, Li Jingji and Yi Qing appeared in a cave with the others. However, the woman named Ming Qing didn't enter this place. Instead, she was replaced by another white-haired old woman. The old woman threw a bright red handkerchief into the air, and another array appeared in midair. I'm the elder of the secret area stationed here. I'll send you to the next secret area. Li Jingji looked around. From the degree of dizziness just now, they should have been sent to a place far away from the Three Sects mountain range. Listening to the old woman's words, it seemed that the next place wasn't the real place where the millennium-old stalactite was hidden. Following the group, they entered the teleportation array once again. However, the place they entered shocked everyone. It was a cave that was scorching hot. A short old man sat cross-legged in the cave. When he saw the group, he threw out a light blue handkerchief without saying a word. Then, he closed his eyes without looking at them. Everyone looked at each other. After entering according to the original method, the hot air around them dissipated. The degree of dizziness this time was obviously stronger than the previous two times. However, the feeling of being wrapped around everyone became incomparably comfortable. In the bottomless cave, the walls of the cave were wrapped in thick white ice crystals, and milky white spiritual energy condensed into solid cotton. 10 huge milky white pillars were inserted everywhere in the cave, as if they were supporting the entire cave. Clouds and mist lingered in the air, and there were faint 5-colored rays of light shuttling back and forth. It was as if they had entered a paradise on earth. Li Jingji turned around and glanced at everyone's expression. All of them were intoxicated. In this place, all the pores on their bodies seemed to have opened up. Dense spiritual energy poured into them, making them feel relaxed and happy. What a good paradise. If we can cultivate here for a long time, why would we worry about not being able to ascend to the upper realm? An ordinary-looking cultivator dressed in blood demon sex robes looked at everything in the cave with greedy eyes. Tisk, stop dreaming. Although this place is jointly managed by the three sects, only our Thousand Sunset sect and Fallen Phoenix sect's elders were sent here in the past. They didn't let your blood demon sect interfere in this place. Isn't it because your demon sect is greedy and always wants to monopolize this place? Another female disciple dressed in Thousand Sunset sect's robes said disdainfully. That's right. Every time your demon sect's disciples enter the secret plane, the elders will give you a confinement mark. Even if your elders want to inquire about the location of the secret plane, they can't. Who is making so much noise in the secret plane? An old and vigorous voice slowly came out from the depths of the cave. It was diffused by the layers of stalactites, and the voice seemed to be somewhat ethereal. It was impossible to find out where it came from. There was someone else. Li Jingji and Yi Qing looked at each other and quietly probed with their divine senses. Unexpectedly, when their divine senses entered the cotton ball of spiritual energy, they were sucked in like a bottomless abyss. Huh? Little friends, your divine senses aren't weak. A shadowy figure walked out of the thick fog. Each of you can choose a stalactite and stay here for 3 days. In 3 days, there will be enough 1,000-year bone-forging milk for you to collect. After speaking, an old man dressed in a black robe entered everyone's line of sight. Senior, what kind of magic tool is the most suitable material to collect this 1,000-year bone-forging milk? The female disciple of fallen Phoenix sect asked respectfully. Of course I have a special magical artifact. Take this. The old man waved his sleeve, and several red lights flicked out from his sleeve. 3 days later, the restriction of the secret plane will be activated, and all of you will be teleported out of here. Therefore, you must hurry up and collect the spiritual milk. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this. They grabbed the small bottle in front of them and scattered towards the nearest stalactite pillar. Li Jingji and Yiqing looked at each other and chose the 2 closest stalactites at the same time. They placed the bottles on the edge of the stalactites and waited to collect the 1,000-year bone-forging milk. Just as he was about to close his eyes and adjust his breathing to absorb the rich spiritual energy in the cave, Li Jingji suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the storage bag. His eyes flashed with blue light and his expression gradually became uncertain. Transfer the divine sense imprint on the magical artifact that Elder Bai gave you to someone else. Even if we beat them at their own game, we can't invite trouble to ourselves. Li Jingji looked at Yiqing and transmitted his voice without a change in expression. Hearing this, Yiqing's expression turned solemn. He secretly put his hand into his sleeve and took out the magical artifact with one hand. He made a gesture and flicked a light white dot of light into the body of a blood demon sect disciple not far away. When Li Jingji saw that the matter was over, he quietly released a layer of light blue protective spirit light. After leaving a trace of his divine sense to guard the surroundings, he began to absorb spiritual energy. The old man in a black robe who was running errands and sitting in the mass of spiritual energy seemed to have sensed something. He faintly glanced at the location of Li Jingji and Yiqing. Far away, in a secluded cave at the edge of the 1,000 Sunset Mountain Range, there stood 7 or 8 Yuanine cultivators. Among them was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Elder Bai. He was dressed in black, and his expression and posture were poles apart from the usual Elder Bai. Even his white hair and wrinkles had disappeared without a trace. Ducie wore a bright red robe, and her delicate appearance had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an incomparably gorgeous appearance. Huh? Elder Bai frowned. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. His frown deepened. A white-bearded old man standing beside him asked in confusion, "Old Fourth, what's wrong?" The imprint seems to have moved. Elder Bai's frown did not loosen. Instead, it deepened. The imprint was placed on a magical artifact. It doesn't seem to be a big problem for it to move, right? Ducie said disdainfully, "If you ask me, you're a bit too nervous." No, it's not a normal movement. It should have been something that was attached to it. Ducie frowned and said with slight worry, "Could it be that it was discovered?" It shouldn't be. If it was discovered, it should have been directly erased. However, the imprint is still there. Then what about our operation this time? Another expert asked with slight hesitation. Your blood demon sect invited our 2 demonic sects to participate in this matter. Now that our Spectre Devil sect and Muhuan sect are here, you're telling me that there's a mistake in our operation? Go. Elder Bai's frown relaxed, as if he had made up his mind. The other 2 sects are so wary of our blood demon sect. The secret ground secretes 1,000-year bone-forging milk for 3 days every 10 years, yet we can't even touch the location of the secret ground. Then, there's no need to use the name of the 3 sects jointly managing it. Ducie's frown relaxed when she heard this. She covered her mouth and smiled. That's right. Protectors, please don't worry. Our blood demon sect has been planning for this matter for decades. We even used Old Fourth, who has been hiding in the dark for 100 years. Naturally, we're confident. The Spectre Devil sect's protector laughed heartily. I heard that as long as one cultivates in the secret ground of the 3 sects for a few days, their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Is this true? That's natural. This is also something that our blood demon sect can't tolerate the most. Not only is there no elder in charge of the secret ground in our blood demon sect, we don't even have the opportunity to enter the secret ground to cultivate once a year. The blood demon sect's white-bearded elder was so angry that even his beard stood up. It's getting late. Why haven't the other elders of your sect arrived yet? The Muhuan sect's protector glanced outside the cave. Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice came from outside the cave. Ha ha ha, it seems that Brother Ping Lan can't wait any longer. Under the dense spiritual qi, several huge stalactites could be vaguely seen in the cave. Beside each stalactite was a cultivator sitting cross-legged. My little friends, 3 days have passed. Please put away your magic tools and follow this old man out. The old man's voice suddenly resounded in the cave. It reverberated 3 times in the cave before it gradually stopped. The last drop of 1,000-year bone-forging milk slowly dripped into the magic tool. Li Jingji flicked his finger, and the magic tool bottle quickly sealed. He reached out and the magic tool appeared in his hand. 3 days have passed, yet nothing has happened? Yi Cheng's voice appeared in his mind. Could it be that we moved the mark to the blood demon sect disciple, and the other party gave up? It's possible. After all, Elder Bai has been lurking in the Luoxia sect for hundreds of years. It can be seen that he's an extremely cautious person. Li Jingji calmly stood up and transmitted his voice back without changing his expression. Then are we still staying in the Luoxia sect? Yi Yu furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a loud bang from the top of the stalactite cave. The spirit qi in the entire space tumbled and poured out towards the top of his head. What's going on? The old man hiding in the dark shouted in surprise. Quickly activate the cape protection array. Haha. Isn't it a bit late to activate it now? An old and deep voice came from the opening above, followed by several blood-colored escape lights. When the lights faded, it was Elder Bai, Du Jing, Lady Blood, and the others. When the 2 disciples of the blood demon sect saw the newcomers, they flew toward the opposite side in surprise. They landed at the back of the group and looked down coldly. The way they looked at the newcomers didn't seem like they were looking at living people. Blood demon? The cape protection old man recognized the leader as soon as he saw the newcomers. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? The leader smiled coldly. Can't you see? Of course, I want to take this spiritual qi treasure land for myself. Mr. Xiao, if you obediently let me capture you, I'll leave your corpse intact. If you snort, don't blame me for being rude. Blood demon. Aren't you afraid that the blood demon sect will be killed by the other 2 sects? You won't be able to gain a foothold in the Sunset Mountain range. Elder Xiao frowned and spoke coldly. Consecutive executions? A cold glint flashed in the blood demon's eyes. Take a look at which sects the fellow Taoists behind me come from. Then I know that our blood demon sect no longer needs to associate with hypocrites like you. Humph, we didn't come here to listen to you talk nonsense. We've already wasted 3 days on the road. Blood demon, hurry up and make your move. An old man with some status in the group said coldly. Not good. That old man is secretly activating the teleportation array. As soon as he said that, a sharp blood blade shot out from his sleeve, brushing past the stalactite and slashing toward Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao frowned. With a flick of his sleeve, the blood blade vanished into thin air. Humph, do you think I'm a vegetarian? As soon as he finished speaking, several sword lights flew out from behind him. The sharp sword qi brushed past the stalactite, bringing with it a lot of powder. Li Jingji and Yi Cheng summoned their protective spiritual light the moment the other party appeared. They flew and hid behind the stalactite. Seeing that the other party was fighting with Elder Xiao, they also secretly held their magic weapons in their hands. The 2 sides fought for 5 or 6 rounds. No matter how profound Mr. Zhao's cultivation was, he could not withstand the attacks of the other party. Gradually, he began to lose. He glanced at the disciples of the 2 sects hiding behind the stalactite and quickly shouted, Little friends, help me. They're all disciples of the demon sect. If I lose, you won't even have a corpse left. Hey! That's where you're wrong. Although our devil sect's cultivation methods are vicious, it doesn't mean that we're vicious. As long as you're willing to disperse your immortal cultivation methods and cultivate our devil sect's cultivation methods, I can guarantee your lives, Blood Demon said with a grin as he fought. Bah! Immortal cultivators would rather die than submit. We don't conspire with the demon sect. A male cultivator from the Falling Dawn sect walked out from behind a stalactite. He held a magic weapon and looked angry. That's right. we'd rather die than submit. A few more cultivators slowly walked out. Seeing this, Elder Zhao's slightly pale face showed a gratified smile. Li Jingji and Yiqing held their magic weapons and stood behind Elder Xiao with solemn expressions. Li Jingji heard Yi Cheng's voice. If Elder Xiao can't win, we'll take advantage of the chaos and hide in the space. Okay. Li Jingji nodded. Don't go too far from me. With the addition of the disciples from the other sects, Elder Zhao's pressure was obviously reduced. The two sides were evenly matched. Du Si, send out the sect's guardian magic beast. Blood Demon frowned and ordered without turning his head. If this drags on, the Falling Dawn sect's reinforcements will arrive. Sect Master, this. Du Si frowned and seemed to hesitate. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, yes. Sect Master. Then, she waved her hand and a spirit beast pouch flew out. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, a ferocious beast with only a skeleton and black chi all over its body flew out. Unicorn? Elder Xiao was shocked when he saw the black monster. Then, he suddenly shouted, no. Unicorn is an auspicious beast. This monster is surrounded by demonic aura and death aura. Besides, this is the lower realm. It can't be a unicorn. As if he was sure that it wasn't a unicorn, the hesitation on Mr. Zhao's face turned into determination. Then, he used a defensive magic artifact to cover his body. Haha, whether it's a unicorn or not, Mr. Xiao, taste its power and you'll know. The sect. Leader of the Blood Demon sect sneered and led the demon sect disciples back a few feet, as if they didn't want to be affected by the monster's power. Du Jing controlled a magic artifact with a token with one hand. Her lips moved slightly, and waves of decadent sounds could be heard. After a while, dark red blood floated out from between the woman's eyebrows, and she flicked it into the monster's eyebrows. As soon as the devil offering entered its body, its demonic energy surged, and its eyes glinted with a dark red light as it charged at Old Man Xiao with an aggressive roar. With a swipe of its claws, it tore Old Man Xiao's defensive mystic artifact into pieces. Pfft! Mr. Xiao spat out blood and looked at the black monster in shock. Demonized unicorn? How dare you? Aren't you afraid that the celestial realm will blame you? Before he finished speaking, the demonized unicorn had already broken through his second layer of defense and attacked aggressively. Blame us? Ha ha ha. The sect leader of the Blood Demon sect laughed wildly as if he had heard something funny. The celestial realm has been out of contact for nearly 10,000 years, and no one has ascended for nearly 10,000 years. If it weren't for this unexpected summoning of the unicorn, we probably wouldn't have known that the celestial realm has been fighting for more than 10,000 years. The ancestral dragon Golden Phoenix has fallen because of this. Who will? Ha ha ha. Mr. Xiao was busy blocking the attacks of the demonized unicorn, but he didn't forget to listen to the other party. What? War? Death? His old face was full of shock and confusion. Then, without hesitation, he threw out several defensive magic artifacts and turned into a cloud of mist. It looked very ethereal, but in fact, its speed was amazing. In the blink of an eye, it was somewhere in the cave. Not good. He's trying to run. The group from the Blood Demon sect was shocked and furious. They all turned into streaks of light and chased after him. The demonic Kirin was astonishingly fast. It was as if the old man's exquisite escape technique was child's play in its eyes. In a flash, it had caught up with the old man. With a swipe of its claws, blood exploded. Old Man Xiao staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Old Man Xiao's voice sounded in the ears of the disciples of the two sections. Little friend, run quickly. If this is really the demonic Qilin, even if it's just a demonic Qilin, it's not something I can deal with. Scatter and run for your lives. The disciples present had long been frightened by the might of the demonic Qilin, and they scattered like birds and beasts when they heard this. Yiqing and Li Jingji had already flown toward a place with the densest spirit fog the moment Mr. Xiao threw out a bunch of magic artifacts. The two of them merged into a thin line and disappeared into the fog in a flash. They were so fast that they weren't much slower than Mr. Xiao, whose cultivation level couldn't be determined. Li Jingji's mid-stage Yuanying cultivation level was exposed without any concealment. Mid-stage Yuanying? The sect leader of the blood demon sect paused for a moment and looked coldly at the thin line. Good, good, good. There's actually a Yuanying monster hiding here. Since none of us discovered it, why don't you come out and have a chat with us? After all, our targets are only the other two sections. Then, he stroked his beard calmly and said, anyway, the teleportation door here has been sealed by us. You can't get out. Why don't you come with us? It's gone. His face was full of shock and uncertainty. Li Jingji and Yi Qing stood in the void crack shrouded in thin fog and coldly watched the demonized unicorn chasing after Mr. Xiao. Their faces were full of uncertainty. The death of the ancestral dragon and golden phoenix in the great battle had something to do with the bloodline they carried. The sect leader of the blood demon sect looked back and forth with a gloomy expression. However, the mid-stage Yuanying pressure that made him feel a little scared just now seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was as if everything was just an illusion. At this moment, once the people of the blood demon sect and the demonized unicorn made a move, the disciples of the two sects who had scattered in all directions were caught and trapped in the middle of the crowd. Even Mr. Xiao, who had a strange escape technique, stood in the middle of the crowd. He was covered in blood and seemed to be missing an arm. The sect leader of the blood demon sect glanced around and asked without turning his head, Guardian Bai, are all the disciples who entered the stalactite cave here? Elder Bai looked around and exclaimed, my two chief disciples aren't here. This means that they came here with superpower. Oh? Mark? The sect leader of the blood demon sect narrowed his eyes with interest. Are they the two disciples with heavenly spirit roots you mentioned? The two who said that if they joined our sect, they would definitely have a bright future? Yes. Then quickly activate the mark again and see where they are now. I think you've been fooled by them. The sect leader of the blood demon sect's eyes shone with a fierce light. 2. Hearing this, Elder Bai hurriedly took out a jade will magic tool and injected spiritual power into it with one hand. A halo flashed and pointed directly at the two disciples of the blood demon sect behind him. His face flushed red and white for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, I've lived for more than 1,000 years and have never been fooled like this. No wonder I felt that the mark had been touched. If we catch them, we'll tear them into pieces. As long as they're still here, as long as we guard the entrance, catching them will be like catching a turtle in a jar. Elder Bai was so angry that his face turned red, as if he had really been greatly humiliated. Before the blood demon sect master could reply, Mr. Xiao, who was being chased by the demonized unicorn, had already shouted loudly. His deep voice surged out, and it was obvious that he had used his inner strength. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist. No matter what your purpose is in our sect, as long as you help us, the 10,000 Cloud sect will definitely reward you greatly. We'll treat you as a distinguished guest. He paused, then added, we'll also allow you to cultivate here for a year. Li Jingji, who was hiding in the dark, was about to tear open the void. When he heard this, he paused and looked back at Yi Qing, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The other party knew that they were outnumbered, but still wanted to lure the two of them out. It was just to share the pressure. As for cultivating here, wouldn't it be more convenient to stay in the Void Palace? Without hesitation, he tore open a crack, and the two of them flashed in. Just as the two of them flashed in, the blood demon sect master frowned completely. They're really gone. Fellow Taoist. You're not going to save them. Do you want to become enemies with the entire sect? Mr. Xiao saw that the other party really did not intend to intervene, so he directly threatened them. However, Elder Bai had already chased after the light that disappeared. At this moment, he also paused in midair, his expression uncertain. Half an hour later, Ducy summoned the demonized unicorn back and flew toward the blood demon sect master. Mr. Xiao and the disciples of the other two sects had already disappeared from this world. Sect master, should we let the unicorn go after that person? No need. Those two people are both in the middle stage of the Yuanying realm. I'm afraid it'll take some effort to deal with them. The destruction of Mr. Zhao's primordial spirit just now has probably alarmed the other two sections. We shouldn't stay here for long. The sect master's expression was uncertain for a while, then he said, we have more important things to do in a while. Elder Bai angrily glanced at the place where the light disappeared, then flew out with the others. Li Jingji and Yicheng watched indifferently as the other party left through the gray void boundary. Then, they turned and entered the palace behind them. After sitting down cross-legged in the main palace, Li Jingji waved his hand in the direction of the palace door. With a rumble, the heavy palace door closed. It was as if whatever happened at the door, the entire Sunset Mountains, or even the entire dynasty, had nothing to do with the two of them. At first, I was still thinking about how to enter the void without anyone noticing. Looks like there's no need for that now. Now that the two of us are cultivating in seclusion here, combined with the bone refining and soul forging stalactites here, I'm sure you'll be able to successfully transform this time, Yicheng said calmly. I hope so. The outside world is about to be in chaos. It's better to use the rich spirit chi here to cultivate. This seclusion will last for a long time, so I hope both of us will benefit. Li Jingji suppressed the worry that lingered in his heart. He formed a seal with one hand and the bottle containing the bone-forging milk flew out. The bottle opened by itself and a strand of milky white liquid turned into a ball and flew into his mouth. He closed his mouth and began to refine it using his cultivation method. Seeing that the other party had begun to cultivate, Yicheng also sucked the bone-forging milk into his mouth and made a gesture to cultivate. For a time, the entire palace fell into silence. The red and blue spirit chi balls at both ends of the ice bed became denser and denser. Slowly, thousands of threads stretched out and intertwined with each other, fusing into one. In the sky above the stalactite secret ground, several groups of light flashed and disappeared. 3 men and 2 women stopped in the sky, frowning. When they saw the huge hole in the secret ground, they couldn't help but be stunned. Did Elder Xiao really die? What's going on? The handsome man in the lead was stunned for a moment, then he asked angrily. Oh, you don't even know about the Thousand Cloud sect? Are you asking our fallen phoenix sect? The beautiful woman asked sarcastically. This Elder Xiao is a member of your Thousand Cloud sect. He has been in charge of this place for hundreds of years. He is one of the few elders in your sect. How many people in this world can do anything to him? The handsome man didn't say a word. He flipped his hand, and a bronze mirror shining with silver light appeared in his hand. After injecting spiritual power, it flashed downward, and the scene from before appeared on the bronze mirror. Huh? Thousand Treasure Mirror? The beautiful woman was shocked and came over to see what was going on. Ah. Blood Demon Sect? The handsome man gritted his teeth and looked at everything that happened in the mirror. He was still calm until the demonized unicorn appeared. However, when the unicorn appeared and heard the words of the Blood Demon Sect, his face flashed with astonishment, shock, and anger. No wonder no one has ascended for tens of thousands of years. No wonder the Immortal Attraction platform was not managed by anyone. No wonder the Immortal World War caused the spirit chi in the lower realm to be weak. No wonder. This is actually the unicorn? The beautiful woman stared closely at the scene. Then, she saw the 2 disciples instantly erupt with spirit chi and turn into light, disappearing into the depths of the secret cave. He's even wearing our 10,000 Cloud Sect's uniform? The handsome man frowned and said, Yuanying cultivator? Heh, you can only blame your 10,000 Cloud Sect for being too lax in recruiting disciples. Even a Yuanying loose cultivator has managed to sneak in. Oh, isn't this Elder Bai from your sect? Why is he with the Blood Demon Sect? The beautiful woman exclaimed. The handsome man's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. After a while, his expression changed greatly. Not good. That Elder Bai has our sect's mountain entry token. Our sect's grand elders are all here. Our sect's disciples are in danger. The beautiful woman's expression also changed greatly when she heard this. She no longer had the mood to tease him because there were also people from her sect in that group of people. The group of people quickly turned into streaks of light and rushed back the way they came. The entire cultivation world of Green Flame Country was in chaos. Even low-level cultivators could gossip about the major sections. The Blood Demon Sect released Unicorn to kill the 10,000 Cloud Sect's late Yuanying stage Grand Elder, and dozens of disciples from the 2 sects were not spared. The Blood Demon Sect took advantage of the time when the 10,000 Cloud Sect and the Fallen Phoenix Sect's Grand Elder went out to investigate and used the demonized unicorn to attack the 2 sections. Although they were blocked by the sect masters and elders who rushed back, the other side was not afraid at all. Although the unicorn clone had lost a lot of spiritual power in the lower realm, it was still at the mid-deity transformation stage. After a great battle, it actually gained the upper hand. In the end, the two sect masters self-detonated several magic tools and the 10,000 Cloud sect's Grand Elder even lost an arm to escape. Countless low-level disciples were killed, and many high-level elders also died. The immortal sects were at a disadvantage, and the number of cultivators who sought refuge with the demon sect increased. It was unknown where the news came from. The immortal connecting platform was in a great war in the immortal realm, and the spiritual energy in the lower realm was in turmoil. This was the reason why no one had ascended for tens of thousands of years. Most of the talented cultivators stopped at the mid-Yuanying stage. When this news came out, countless immortal cultivators were stunned, confused, resentful, and unwilling. All kinds of emotions surged in their hearts, and their hearts became even more desolate. They had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years, but they were told that they would never be able to reach the immortal realm. After desolation, they heard another news. Moksha's cultivation was generally higher than immortal cultivators. The reason was that there was no turmoil in the demon realm. The demon realm's demonic chi was dense, so they might be able to improve their cultivation. For a moment, all the cultivators in the Green Flame country and even the entire continent were moved by this. There were thousands of Daos, and so were the cultivators of the Devil world. Since they couldn't improve their cultivation, they might as well find another way to seek immortality in the Devil world. Year Immortal Thousand Cloud Sect, Immortal Cultivation. Spring went and winter came. 100 years passed. On the mountain where the stalactite cave was located, several cultivators wearing high-level disciple robes of the Blood Demon sect sat cross-legged on the ground. Their bodies were faintly shrouded in a layer of blood mist. They looked like they were cultivating. In the stalactite cave, Elder Bai, Du Si, the sect master of the Blood Demon sect, and a group of elders each occupied a stalactite pillar to cultivate. At the entrance of the cave, two disciples of the Blood Demon sect sat cross-legged. They weren't cultivating, but were whispering to each other. Just being in this treasure land makes me feel like my realm has improved. Although I'm only guarding the entrance of the secret cave, I benefited a lot. A short, thin man with yellow hair and narrow shoulders said. If there weren't any benefits, the two of us wouldn't have fought so hard for the job of guarding the door. The square-faced man beside the thin man said. Indifferently. His cultivation technique was secretly circulating, greedily absorbing the rich spiritual energy here. Is the Thousand Treasure sect that fellow was in really as rumored to have countless treasures? The thin man seemed to ask casually, inquiring about the secrets of the large man's sect. The square-faced man waved his hand indifferently and said, there were many treasures in the past, but the cultivation sects have fallen to this point. The sect's secret treasures have long been lost. Some were taken away by disciples who changed to cultivate demonic arts. Some were forcibly seized by the demonic sections. Whatever, let's not talk about this matter. How many cultivators are there on this continent now? The square-faced man waved his hand dismissively and said nothing. The thin man's expression darkened when he heard this. Just as the two of them had gloomy expressions, the sound of a bird's cry suddenly rang out from within the cave. Majestic spiritual pressure soared into the sky, and the temperature of the entire cave suddenly rose, as if they were in flames. Not only them, but all the cultivators in the entire Green Flame country couldn't help but stop and look up in the direction of the bird's cry. They saw a cluster of hot red light on the towering mountain range. Even the surrounding air was a little distorted by the high temperature. The trees on the mountain range even flashed with sparks. In an instant, the mountain fire arrived, and the entire mountain range was already a sea of fire purgatory. However, before these people could fly halfway, they saw the scorching heat suddenly stop. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold spread rapidly. Even the mountain fire that had just been ignited was turned into a world of ice and snow before it could be extinguished. It could be seen how quickly the unforeseen event had happened. The dragon's cry and the phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. The phantoms of the dragon and phoenix jumped from the top of the mountain and hovered in the air. The clouds in the sky rolled, and the colorful light covered the sky. It surged violently and entrenched on the mountain that caused the strange phenomenon for a long time. Rare treasure. This celestial phenomenon is so strange, it must be caused by the birth of a rare treasure. Someone shouted, and the faces of the people present changed drastically. Some people immediately turned into an escape light and sped toward that place. Halfway there, the phantoms of the dragon and phoenix in the air suddenly stopped, and a golden beam of light shot down from the multicolored light. The power of the law that imprisoned space and time swayed away. Those escaping lights that were rushing toward the mountain where the strange phenomenon appeared couldn't help but stop, and many cultivators with low cultivation base even fell straight down. Someone is going to ascend. This is the sign of ascension. A white-haired old man fell for more than 100 meters and stabilized his body at a low altitude. He shouted with a shocked face, "Didn't they say that no more immortal cultivators will ascend? How could it be?" The same thoughts as him sounded in the hearts of countless people, but no one could answer. Some people immediately thought of Moksha's conspiracy. And those people were not in the mood to think about this. After the beam of light descended, layers of the power of law surged out like ripples, layer after layer. In this way, many cultivators were shocked to find that the bottleneck in their bodies that had not loosened for hundreds or thousands of years showed signs of breaking through. They were immediately overjoyed and sat cross-legged to circulate their cultivation methods. At this moment, the dragon roar and wind howl suddenly became sharp. At the top of the sky at the end of the light beam, a pair of pitch-black eyes opened. The eyes looked around and narrowed like a human, revealing a suspicious look. Not long after, a ninth heaven Xianxia as thick as a well brazenly fell, smashing on the phantoms of the dragon and phoenix. The phantoms of the dragon and phoenix trembled slightly, but they were not affected. Instead, they swam and intertwined together. Boom, another one, a total of 81 Xianxia fell, and the phantoms of the dragon and phoenix were already dim. Logically speaking, the 81 tribulation divine thunder had already fallen, and the clouds of heaven and earth should have dissipated. However, the eyeball showed a dignified look. Then, as if it had made up its mind, a purple-gold lightning arc that was several times thicker than before suddenly fell, with the intention of striking the person who was going through the tribulation to death. It was already tightly intertwined, but it paused for a moment and suddenly pounced down, disappearing into the mountains. A clearer phoenix cry mixed with a dragon's roar came from the small mountain. The surrounding cultivators saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. They saw a 5-colored fire phoenix intertwined with a green-black dragon spiraling out. The fire phoenix's gorgeous fire feathers intertwined with the green dragon's long tail, charming and gentle. It was exactly the same as the phantoms just now. Oh my God, it's actually the true body of the ancestral dragon fire phoenix. The passerby stopped in midair and stared blankly at the scene he had never seen before in his life. The ancestral dragon fire phoenix actually faced the purple-gold lightning arc head-on. With a loud explosion, the white light reflected the color of heaven and earth. Almost everyone's divine sense trembled violently, their ears buzzed, and their eyes turned white, unable to see anything. Haha, Leisure Tianzuan's black-gold divine thunder is indeed a treasure to temper the body. A clear voice sounded in midair, followed by a hearty laugh, carefree and endless free and easy. The eyes in midair suddenly widened, with imperceptible respect and surprise. The light beam suddenly increased, and the decadent Sanskrit sound surged out. The ancestral dragon fire phoenix slowly disappeared into the horizon along with the light beam. As soon as the light of heaven and earth disappeared, the power of the laws of heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only a charred pit that was shattered by the Xianxia. As for the mountain, it had long disappeared. 85 yellow sand was whistling across the vast land, and a magnificent platform abruptly stood on top of it. The stone platform, over 100 feet tall, was engraved with large and small magic formations and runes. Vines were climbing on it in a disorderly manner, forming the only green color in this desert. Chapter update. Fastest on top of the stone platform stood 2 well-dressed men. One of them was slightly shorter and had a bewildered expression on his face. The other one was much calmer. His silver eyes didn't show any emotions. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his silver eyes flashed with electric arcs. He was Leisure Xianxia. Senior Celestial, why did the 2 of them disappear after they ascended? Why didn't they come to this immortal receiving platform? The shorter man frowned and asked in confusion. Did you see the scene in the celestial receiving realm clearly just now? The man who was called the Celestial Venerable glanced at the man beside him and asked faintly. Is it the ancestral dragon and the 9 heavens black phoenix? The shorter man frowned. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. But 20,000 years ago, Xianxia and Long Yu had a great battle and both of them died. This is something that the entire immortal realm knows. Their remains are still preserved in the secret area of the 2 clans. How could they have ascended from the lower realm? Died in battle? The celestial sovereign looked down at the realm of guiding immortal, which had already turned pitch black, and softly spat out 2 words. Hee hee. The short man waited for a long time, but Lei Xianxia didn't say anything else. Just when he thought that Lei Xianxia wouldn't say anything, Lei Xianxia spoke again. The Black Phoenix can undergo nirvana rebirth, and the ancestral dragon can control time. Anyone can die in battle, but not the 2 of them. Moreover, his death in battle is just an excuse to the outside world. The 2 of them are Taoist companions. His long and narrow eyebrows rose slightly, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. Tao companion? The short man exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. But the Flood Dragon race and the Luan Phoenix race have been enemies for generations. According to the records, they have been enemies for more than 100,000 years. The Black Phoenix ancestor dragon of the 2 races is a god of heaven and earth that has been passed down since the desolate immortal realm. They are actually Tao companions? The short man spoke slower and slower, as if he still couldn't believe it. Ever since they fell, the 2 clans have been fighting for nearly 10,000 years. Countless clansmen have died or been injured. Their ancestors were actually Tao companions? This matter probably has to be told from the beginning of the world, when the 2 of them were born. Lei Xianxia raised his head slightly. His expression was indifferent. Seeing this, the short man hurriedly said, Senior Immortal, why don't you start from how the 2 of them became Tao companions? If you start from the beginning of the world, when the 2 of them were born from the chaos, then it's really. The old woman's foot-binding cloth in the mortal world was smelly and long. Thunder Origin Celestial Master looked down at him condescendingly and raised his eyebrows. What's there to say? Moreover, who else could have survived from the ancient immortal world except for them? It's reasonable for them to have some unspeakable feelings. Thunder Origin Celestial Master looked down at him and raised his eyebrows. Isn't there still Unicorn? The short man muttered. But if they can become Tao companions, shouldn't they hold hands and advance together? How did the 2 clans end up fighting? The short man became more and more confused. I heard that it's not just the 2 clans. Just the 2 of them alone fight every few days. When the ancestral dragon and the Black Phoenix fight, the world changes color and there are no living creatures within 10,000 feet. Fortunately, the immortal world is vast and sparsely populated. If it were in the mortal world, how would it be? What are their personalities like? Lei Xianxia didn't answer his question. The short man lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He hesitated and said, Long Yu is a serious person. He's not close to others. Although Xianxia has many good friends in the world, I heard that he only has a few close friends. The 2 of them are originally symbiotic bodies of the heavens and earth. They've also experienced hundreds of thousands of years of tempering. No matter what their personalities are like on the surface, there's no need to talk about the pride that's buried in their hearts. If the 2 of them become Tao companions, who will be the one to submit to? Lei Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. She was satisfied to see that the short man looked as if he had been struck by lightning from the 9th heaven. She continued, the 2 of them don't like to talk to others. They're also important figures in their clans. If the 2 of them end up fighting, the relationship between the 2 clans will. The short man opened his mouth and then opened it again. After a while, he found his voice. Then the 2 of them just let their clans go against each other and cause heavy casualties? Isn't that too? Before the 2 of them died, the relationship between the 2 clans wasn't so bad. The 2 of them died because of some tricks played by the younger generation in their clans. The 2 of them are different from the other Luan and Flood Dragon clansmen. They're born from the heavens and earth. Lei Xianxia frowned. But if the 2 of them were just souls that descended to the mortal world to pass the tribulation, they shouldn't have taken 10,000 years to return. What happened? I'm afraid the two of them never cared about those Luan and flood dragons. The short man muttered. Then could the two of them be at the immortal welcoming platform in their clan? It can't be wrong. Forget it. Let's go directly to Tsangyin Mountain. Leisure Xianxia clasped her hands behind her back. With one step, she was already hundreds of meters away. With another step, she was already at the edge of the sky. The short man didn't dare to land. Although he didn't know why Leisure Xianxia was so sure that he could see the two of them at Tsangyin Mountain, and he also didn't know why Leisure Xianxia was so clear about the two's past. But he believed that if he followed her, he would eventually find out. Li Jingji opened his eyes and saw that his entire body was wrapped in a layer of red light. His entire body was tens of thousands of times larger than before he ascended. No, tens of thousands of times larger. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if all the pores and cells in his body were filled with scorching spiritual energy. It wasn't something that he, who had just ascended, could possess. The only possibility was that the younger generation of the Luan clan had used a secret technique to preserve his body and was only waiting for his return. As early as in the lower realm, the moment his bloodline broke through, the seal on his memories was broken by the power of his bloodline. Compared to the tens of thousands of years, the experiences of being a human in various small worlds after the death of a god was like a drop in the ocean in his memories, but only that one person had penetrated all his memories. That stubborn stupid dragon. Thinking of the reason for their separation, Li Jingji, no, it should be Xianjin, couldn't help but facepalm. The clan leader of the Luan clan actually used an ancient forbidden technique on him while the two of them were resolving a family dispute. The phoenix could be reborn, and a fatal blow was just a nap to him. However, the forbidden technique was different. It required the use of the blood of tens of thousands of living beings. A cultivator who lost the blood of his heart was like a mortal who lost his heart. The consumption was not small. And with such a large consumption, it could only force his primordial spirit out of his body to travel to the lower realm. If his body left the forbidden technique, or if his body underwent nirvana, the soul of the Black Phoenix would be summoned back. This was the reason why the clan leader wanted to preserve his body. And the reason why the clan leader did this was because the clan leader was afraid that he would no longer protect the Luan clan after becoming Dao companions with Lan Yu. What a joke. In order to prevent the two of them from breaking through the blood seal and returning, the clan leader actually brought him to the small world and even tampered with the inheritance of the bloodline. If it wasn't for the guidance of the heavenly Dao, he would probably still be busy in the small world on Earth. A thought flashed through his mind. He didn't know how Lan Yu was doing now. If he woke up in his original body, that person should be in the Jiao Dragon clan. He extended his divine sense, but it was blocked by a thin film outside the red light. Xianjin squinted his eyes and wind blew under his claws. Wherever his claws passed, it cracked. Xianjin spread his wings and let out a clear cry. He kicked his feet and wanted to fly into the sky. Just as he spread his wings, a green Luan bird flew over from afar. The bird was several meters long and had green feathers and a blue tail. As it flapped its wings, a faint blue glow flowed. It was very charming. The person from the Luan clan was only the guardian of the Holy Land. His name was Luan Jiao. While he was patrolling, the world suddenly shook. Countless majestic and terrifying spiritual energy surged out. The scorching heat accompanied by the clear cry of the bird made him feel like he was in an ice mountain and a sea of fire. The ancestor is awake. Luan Jiao's eyes were filled with hope. The Jiao Dragon and the Black Phoenix were fighting non-stop. The clan leaders of the older generation had all fallen. It could be said that both sides suffered great losses. In the celestial realm, even the celestial emperor would have to be courteous to the Black Phoenix ancestor with her status in the celestial realm. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He rushed over immediately and saw that the huge round ball that was originally floating in the air had already cracked. In the air, a huge fire phoenix that was dozens of meters long spread its wings and was about to fly. The phoenix's red feathers were overflowing with colorful light. Its slender tail feathers swayed slightly with the flapping of its wings. The black and red tail feathers reflected a blue color under the sunlight. Hearing his voice, the bird raised its head and looked at Luan Jiao with its black eyes. The fire patterns in its eyes flashed. When Luanjiu saw the other party's divine appearance, his green feathers exploded into a bright red color. The ancestor was actually a peerless beauty among birds. He really wanted to lay eggs for her. I, Xianjin, will have nothing to do with the Luan Phoenix clan from now on. The black phoenix spoke in human language. Its black beak opened and closed as it spat out these cold words. After it finished speaking, it no longer looked at the Luanjiu youth. It let out a clear cry and flew towards the sky. As its feathers flapped, yellow and red light flashed, leaving behind 2 long streaks of light. Luanjiu didn't know if he heard it clearly. His eyes and heart were filled with the other party's beauty. Regardless of whether he heard it clearly or not, the large and small immortals within 1,000,000 miles of the Luanjiu heard it clearly. They were secretly shocked by the news that the Black Phoenix had awakened. Some people hurriedly summoned their disciples to discuss the benefits behind this matter. The Black Phoenix flapped its wings and flew 108,000 miles. In a short while, it flew to a sea area. It let out a clear cry, but no one responded. It couldn't help but feel confused. After thinking for a while, it felt awkward. It had been too long and had actually flown in the wrong direction. Just as it was about to change its route, it saw a large black cloud rolling in from the horizon. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a huge dragon covered in black scales flew towards it. Long Yu. 86 Long Yu had already become one with the original source of the celestial world. His black dragon armor shone with a cold light and his pale golden eyes were overflowing with light. He flew over on a cloud with pale golden electric arcs circling around his body, making thunderous sounds. 3. Ashy Xianjin was confused for a moment. That was Long Yu, not Yi Qing, but he was indeed Yi Qing, but not completely Yi Qing, just like how he was Li Jingji, but not completely Li Jingji. What kind of person was Long Yu in his impression? He was cold, dignified, and reserved. He did not know if Long Yu had become Dao companions because of love or because he was the only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Only he had the same spirit as Long Yu. Long Yu had never been willing to confide in him. Li Jingji was confused. His memory unknowingly spread to the first time they met in the small world. Long Yu was thin and small. He grabbed Long Yu's hand and refused to let go. He also thought of the dragon that broke out of its shell at the beginning of the world. It was also thin and small. It coiled around his neck and refused to come down. Long Yu was back. Xianjin was back too. But for the first time, Xianjin could not tell whether it was good or bad. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon flew over. The sea of clouds churned and the huge dragon turned into a black-robed youth. It was Yi Qing's face. It was slightly different from Long Yu's face. Yi Qing was more handsome and had more warmth. Although he had the same face as Yi Yu, the aura around him was much stronger than Yi Yu's. His ink-black long robe that was overflowing with light made his entire person exude a noble aura. But he could not see through the person in front of him. Yi Qing was dependent, attached and possessive of him in the lower world. He would even use some harmless tricks to get close to him. Regardless of whether Yi Qing's personality was true or not, he was at least willing to analyze his own emotions for him. But now, Yi Qing was replaced by that powerful and cold man. He was a little disappointed, but he was even more confused about the relationship between the two of them. He did not even know if the great path that Xian was pursuing was correct. He even suspected that the one who changed the heart of the lower realm might be himself. Although they were Dao companions before, they were not as intimate as they were when they were partners in the lower realms. Jingji, how does what I did just now compare to the totem in the hall earlier? Xianjin thought for a while. She was probably talking about the totem in the palace. She only remembered the dragon being stepped on by the Black Phoenix. You are him. Xianjin transformed into her human form in a flash of red light. She no longer felt the pain from the first transformation, but the human form she transformed into was only 70% similar to Li Jingji's. The man wrapped in a long red robe had long hair that reached the ground. His facial features were charming and gentle, and he didn't look like a mortal. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his long and narrow phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed. His thin lips were tightly pressed together, and his dark red pupils stared intently at the man opposite him. When Yi Qing saw the other party's calm expression, he fell silent for a moment. They were clearly the most intimate people a few days ago, but after bearing the burden of tens of thousands of years, they suddenly looked at each other with no words. Suddenly, Yicheng pursed his lips, and the aura around him dissipated. He slumped his shoulders and walked over dejectedly. Jingji, when you promised to be my Tao companion in the mortal realm, were you lying to me? Li Jingji was stunned. He was still immersed in his own disappointment, and couldn't react for a moment. He blurted out, how is that possible? But didn't we already become Tao companions in the immortal realm? Do we become Tao companions after drinking a cup of wine? You didn't even invite guests to a banquet to worship the heavenly Tao. Yicheng frowned and said, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Li Jingji's mouth twitched. He dug out such a scene from the memory he inherited, but he said, didn't you say at that time that we should keep everything simple? There was no need to make a big fuss. There was no need to be extravagant and wasteful. This is between the two of us, isn't it? Yicheng opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say that there was such a thing. I just said it casually. Of course, I hoped that you would insist on your opinion. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. No, this time we have to make it more grand. Okay. Li Jingji agreed verbally, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Yicheng was still Yicheng and wasn't affected by that memory. I still prefer your original appearance. Yicheng stared at the person in front of him and requested, I don't like this face. Li Jingji was so angry that he wanted to laugh. You've clearly seen this face for hundreds of thousands of years, and you've seen that face for more than 300 years. Why don't you like this face? Well, it's probably because that face of yours is more real. Yicheng's finger brushed Li Jingji's cheek, and he murmured, it's as if nothing can enter your eyes with this face. It's so otherworldly. Although you smile kindly to everyone, I know that you don't care about anyone, and you don't care about anyone. It's as if you can turn into a ball of fire at any time and dissipate without any emotions. Li Jingji choked for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be such a big misunderstanding when the dragon used to be so gloomy and quiet. Haven't you never revealed any of your inner thoughts to anyone? You've always kept a straight face and kept quiet. Even when you asked me to be your Taoist companion, you came to my cave abode and challenged me to a duel. The loser would submit to you. Yicheng was stunned. If that's not the case, why would you agree to be my Tao companion? Who said that I wouldn't agree? Li Jingji frowned subconsciously. You seem to have some misunderstanding about me? We've been cultivating together since the beginning of the world. Although our cultivation methods and personalities are different, we appreciate each other and have spent the wilderness together. If you asked me to be your Tao companion seriously, I would gladly agree. When Yicheng heard this, his eyes lit up. Then, he said indignantly, you treat everyone the same way, and you're even more amiable to Lin Xiao. So I thought what? That you like him. Wronged. Who said that? He himself. Li Jingji couldn't continue the conversation. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. You actually believe that person who talks nonsense? You have to believe that you're different from the rest in my heart. What's a train? Yicheng asked immediately. Li Jingji was speechless. How could he explain this? It's like a horse carriage. I saw it in a small world. How many small worlds have you been to? Yicheng frowned and asked, why didn't I see it in the small world I was in? The small world I was in before I met you. I was pulled back from that small world halfway to meet you. It was when Hussisi tricked me into falling into the water. Li Jingji explained patiently. Although he also felt that there was something fishy about it, he couldn't put his finger on it. But I arranged for the two of us to be locked in that small world forever. There were no other small worlds? Yicheng blurted out. Li Jingji looked at him. There was no expression on his face. His charming features stiffened. You arranged it? Yicheng looked at the sky. Why don't we discuss who we should invite to the ceremony? Li Jingji narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He didn't reply. So it was all arranged by him? Just because Lin Xiao said that he liked him, he was wronged. After being speechless for a while, he didn't feel much blame in his heart. Instead, he felt a little bitterness. It turned out that a long time ago, the cold Yicheng had also been hesitant and worried about his gains and losses. He was even willing to bear the mixed blood of a flood dragon forever in order to be with him forever. Li Jingji hid the tears in his heart. The estrangement he felt towards Long Yu was no longer important. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Yi Cheng's arm. He buried his head in Yi Cheng's shoulder and took a deep breath of his scent. Up to you. As long as you're happy, there's no harm in inviting them all. 87 Songyin Mountain was located in the wilderness of the immortal world. It was covered by thunderclouds that stretched for millions of miles all year round. The mountain was barren and scorched rocks were everywhere. However, even though the conditions were so bad, there were still many flood dragon clansmen living near the mountain. This was because this was the place where the ancestral dragon attained Tao. According to legend, the ancestral dragon attained Tao here. When he attained Tao, he raised his head to the sky and let out a dragon roar. Thousands of miles of tribulation clouds rolled over with the force of thunder. After the tribulation, the endless thunderclouds were unwilling to disperse. This was the reason why Songyin Mountain had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. Many flood dragon clansmen and even the entire immortal world thought that Songyin Mountain would remain the same even after hundreds of thousands of years. They did not expect that it would become like this today. The barren mountain suddenly changed its appearance. The buildings and palaces on the mountain were arranged in picturesque disorder. The spirit herbs and spirit trees were green. The desolate appearance of the past was nowhere to be seen. All the top immortal clans in the immortal dimension had gathered here. Even if they waited outside the mountain, they didn't dare complain in the slightest. Instead, all of them were in high spirits and whispered in the ears of those they were familiar with, and they seemed to be extremely honored. Leisure Xianxia stood in front of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the buildings and palaces in front of him with his electric eyes. He did not say a word, but the short man could still see a trace of understanding from his cold face. Senior Immortal, I wonder why this place? He deliberated over his words. It is somewhat different from the rumors. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and carefully observed the palaces, spirit trees, and spirit herbs. Although he had seen them once and was mentally prepared, he was still shocked at first glance. The buildings and palaces were carved with dragons and phoenixes. The totem depicted the ancestral dragon and the black phoenix. Some were entangled in a ball, some were fighting, some were in human form, some were in their original form, and some were even in their childhood. Of course, no matter what was depicted in the palaces, it would not be dazzling. What made his teeth ache was the spirit stones inlaid on the walls. The walls were full of multicolored spirit stones, big and small. They were inlaid on the palaces in picturesque disorder, forming exquisite murals. Even when looking from a high place, the spirit herbs and spirit trees that were at least hundreds of thousands of years old were combined together to form a totem of a dragon and a phoenix entwined together. The short man felt that his teeth were quite powerful. He didn't know if it was because of the spirit treasure on Songyin Mountain or because he was being shown off. Looking at how calm his celestial venerable was, he was filled with admiration. This is the ancestral dragon's lair. What do you think it should be like? Leisure Xianxia glanced at the short man behind him. But I only know that this is his nest. I didn't know that his hobbies are actually. He paused for a long time before he squeezed out the second half of his sentence. So special. Oh? You haven't even seen a venerable immortal before? The short man asked in surprise. It's not just me. I'm afraid the entire immortal realm, including Rongjin, doesn't know, Leisure Xianxia smiled. They've all been deceived by his concealment array. It's fine if other people don't know, but why doesn't Lord Black Phoenix know? Leisure Xianxia didn't answer but asked, if he knew, would the two of them still fight so fiercely? The short man thought for a moment and agreed. Then, the two of them sent out invitations to the immortals. Are they trying to bury the hatchet? Why do you have so many questions? The wedding invitations have been sent out and you're even willing to reveal your background. Did Long Yu invite you to play? Leisure Xianxia said impatiently. Moreover, I can only guess your questions roughly. Other than the parties involved, who knows the exact situation? The short man pursed his lips and stood quietly without saying anything else. Not long after, a multicolored light flew out from the main hall, turning into a multicolored light that shrouded the entire Songyin Mountain. The hall seemed to be covered with multicolored gauze, sparkling brightly. It was a wonderful sight. Dang! 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 3 melodious chimes came from the palace, and a gap slowly appeared in the mountain-protecting array of Xianxia mountain. When the immortals saw this, they all flew towards the main hall of the mountain. However, there were some immortals who were stopped at the entrance, such as the patriarch of the Luan clan and the patriarch of the Flood Dragon clan. Ancestor, I refuse to accept this. Why don't you let us in? The Luan clan leader shouted from outside the mountain-protecting formation. Back then, it was Long Yu who forced me to force your soul out. Think about it carefully. What benefits do I have in angering you? His voice was filled with grievance, anger, and unfairness. The immortals who didn't know the situation would think that this long-bearded old man had met a heartless man. Oh? A cold voice came from inside the hall. The Luan clan leader trembled as if his neck was being strangled and did not say anything else. After the immortals entered the main hall, they saw that the main hall was dazzling with gold and jade. The spiritual energy was so dense that it made them feel enlightened and comfortable. There was no host for the ceremony. The immortal world's big shots took their seats in the hall and waited for the ceremony to begin. The incense on the large bronze cauldron in the hall burned without any fire. Light green smoke spiraled into the air and gathered to form a dragon and phoenix totem. The totem rotated gently and the cries of dragons and phoenixes could be heard from it. Everyone knew that this was the heavenly Tao fusion incense that was refined with the blood essence of the ancestral dragon and black phoenix. Once it was lit, it would inform the heavenly Tao. If the two of them were really fated to be married, they would receive the blessings of the heavenly Tao and become Tao companions. If it wasn't a fated marriage, it would attract a lightning tribulation. That meant that the heavenly Tao didn't recognize them as Tao companions. This was probably the reason why the two of them didn't hold a ceremony before this. As the incense slowly burned out, the totem in the air became clearer and clearer. The cries of dragons and phoenixes became clearer and clearer. The thunder outside the hall also became louder and louder. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were coming. It was as if this wasn't a ceremony but a tribulation. Everyone's breathing slowed down unconsciously as they stared at the totem in the air. They couldn't help but wonder if the two of them would fall out and fight on the spot if the ceremony failed. If they had known, they wouldn't have come. They were going to start a feud. As such, no one realized that the two protagonists had appeared beside the cauldron. Rong Jin raised his head and stared at the totem. He held Long Yu's hand tightly in his black robe. If he wasn't sure if the heavenly Tao would recognize him and Long Yu in the past, he was now very confident that the heavenly Tao would recognize Li Jinji and Yi Qing. They were different from them. Although he thought this, he pursed his lips tightly and raised his long and narrow eyebrows as he looked at the lightning and thunder outside the hall. The fat is coming, the fat is coming. There's something wrong with my body. I've been resting for a long time. Sigh, if you like the correct way for protagonists to get along with villains, please bookmark. The correct way for protagonists to get along with villains updates the fastest. 88 The heavenly path Tao integration incense gradually burned to the end, and the totem formed by the green smoke in the air became more and more intense. The rolling thunder clouds above Xianxia mountain resounded through the sky. Although the heavenly lightning had yet to descend, it was only a matter of time in everyone's eyes. They couldn't help but regret coming to join in the fun. Ah, if they didn't watch the ceremony, if these two fought on the spot, wouldn't they be implicated? At this moment, a vigorous dragon roar filled with anger roared. Immediately after, an ancestral dragon primordial spirit rushed out from Long Yu's body and rushed into the clouds with boundless spiritual energy. Almost at the same time, a clear phoenix cry sounded. The black phoenix primordial spirit also rushed out of the main hall. Everyone was shocked and walked out of the hall. The phoenix race and flood dragon race leaders who were blocked outside the mountain had already fled to a faraway place when the heavenly lightning was about to descend. They looked at each other and felt a sense of sympathy. Before they could heave a sigh of relief, they saw the ancestral dragon's powerful primordial spirit flying into the sky from afar. It charged straight into the rolling thunderclouds. Following closely behind, the black phoenix also spread its wings and charged into the clouds with its phoenix crown raised up. Then, dragon roars and phoenix cries could be heard. Some were hoarse and some were high-pitched dragon roars, and some were charming and some were sharp bird cries. Then, the entire thunder clouds turned sluggish, as if they were being strangled. The entire cloud paused for a moment, but not long after, the rolling thunder and lightning in the thunder clouds became more intense, but it didn't descend. "Hey, old man, can you see what's happening inside?" The flood dragon race leader narrowed his eyes and looked for a long time. Finally, he put down his face and asked his enemy beside him, listening to the ancestor's voice, "It doesn't sound like they're fighting." It sounded like the sound of the dragon race asking for sex in front of the heavenly Tao. "Come. Come. Come. If you can't see it, how can I see it?" The Phoenix race patriarch's mouth twitched, but his eyes were still fixed on Lei Yun. His old face was slightly red. The stupid flood dragon couldn't tell, but he could tell from his ancestor's phoenix cries that got louder and louder. The two of them, actually, did it right under the eyes of the heavenly Tao. He didn't expect them to be such ancestors. In the square outside the hall, everyone was whispering to each other. The content of their conversation was also about what might happen in the clouds. "It can't be that the two of them are fighting again, right?" An immortal asked cautiously. "Sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have refused to come here. If the fight gets too intense, should I stop them or not?" "It's very possible. Didn't the two of them fight each other in the past?" "Oh? There's such a thing?" "Sigh, you ascended late, so you don't know about this. It's like this blah blah blah, oh ah?" "Sigh. How could such a thing happen?" "That's right." Even so, everyone's eyes were still fixed on Lei Yun, trying to see something. Lei Xianxia stood in one corner. His expression did not change at all, but the electric arcs in his eyes flickered more and more fiercely. The short man behind him squinted his eyes and looked at it for a long time. In the end, he gave up. Then, he thought. "Senior Immortal, don't you control thunder? Can you see clearly what's happening inside? Are the two of them really fighting again?" "Yes, I can see clearly." Lei Xianxia raised the corner of his mouth, showing an expression of great interest. "They're fighting. Then, is today's Tao concluding ceremony a failure?" "A failure? Isn't it being held now?" "How can it be held if they're fighting?" The short man was puzzled. "It's just a dragon and phoenix." The short man's face was full of confusion. Lei Yun had the effect of shielding divine sense. Then, unable to resist his curiosity, he stole a sideways glance at Lei Xianxia's eyes. He saw that in Lei Xianxia's eyes flashing with electric arcs, the black phoenix was soaring in midair. The ink-black dragon was wrapped around the black phoenix, and its strong body was tightening and relaxing. Again and again, the key parts were blocked by the black phoenix's huge wings. The black phoenix's gorgeous phoenix tail drooped weakly, swaying along with the ancestral dragon's movements. Listening to the increasingly high-pitched dragon roar and the intolerably mellow phoenix cry, the short man understood even if he was slow-witted. He only took a glance and felt an incomparable pain in his eyes. Lei Xianxia's eyes contained the power of thunder and lightning. Just a glance and tears flowed like a pillar. Covering his eyes, the short man's face was red. Combined with the cries of the two, he suddenly felt that he was still too young. Compared to the calmness of the immortal, he was indeed much worse. The ceremony was indeed still going on. "Let's go inside and sit. I'm afraid that these two won't be able to determine the winner in a short time." Lei Xianxia looked for a while and suggested to the immortals, "In case the heavenly lightning strikes, it's safer to stay in the hall." After his reminder, the immortals suddenly understood and echoed, "That's reasonable. Brother Yenting is right." They hurriedly entered the hall, afraid that they would be affected by the increasingly frightening heavenly lightning in the sky. If you like the correct way for the protagonist to get along with the villain, please bookmark. The correct way for the protagonist to get along with the villain is updated the fastest. The heavenly Tao fusion incense was still burning in the hall. Beside the cauldron stood two men in dark red robes. However, their eyes were tightly shut and they looked like their primordial spirits had left their bodies. Of course, the immortals were aware of this, so they sat down according to their previous seats. Some of them calmly picked up their wine cups and drank, some of them whispered to each other, and some of them looked at the rolling thunderclouds outside. After about half a day, the heavenly Tao fusion incense was about to burn out. However, the rolling thunder tribulation outside was still there. It did not descend, nor did it have any intention of dispersing. The two primordial spirits were still fighting above them. The immortals could not help but feel anxious. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao fusion incense was as tall as a person and a foot wide. Otherwise, it would have burned out long ago. After a while, just when everyone thought that this matter was basically over, a high-pitched dragon roar mixed with a sharp phoenix cry sounded in the sky. The primordial spirits of the two people beside the cauldron instantly returned to their original positions. They opened their eyes and two enormous spiritual pressures uncontrollably spread out before quickly being retracted. Everyone present was a powerful immortal, but when the two spiritual pressures swept over them, they could not help but tremble. This was a threat and fear that they had not felt for tens of thousands of years. Was this the power of the innate ancestral spirits that were born at the beginning of the world? The slight contempt they had for the two because the flood dragon and the phoenix were weaker instantly disappeared without a trace. Some people, no matter how long they had been away, could still be so powerful that it made people tremble. Xianxia recalled the scene just now and her ears turned red. However, when she saw the rolling thunder clouds outside the hall and the heavenly Tao fusion incense in the hall that was about to burn out, a trace of bitterness appeared in her heart. Could it be that after all that they had experienced, they still could not do it? She turned to look at the silent man beside her and began to think about how to comfort him. Just as she was still organizing her words, the rolling thunder clouds outside the hall suddenly paused. Then, a high-pitched phoenix cry resounded in the air. The rolling thunder clouds suddenly dispersed and Xianxia Mountain welcomed its first ray of sunlight in tens of thousands of years. Soon after, Sanskrit chants resounded in the sky. As the Sanskrit chants approached from afar, the thunderclouds seemed to be blown away by the wind and instantly melted into the vicinity of Xianxia Mountain. The multicolored clouds transformed into unicorn phoenixes and swarmed towards Xianxia Mountain from all directions. Why is it unicorn? Long Yu, who had been silent for a long time, narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, "What does this have to do with Shaolin?" "Ah, haha, congratulations to the two of you. Congratulations to the two of you for accomplishing such a good deed." A discerning immortal stood up and congratulated, "The marriage between the two of you really makes this old man envious." All of the immortals quickly snapped out of their daze and offered their congratulations. Congratulations indeed. I've attended many Tao completion ceremonies, but I've never seen one as grand and awe-inspiring as this. That's right. It's the first time in many years that I've seen the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Still, congratulations to the two of you. I've heard about the two of you. It's really enviable. Xianxia stared at the stunning scene outside and lost the ability to think. The first time she met Long Yu after breaking out of the egg, the first time they fought, the time they cultivated together, the time they communicated, the misunderstandings and quarrels, everything flashed through her mind like a movie. In the end, it stopped at Long Yu's handsome face. From now on, no matter what, no matter where, no matter how long, Long Yu would always be by her side. Long Yu seemed to understand her gaze. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms and said, "No matter what, I'll never let go of your hand again. It's over." If you like The Right Way for Protagonists to Get Along with Villains, please bookmark The Right Way for Protagonists to Get Along with Villains updates the fastest. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. End of Chapter 90. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.